Welcome back to Worlds of Proththea audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Proththea, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Proththea's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Proththean audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofproththea.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Proththea's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Uriel. The weight of my glamour settles like oil across my skin as I push through the crowded marketplace. My wings, now invisible to demonic eyes since they are far too obvious in this setting, still catch the strange crimson light filtering through Ikoth's perpetual blood-red sky. The absence of New Solus's golden spires and crystalline architecture leaves an ache in my chest. Dark stone buildings crowd the marketplace, their surfaces rough and unpolished. Demon merchants hawk their wares from stalls built from volcanic rock and weathered wood. The scents of earth and mineral springs replace the familiar perfumed air of home. I adjust the satchel of weapons at my hip, each piece carefully wrapped in enchanted cloth. The metal sings against my palm. Beautiful pieces, really. Too good for demon hands, but coin is coin. And I come to Ikoth for just that, even if I hate having to make myself look like a demon slave to get away with it. Fresh meat, straight from the hunt! A demon vendor thrusts a skewer of something unidentifiable toward my face. I curl my lip and step away. These creatures and their base desires. Always eating, rutting, fighting like animals. The marketplace winds through narrow streets that remind me of intestines, twisting and turning without logic or grace. Nothing like the planned elegance of New Solus's golden boulevards. Here the buildings lean into each other like drunken revelers, creating shadows perfect for cutthroats and thieves. You there, trader. A demon waves me over, his horn scraping the low awning of his shop. What's in the bag? I paste on my practiced smile, though it feels more like baring teeth. The finest blades this side of the void. Care to see? He grunts and I pull out a short sword. The enchantments shimmer beneath its surface like trapped lightning. The demon's eyes widen. Good. Let him think he's getting something special. In truth, it's barely worthy of a Zephan foot soldier. But that's why I'm here. I need something that is worth something. How much? I name my price, watching him sputter and protest. Such predictable creatures. We haggle, and I let him think he's won when he pays only slightly less than what I wanted. Demons, so easy to manipulate when you understand their pride. With the transaction complete, I continue through the market. My wings may be hidden, but I still hold myself above this rabble. Let them have their dark corners and earthy hovels. Soon enough, I'll be back among the civilized, where everything gleams of gold and glory. I scan the market stalls, my fingers trailing over samples of basic metals and mined goods. Nothing special enough to warrant the trip to this cesspit of a realm. These common merchants wouldn't know true quality if it seared their flesh. A glint catches my eye. Deep violet crystals nestled among worthless quartz. My wings twitch beneath their glamour. Those could be useful. Interesting selection. I tap the violet crystals. The demon merchant's three eyes narrow, recognition flickering across his features. They are. He draws himself up, trying to match my height. Fool. These particular specimens come from the deep mines, very rare. I lift one, examining how it catches the red light. Power thrums beneath its faceted surface. The price? For you, 3,000 gold pieces. His lips curl back from yellowed fangs in what passes for a smile here. I drop the crystal back into its velvet nest. Do I look like some fresh-faced apprentice? 500, and I won't mention how you're passing off lesser gems as premium stock. The demon's throat bobbles. Sweat beads on his grimy forehead. 2,000? 700! Final offer! I lean forward, letting my glamour slip just enough to show my true eyes. Golden light spills across the stall's surface. He practically throws the crystals at me. Smart creature. I tuck my prize into my satchel, already imagining the blade these will enhance. The metal will need to be folded exactly 1,000 times, tempered perfectly, but it will be worth it. By the time I exit the market, I'm itching to get away. I hate coming to the demon continent, but I like the wares I find. So I force myself twice a year. But the market isn't the real place I find what I need. Now it's time to go scouting. The red sky darkens to a bruised purple as night creeps across Ikoth. I stretch my wings, shaking off the last traces of glamour. No need to hide now. The darkness provides cover enough. Banking left, I soar over the nobles' district. Their homes sprawl across the volcanic hills like tumors, all sharp angles and obsidian walls. Wealth flows from the mines here, evident in the elaborate gardens filled with crystal-bearing plants and the telltale shimmer of magical wards. I circle a particularly ostentatious estate, noting the guards posted at regular intervals. Amateur work. Their defensive spells spark against my awareness like static, annoying but hardly effective against someone of my caliber. The owner clearly has more coin than sense. Just the right one to do my work with. I just need to find someone who is deep in the mines and trap them in a deal that benefits me. Movement catches my eye. Further up the hill, partially obscured by outcroppings of black rock, stands a mansion that makes my wings snap taut with interest. Guards track around its perimeter and wards pulse beneath its surface, layer upon layer of intricate spellwork that speaks of real power, not just purchase protection. The walls seem to drink in the darkness, and windows gleam like amber eyes. What are they hiding? I drop lower, testing the edges of the magical barriers. They respond instantly, sending a warning thrill through my bones. Professional work. Expensive work. The kind of security that speaks of valuable secrets. A courtyard opens at the mansion center, and there, mining equipment. Not the crude tools used in common operations, but precision instruments. Crystalline drills and enchanted picks that could extract the most delicate specimens without damage. My lips curl into a smile. This is what I've been searching for. Whatever they're pulling from Ikoth's depths, it's rare enough to warrant this level of protection. And rare means profitable. I circle once more, committing the layout to memory. The wards might pose a challenge, but nothing insurmountable. Not for someone who's spent centuries crafting weapons that can slice through wards. My boots touch the dark grass, power thrumming through my veins as I test the wards. They're impressive. Layers of protection spells woven together like a tapestry of deadly intent. Each strand pulses with different energies. Fire, lightning, pure force. Breaking through will take time, finesse. A flash of light erupts from the mansion's walls. The wards ripple like disturbed water, and a woman bursts through them as if they're made of paper. She tumbles onto the grass at my feet, her chest heaving. My breath catches. Waves of dark hair spill across her shoulders, framing a face that belongs in New Solas's finest paintings. Her skin glows pale as moonlight against the black grass. She wears a white dress that clings to curves made for sin, now torn and stained a little with dirt. But it's her eyes that freeze me in place, wide, green, and filled with an innocence I haven't seen since leaving the Golden City. No demon or hardened human possesses that pure light. She's like a star fallen into this dark realm. Her gaze finally lifts to mine, and those golden green eyes widen with fresh terror. The sight sends electricity crackling through my veins, igniting something dark and possessive in my chest. My wings spread wide, casting shadows across her trembling form. Well, well, I purr, all too eager with this. What a delicious treat I've found. She tries to scramble back. The white dress bears testament to her struggle, torn, dirty, yet still managing to showcase curves that would make most men weep. She's clearly been kept, pampered. No calluses mar those delicate hands, no hardness dulls that innocent glow. I prowl closer, my boots silent on the dark grass. She scrambles backward, but there's nowhere to go. The mansion's wards crackle behind her, and I stand between her and freedom. My fingers flex, itching to touch that pristine skin, to claim what fate has dropped at my feet. She doesn't belong in this realm of darkness and decay. She belongs in New Solace, surrounded by gold and crystal. No, she belongs in my workshop, where I can keep her safe, protected. Mine. The predator in me recognizes easy prey, but there's more to it. That light in her eyes, that untouched grace. It awakens something I thought long dead after centuries of dealing with demons and their ilk. A desire to possess, to corrupt, to own. A growl builds in my throat as she tries to edge sideways. My wings snap forward, hemming her in. The movement draws her attention to them, and recognition flashes across her face. Yes, little one. See what I am. Know that escape is impossible. I've crafted countless weapons, forged blades that can slice through reality itself. But this frightened creature with her torn dress and desperate eyes, this is what I want to master. To break and remake until she shines only for me.
Chapter 2. Athena. My heart slams against my ribs as I stumble backward, nearly tripping over a tree root. The Zaphan's massive frame towers over me, his light grey wings spread wide enough to block the silver moonlight streaming through the forest canopy. The shadows dance across his sharp features, making him look more predator than angel. Please. My voice comes out as a whisper. I won't tell anyone I saw you here. A cruel smile twists his perfect lips, turning his ethereal beauty into something dangerous. His golden eyes gleam with an intensity that pins me in place. Despite his immaculate appearance, the perfectly coiffed golden curls, the pristine clothing, there's nothing gentle about him. My back hits rough bark, dead end. The Zaphan takes another step closer, and I press myself against the tree trunk until splinters dig through my dress. The air crackles with magic, making the hair on my arms stand up. A human. His deep voice carries notes of both curiosity and disgust. Alone at night. How convenient. I'm not alone. The lie spills from my trembling lips. My sister. Don't insult my intelligence. He leans down, bringing his face close to mine. His breath fans warm against my cheek. You just snuck out of that house. No one knows you are gone. You're just a foolish little human who thought she could wander wherever she pleased. Tears blur my vision. All my life, I've been protected, sheltered, and I am sick of feeling so damn cornered and helpless. Let me go. The begging is starting to taste like acid as it scrapes up my throat. Please, I beg you. His tan fingers catch my chin, forcing my face up. The touch sends ice through my veins. Beg harder, little human. Perhaps I'll consider it. His mocking tone ignites something in my chest, burning away the fear. I wrench my chin from his grasp, my hands balling into fists at my sides. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Heat floods my cheeks. Playing with your food like some kind of demon. His perfect lips curve into that cruel smile again. Wrong species, little human. Though I'm not sure which you'd prefer out here. I scoff. I'd much rather face a demon than the likes of you. My father is Ilreth. I lift my chin, channeling Astrid's defiance. Perhaps you've heard of him? The Zaphan's golden eyes widen for a fraction of a second before his features settle into cool amusement. He throws his head back and laughs, the sound rich and dark like aged wine. His wings shift, feathers rustling in the night breeze. Ilreth's pet? He circles me, predatory grace in every step. I'd heard he'd picked up a pair of humans like a couple of strays. Oh, this is delicious. His fingers brush my hair, and I jerk away. Such fine breeding for an adopted mongrel. The silk dress, the carefully styled curls. Someone's put a lot of effort into making you presentable. I'm his daughter. You're his property. He catches a loose ringlet between his fingers. And quite valuable property at that. I imagine there are plenty who'd pay handsomely for Ilreth's precious little human girl. My stomach drops. You wouldn't dare. Wouldn't I? His wings flex, sending shadows dancing across the forest floor. Your father has made quite a few enemies over the centuries. Think of the bidding war I could start. I'm not some trinket to be sold. No? He leans close again, and this time I smell citrus and metal on his breath. Then what are you, little human? Because from where I'm standing, you're whatever I decide you are. As if to prove his point, he reaches for me, picking me up to do what he would like. My nails dig into his forearm as I thrash, but it's like scratching at marble. He drags me toward the garden path, his wing brushing against my back with each step. The feathers feel like silk, a cruel contrast to his iron grip. Get off me! I slam my heel into his shin. The impact jolts up my leg, and he doesn't even flinch. His laughter rings through the garden, deep and musical. Such spirit. Most humans would have fainted by now. My fingers brush something cold, one of Father's enchanted garden sculptures. I grab the crystal bird, ignoring the way its edges slice into my palm, and swing it at his perfect face. The sculpture shatters against his jaw in a spray of glittering shards. His grip loosens for a heartbeat. I wrench away, but his wings sweep forward, creating a barrier of grey feathers. He catches me around the waist, lifting me off my feet. Careful now. His breath tickles my ear. We wouldn't want to damage that pretty face of yours. Let me go. I drive my elbow back, aiming for his throat. He catches it easily, twisting my arm behind my back until tears spring to my eyes. I do love when they fight. His free hand traces my jaw, and I snap at his fingers. Such fire. The nobles will pay a fortune for you. Terror claws at my chest, but anger burns hotter. I'm not some helpless child anymore, not the fragile sister everyone needs to protect. I throw my head back, feeling the crunch as my skull connects with his nose. Warm droplets splash against my neck. Blood. His grip tightens until I can barely breathe. That, he growls, was extremely unwise. I kick and thrash, but his strength is overwhelming. My struggles only seem to amuse him more, his laughter mixing with my desperate gasps for air. Father will kill you for this, I spit. Your demon lord can try. His wings fold around us like a feathered cage. But first, he'll have to find you. I thrash in his iron grip, my skirts tangling around my legs as he lifts me higher. His laughter rings in my ears, deep and musical, a sound that should be beautiful, but only makes my skin crawl. My fingers scrabble against his forearms, searching for any weakness, but his skin feels like polished stone beneath my nails. Such a delicate little thing. His breath stirs my hair, yet you fight like a trapped wild animal. I try to wrench away, but his wings sweep forward, creating a wall of grey feathers that blocks my escape. He catches me around the waist, lifting me off my feet as if I weigh nothing. Is this how you treat all your guests? His amusement only fuels my rage. Such poor manners. You aren't a damned guest. I drive my elbow back, aiming for his throat. He catches it easily, twisting my arm behind my back until tears spring to my eyes. His free hand traces my jaw, and I snap at his fingers like a cornered animal. Everyone's always seen me as the gentle sister, the healer, the one who needs protection. But they're wrong. I can fight too. You are only making me want you more. His wings fold closer, feathers brushing against my arms in a mockery of a caress. For a human, you are quite interesting. The question remains what I should do with you. Terror claws at my chest, but anger burns hotter. It's the only thing keeping me going, potentially the only thing keeping me alive. I kick and thrash, but his strength is overwhelming. My struggles only seem to amuse him more, his laughter mixing with my desperate gasps for air. The sound echoes through the garden, turning my blood to ice even as rage makes my cheeks burn. He yanks me flush against his chest, one arm like an iron band around my waist while his other hand tangles in my honey-blonde curls, wrenching my head back. His perfect lips brush against my ear, sending revulsion crawling down my spine. Such spirit. His words drip like poison honey. I'm going to enjoy breaking you. My heart pounds against my ribs, each beat a desperate reminder that I'm alive. For now. The citrus metal scent of him fills my lungs with every panicked breath. His wings create a cocoon around us, the soft grey feathers a deceptively gentle prison. Fear claws up my throat, threatening to choke me. But beneath it burns anger. At him, at myself, at everyone who's ever treated me like delicate glass that needs protecting. Now I'm living their worst fears, proving them right, and the thought makes bile rise in my throat. Father won't notice I'm missing for hours. He's locked away in his study, as always, and thinks I'm safely trapped inside. Astrid's now with her demon mate, and the servants won't notice. I'd snuck out to the garden specifically because I knew no one would look for me, a decision I now bitterly regret. The Zaphan's fingers trace down my neck, and I suppress a shudder. His touch feels like ice trailing across my skin, leaving goosebumps in its wake. When he speaks again, his lips brush against my ear. Your fear is intoxicating, little human, but don't worry, I'll teach you to enjoy your new life, eventually. My stomach turns at the promise in his words. I try to wrench away, but his grip only tightens until breathing becomes difficult. Spots dance at the edges of my vision as I claw at his arm, my nails leaving useless scratches on his perfect skin. But I don't think there is any getting out of this.
Chapter 3. Uriel. The Zoran's hooves strike sparks against the mountain path, their dual tails whipping in the chill wind as they pull my carriage through the mist-wreathed peaks. My magic keeps them tied to me, so I'm able to direct them from inside the cabin of my carriage. Across me and scowling, my captive is trying to curl as far away from me as possible. She hasn't lost her charm yet, and I find myself amused as I watch her. The human girl shifts against her bonds, those fascinating golden-green eyes darting to each rocky outcropping and steep drop we pass. Looking for escape, no doubt. Her honey-blonde curls have come loose from their careful arrangement, giving her a wild look that only enhances her beauty. Not that I'd admit such thoughts about a human. If you're planning to drag me across demon territories, the least you could do is tell me your name. Her chin lifts in defiance, though her voice wavers. I smile, knowing how it twists my features into something less angelic. You may call me Master. She scoffs, the sound sharp in the confined space. I'd rather not call you anything at all. Yet here you are, asking my name. I guide the Zarin around a hairpin turn, their silver coats gleaming with sweat. The temperamental beasts snort and toss their heads, sensing my passenger's unease. Uriel. What? My name! It's Uriel! I flex my wings, letting them fill the space. A reminder of what I am, of the power difference between us. Her shoulders straighten despite her bound wrists. Athena, I didn't ask. And I didn't ask to be kidnapped, yet here we are. She meets my gaze without flinching. So you might as well know who you've taken. The Zaren's hooves clatter against stone as we descend into deeper shadow. My smile grows genuine at her spirit. Most humans would be cowering by now, yet this one challenges me at every turn. Perhaps this journey won't be as tedious as I'd feared. When the Zaren grow tired and I need a break, I find us a place to stop. It'll give me a chance to restock on supplies too, since it will take me over a week to get back home. Outside the cabin, I lean against a tree trunk, wings spread casually while I pretend to study a map. The Zaren are grazing, and I've already refilled water skins and plucked some berries and roots to keep us from getting too low between towns. The leather-bound scroll catches the breeze, but my attention remains fixed on my captive. She thinks I don't notice her slow, deliberate movements, the way her fingers work at something behind her back. The broken pottery shard makes a faint scraping sound against the leather restraint. Clever girl. She must have palmed it during our initial struggle when she hurled that vase at my head. I'd admired her aim then, too. Her teeth worry at her lower lip as she works, those golden green eyes fixed ahead with studied nonchalance. A light sheen of sweat dampens her honey-blonde curls despite the cool mountain air. The restraints allow enough slack for her to sit on a fallen log, but not enough to bolt. Or so she thinks. I fold the map with precise movements, savoring the mounting tension. Her sawing grows more desperate as I approach, the shard of pottery clicking against the leather. Having trouble, I crouch before her, catching her wrist before she can hide the evidence. She freezes, pulse racing beneath my fingers, but there's no fear in those eyes, only frustration and that fascinating defiance. A laugh escapes me, dark and appreciative. Such clever hands. I trace the red mark where the restraint has chafed her skin, savoring how she jerks from my touch. I'm not sure why I'm so drawn to her reactions, but I can't stop drinking them in. I wondered how long it would take you to try something like this. You knew? Her voice holds more outrage than fear. I've been watching you since we stopped. I pluck the pottery shard from her grip, turning it to catch the light. Not bad technique, but you'll need something sharper than this to cut through demon-crafted leather. A flush creeps up her neck, but she doesn't look away. I'll remember that for next time. I'm counting on it. I tighten her restraints, lingering over the task. It will make things so much more interesting. Straightening, I look at the beasts that are grazing just away from the carriage. It's time we get back to our journey. I harness the Zaren back up and climb inside, guiding them back onto the winding path, their hooves striking a steady rhythm against the packed earth. The morning mist has burned away, leaving us exposed under the harsh sun. Perfect. Now she can see exactly how far we are from civilization. The market should be bustling this time of year. I keep my voice casual, as if discussing the weather. Demon lords travel from across the territories, searching for rare treasures. Athena's chains rattle as she shifts position. I'm not interested in your market predictions. No? I turn just enough to catch her expression, savoring the way her jaw clenches. You should be. After all, you'll be the star attraction. I'm not merchandise. Everything has a price. I stretch my wings, letting them catch the sunlight. The gray feathers shimmer with an almost metallic sheen. And you, little human, are quite the find. Unmarked, untouched. I pause, letting the words sink in. Pure. Her golden green eyes flash. I'm not unmarked. The thought sours in my stomach, and I snarl as I lean forward, letting the anger show. Do you know what they'd pay for someone like you? The bidding would start in the thousands. Rare weapons, ancient artifacts, entire estates. They'd offer it all. My smile grows cruel. But it's not just the price that makes it entertaining. It's watching them circle like Predators scenting blood. Each one convinced they deserve the prize. I'm not a prize. The words come through gritted teeth. No? I reach back, catching her chin between my fingers. Her skin burns hot against my touch. Then what are you? She jerks away, those honey blonde curls whipping across her face. Someone who's going to make you regret this. A laugh escapes me, dark and genuine. Now that's what makes you valuable. That fire, that defiance. I turn back to the road, but keep my voice pitched just loud enough to carry. They'll enjoy breaking it out of you, piece by piece. She just looks away from me, not bothering to respond. Smart girl. She's learning to hide her reactions even as her pulse races fast enough for me to hear it. Once night falls, I have no choice but to stop us. I don't know the mountainous region well enough to keep going. And then, I drag my little captive out with me. The campfire casts dancing shadows across Athena's face as she stares into the flames. The leather bound around her wrists glints in the firelight, but it's not the binds that hold my attention. It's the way she carries herself. Back straight, chin lifted, those golden green eyes reflecting the fire's glow like molten metal. Even bound and captive, she refuses to cower. I stretch out my wings, letting them catch the night breeze. Hungry? No. The word comes sharp and quick, but her stomach betrays her with a quiet growl. Stubborn thing. I slice a piece of bread, watching her track the movement. Your pride won't fill your belly. Her lips press into a thin line. My pride is all I have left. For now. I hold out the bread, close enough to smell, but just beyond her reach. But pride bows to necessity eventually. She lifts those fascinating eyes to mine. Does it? You seem to have plenty to spare. A laugh escapes me, genuine this time. Most humans would be broken by now, reduced to begging or tears. But this one, she throws my words back at me like weapons. Come here. I gesture with the bread. No. Then starve. I take a deliberate bite, watching emotion flash across her features. Anger, hunger, calculation. She's weighing her options, that clever mind working behind those eyes. Finally, she moves forward, and I can tell she hates that she's having to give in. Each movement is measured, controlled, as if she's the one choosing to approach rather than being compelled. I catch her chin before she can grab the bread, forcing her to meet my gaze. This close, I can see flecks of gold in those green eyes, like sunlight through forest leaves. Her pulse races under my fingers, but she doesn't flinch. Good girl. She jerks away, snatching the bread. I'm not your pet. No. I lean back, studying how the firelight plays across her honey blonde curls. You're something far more interesting. Her fingers tighten on the bread, but she doesn't eat. What's that supposed to mean? It means I'm beginning to understand just how much you are worth. I flex my wings, watching her track the movement. It's not just your beauty or heritage. It's this fire in you, this refusal to break. You won't break me. I smile, letting her see the predator beneath the angelic features. I like the challenge.
From the depths of the darkness of Proththea,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Proththea fantasy romance bundle
For 80% off, right now, dive into Proththea at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
the first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofproththea.com. Proththea's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 4. Athena. The carriage lurches, and I press my bound hands against the plush velvet seat to keep from tumbling forward. Through the window, jagged mountain peaks pierce a brooding sky, their edges sharp enough to slice clouds into ribbons. We've been climbing higher for hours, the air growing thinner with each twist of the precarious path. Uriel sits across from me, his perfect features drawn in concentration as he guides the Zarin, massive horned beasts with thick silver fur and two tails, through particularly treacherous switchbacks. His wings shift restlessly in the confined space, brushing against the carriage ceiling. I try not to be impressed as I watch his fingers twitch, steering the reins from inside the cabins. My fingers brush against the small blade tucked into my sleeve. 3 days of careful observation have led to this moment, watching how he channels magic through crystalline controls embedded in the carriage walls, studying the intricate spellwork that keeps my restraints secured. I can cut leather, but magic, not so much. The carriage hits another sharp turn. A string of curses spills from Uriel's lips as he leans forward, golden curls falling across his face while he adjusts the crystal configuration. His attention fixed entirely on preventing us from plummeting off the cliff edge. My heart pounds against my ribs as I slide the blade free. I manage to swipe it off Uriel, and I know that it is forged from something stronger than metal. The enchanted leather around my wrists tingles with magic, but I've noticed how the spells weaken at the seams. One clean cut is all I need, and hopefully it can cleave magic too. The blade's edge catches the leather's weak point and... Damn it! Uriel snarls as the carriage tilts precariously. He throws both hands up, channeling magic into stabilizing our path. The momentary chaos covers the sound of leather splitting apart. Blood rushes to my fingertips as circulation returns. I keep my hands in my lap, maintaining the illusion of bondage while scanning the carriage interior. The door handle gleams like a beacon of freedom. If I time this right, one leap is all it will take. Better to risk the mountain path than remain his captive. I gather my legs under me, muscles coiled tight as a spring. Uriel's still distracted, his perfect features twisted into a scowl as he wrestles with the controls. Just a few more seconds. I launch myself at the door, driving my shoulder against the polished wood. The blade slices through layers of protective spellwork, like silk, magic sparking and hissing as it unravels and releases me from my moving prison. Wind howls through the gap, whipping my honey-blonde curls across my face. What the... Uriel's perfect features contort with fury. His massive wings unfurl, filling the carriage as he lunges for me. Too late. I throw myself through the opening, my stomach lurching as empty air rushes up to meet me. The mountain face blurs past, all jutting rock and patches of frost-killed vegetation. My hands shoot out, fingers scraping against stone until they catch a narrow ledge. The impact sends shockwaves through my arms, but I hold on, pressing my body flat against the cliff. Above, Uriel's cursing echoes off the mountainside. The carriage screeches to a halt, metal grinding against stone. His wings cast massive shadows as he circles, searching. I edge along the ledge, keeping my movements controlled despite my thundering pulse. Years of training floods back, how to distribute weight, where to place each foot, when to pause and assess. In the demon world, everyone needs to be at least a little skilled at fighting. The ledge narrows to barely a handspan, loose rocks skittering into the void below. Come out, little human. Uriel's voice carries on the wind, deceptively gentle. You'll freeze up here after dark. I press deeper into a crevice as he swoops past, his perfect features twisted into something predatory. The blade trembles in my grip, its magic still crackling from breaking his spells. One wrong move, and I'll plummet into the abyss, becoming just another broken thing at the mountain's base. The ledge ends in a sharp drop, but I spot another outcropping about 10 feet below. I have to take the leap. There's no other option. I take a deep breath, gauging distance and angle. No room for doubt. Uriel banks hard, wings spread wide as he spots me. Don't! I push off, tucking into a controlled drop. The world spins, my stomach clenching as gravity takes hold. My feet hit the lower ledge hard enough to send jolts through my knees, but I roll with the impact, letting momentum carry me into a natural hollow in the rock face. The overhang shields me from view just as Uriel's shadow passes overhead again. I press myself against the cold stone, willing my breathing to steady. His frustrated roar echoes across the mountains, but I don't move. Not yet. Patience was Father's first lesson. Sometimes victory means simply outlasting your opponent's rage. I edge deeper into the hollow, each breath measured and silent. Loose pebbles shift beneath my feet, threatening to give away my position. The mountain wind whips past, carrying the sound of massive wings, sometimes closer, sometimes distant, playing tricks with my senses. Clever girl. His voice bounces off the rock face, impossible to pinpoint, using the mountain's acoustics against me. My fingers tighten around the blade. The enchanted metal pulses with residual magic from breaking his spells, its warmth the only comfort in this frigid height. A shadow passes overhead, too regular to be a cloud. I press myself flat against the rough stone. Most humans would have panicked by now. The words curl through the air like smoke. Thrown themselves at the first escape route, regardless of survival. The crunch of boots on gravel comes from my left. No, my right. I pivot, keeping my back to solid rock. A golden curl catches the light as he rounds the corner, wings mantled against the wind. His perfect features are arranged in an expression I can't quite read, not quite anger, not quite pleasure. But you! He prowls forward, each step deliberate. You mapped every ledge, waited for the perfect moment, used my own magic against me. I shift my weight, calculating angles. The drop behind him is too far, the path to my left too exposed. He's left me one escape route, and something in his predatory smile says he knows exactly what he's doing. I always thought that humans were weak creatures, magicless. He takes another step, golden eyes fixed on mine. But you turned weakness into strategy. Stay back. The blade trembles slightly in my grip, more from cold than fear. His laugh is dark honey, dangerous and sweet. Or what? You'll jump again? He gestures to the sheer cliff face. I must admit, watching you navigate these heights has been enlightening. You're making this far more interesting than I anticipated. The purr in his voice sends an unwanted burst of pride through me. His wings sweep forward, cutting off my last escape route. He's close enough now that I can see the individual feathers stirring in the wind, their silvery grey tips catching the light like polished steel. My pulse quickens as he circles me, his movements liquid grace despite his imposing height. There's something different in his approach now, less dismissive, more appreciative, like a collector who's discovered his latest acquisition has unexpected value. But that also means he isn't going to let me go. I have no way out when he lunges for me. Uriel's grip around my waist tight as he pins me against him and flies back up to the main road. I can do nothing as he drags me back toward the carriage. My feet scramble for purchase on the rocky ground, but he lifts me as if I weigh nothing, his wings creating a cage of feathers around us. That little display cost us valuable time. His breath fans hot against my ear. Though I'll admit, you've proven more entertaining than expected. I twist in his grasp, refusing to be handled like a doll. I'm not here for your entertainment. His perfect features crack into that cruel smile that warps his beauty into something darker. He shoves me through the carriage door, my shoulder hitting the soft seat. Before I can right myself, he's there, pulling new restraints from a hidden compartment. These are reinforced. He wraps the metal around my wrists, the magic within humming against my skin. Specially crafted for clever little escapists. I lift my chin, meeting his golden gaze. Astrid would spit in his face. Father would maintain that icy calm he's known for. I choose silence, letting my defiance speak through my eyes. His fingers brush my skin as he secures the bonds, lingering longer than necessary. Most humans would be begging by now, crying, breaking. I'm not most humans. The words come out steady, despite the fear churning in my stomach. Quite trying to compare me. I'm sick of hearing that now. No, he agrees, settling into his seat across from me. You're not. The carriage lurches forward again, magic crystals pulsing as Uriel guides us higher into the mountains. I focus on my breathing, on maintaining some control. Fear is natural. Fear is useful. But fear cannot rule you. He grins, and I'm surprised when he says, "You really are a little demon, through and through." I narrow my eyes at him, but his smirk only grows. I don't think it's an insult, shockingly. My wrists ache where the new restraints bite into flesh, but I keep my face neutral. Each moment I deny him the satisfaction of seeing me crumble is a small victory. Each second I maintain composure is a tribute to my family's strength. I turn toward the window, refusing to give him the engagement he seeks. The mountain peaks pierce the clouds like teeth, feeling as deadly as this trip is. But I'll bide my time, wait for the right moment. And I'll find my freedom. The magic in the restraints pulses stronger, almost like it's responding to my thoughts. I file that observation away, adding it to my mental catalogue of everything I've learned about my captor and his methods. Knowledge is its own form of power. Let Uriel think he's won. Let him believe the restraints have broken my spirit. Every assumption he makes is another crack in his armour, another potential weakness to exploit. I may be bound, but I am far from beaten.
Chapter 5. Uriel. The portal's magic fizzles around us as we emerge on the other side, the Zarans stomping and snorting their displeasure at the magical transportation. But it is much faster than going on a ship, and I can bring them with me this way. I grip the reins tighter, steadying the silver-coated beasts. Their dual tails whip in agitation, but a sharp word has them falling back in line. The carriage rocks as we transition from the portal's surface to the packed dirt road leading to the town just outside my estate. Almost there, I say, watching Athena from the corner of my eye. She sits rigid beside me, her honey-blonde curls whipping in the wind. Now that we are off her home continent, she looks flat-out angry. Even with her obvious resistance to my magic trying to draw her closer, she maintains perfect posture. Impressive. The landscape opens up before us, rolling hills dotted with ancient trees, their branches reaching toward the twilight sky. Magic flows through this land like blood through veins, currents I've spent centuries mapping and mastering. I feel each ebb and flow, every surge and whisper of power. I'm so glad to be back home, where the whole damn place isn't the dreary color of mud. I detest going to Ikoth. The Zarans' hooves click against the cobblestone as we approach the town. A cruel smile tugs at my lips as I watch Athena. The fact that she can resist my magic in my own territory, where my power runs deepest, proves that. The human girl is far more intriguing than I initially thought. The Zaran draw the carriage in the crowded streets. It will take me longer to navigate this, but I don't mind the proximity a little longer. Magic swirls around us, my power trying to draw her closer, her will pushing back against it. The air crackles with the tension. I reach for the carriage's control runes, working on a spell that will help give us a wider berth through the city. The familiar burn of magic tingles beneath my skin as I trace the ancient symbols. Athena shifts beside me, her movements too deliberate. In the split second before my fingers complete the last rune, she strikes. Her elbow slams into my ribs, not enough to hurt, but the precision of the blow catches me off guard. She's been watching, learning the exact moment when the carriage's protective wards are weakest, when the shift in me reworking on changes the binding spell momentarily. The spell sputters, magic crackling through the air as she vaults over the side. Her boots hit the cobblestones with practiced grace, and she's running before I can grab her. Clever girl. Blood pounds in my ears as I watch her weave through the crowd. She moves like water through the sea of bodies, each step calculated. No wasted movement. No panicked fleeing. This isn't some desperate escape attempt. She's had this planned. My wings unfurl as I leap from the carriage, but the narrow streets and market crowds make flight impossible. I'm forced to pursue on foot, shoving past merchants and customers alike. Their curses fade into background noise as I track her golden curls through the throng. She darts down an alley, disappearing into the shadows. When I round the corner, she's already scaling a stack of crates, using them to reach a low-hanging balcony. Her fingers find purchase on decorative stonework as she pulls herself higher. Impressive. The word escapes through clenched teeth. Even with her hands still bound together, Athena moves with the fluid grace of someone who has rehearsed this moment countless times in their mind. She reaches the rooftop and sprints across the uneven tiles. I launch myself upward, wings spreading just enough to carry me to the roof's edge. My boots crack several tiles as I land. She's already 2 buildings ahead, leaping across a narrow gap between structures. The chase carries us deeper into the market district. She uses washing lines and awnings to slow her descent, dropping back to street level where the buildings grow too far apart. Smart. She knows I'd have the advantage if she stayed on the rooftops too long. For several heartbeats, she vanishes completely into the crowd. My teeth grind together as I scan the sea of faces below. Then I spot her, ducking into a covered bazaar. She's heading for the warren of back alleys and hidden courtyards that honeycomb this part of the city. If she makes it there, even I might lose her in that maze. The thought sends a surge of both fury and admiration through my veins. No one has challenged me like this in centuries. I stalk through the market with measured steps, letting the distance between us grow. Her escape holds my attention like a well-choreographed dance. Each move calculated, each turn precise. She slips between market stalls with the grace of flowing water, never knocking over a single display or stumbling over the uneven cobblestones. My wings twitch with the urge to snatch her from above, but I hold back. I'm having too much fun, and I like seeing the way her mind works. I'll stop her before she gets too far, though. A flash of honey-blonde curls disappears behind a spice merchant's stall. Always just a step ahead, but no further. My boots click against stone as I follow at an almost leisurely pace. She darts through a gap between buildings, emerging in a smaller courtyard filled with fabric merchants. Their colorful wares create a maze of hanging silks and linens. Rather than crash through, she weaves between the displays like thread through a needle. No wasted movement, no telltale ripples in the fabric to mark her passage. Magnificent, I murmur, tracking her by the subtle displacement of air rather than sight. The courtyard opens into a narrow street lined with food stalls. Steam rises from cooking pots, creating a hazy screen. She uses it perfectly, ducking and weaving through the artificial fog. But I notice how her steps slow fractionally, the prolonged sprint taking its toll. Time to end this game. I roll my shoulders, letting power surge through my limbs. Magic ripples across my skin like liquid gold. I use it to clear my path as I lunge forward, my wings carrying me over her as I turn to face her. Her eyes widen, those striking golden-green irises darkening with the realization that I've been toying with her. She pivots, trying to change direction, but I'm already there. My hand closes around her upper arm, grip firm but not crushing. A valiant effort. I draw her closer, savoring the way she still struggles despite knowing it's futile. But did you really think I'd let you slip away? She raises her chin, defiance blazing in her gaze. Even now, trapped in my grasp, she refuses to cower. I had to try. A laugh rumbles in my chest, dark and appreciative. Of course you did. And what an entertaining attempt it was. I lean down, bringing my lips close to her ear. But playtime is over, little demon. Let's go home. Her pulse races beneath my fingers as I draw her closer, feeling every tremor of resistance. The late afternoon sun catches in her honey blonde curls, creating a halo effect that makes her look deceptively innocent. But I've seen the calculating intelligence behind those golden green eyes, the way she planned each step of her escape. My wings curl forward instinctively, creating a barrier between us and the crowd. She fits perfectly against me, her softer curves pressing into the hard planes of my chest. Even now she fights, muscles coiled tight beneath my grip. But there's something different in her resistance. A spark of anticipation? Do you enjoy this game as much as I do? The words ghost across her ear, and I feel her shiver. My free hand slides up her arm, tracing the delicate curve of her shoulder. Such fragile bones beneath such soft skin. I could break her so easily, yet she shows no fear. Blood pounds through my veins, a primal rhythm that matches her racing heart. The chase awakens something in me. Something that's been dormant for years. Her defiance, her cleverness, the way she turns resistance into an art form. It calls to the predator in me. She twists in my grip, not trying to escape but turning to face me. Those eyes meet mine with a challenge that makes my breath catch. No human has ever dared look at me like that, like an equal, like she sees past the perfect features to the monster beneath and isn't cowed. My fingers tangle in her curls, using the grip to tilt her head back. Answer me, Athena. Power ripples through my voice, but she merely arches an eyebrow. The gesture is so perfectly defiant that a growl builds in my chest. I want to devour her, to break down every wall she's built and see what lies beneath. But not yet. This game between us is too delicious to end so quickly. Chapter 6. Uriel. I guide the Zarin down the winding path to my estate, their silver coats catching the fading light. The mansion looms ahead. 3 stories of white stone and gleaming metal that reflects the dying sun. Magic thrums through every inch of the grounds, each pulse a reminder of my domain. Athena's breathing quickens as we approach. The carriage stops at the front of the house and I jump out, circling around to her side. My hands find her waist as I lift her down, the contact sending sparks of awareness through my skin. Even through the fabric of her still torn and worn dress, her warmth seeps into my palms. I let the touch linger longer than necessary, telling myself it's just to ensure she doesn't bolt. Welcome home. With the quirk of my hand, I slice through her bindings, but keep one hand firmly on the small of her back. The cruel smile I've perfected over centuries spreads across my face as I begin weaving the first boundary spell that will keep her here without my supervision. Golden threads of magic flow from my fingertips, weaving an intricate net around us as we walk. I won't keep you locked up here. I trace a complex pattern in the air, but try to escape again. The spell snaps into place with an audible crack, her shoulders tense. What happens if I try? Her voice stays steady, but I catch the slight tremor in her hands. I guide her past the covered walkway leading to my workshop. More spells pour from my hands, layering protection and containment that's tied to Athena into every stone and beam. The magic will stop you, painfully. Her golden green eyes darken as she watches another barrier shimmer into place. You can't keep me prisoner forever. I can do whatever I want. My wings shift, casting us both in shadow. This is my domain. My magic runs through every inch of this estate. We reach the main entrance, I press my palm against the door, sending a final surge of power through the building. The walls pulse with golden light as the spells take hold. Athena's face falls as she feels the magic settle, an invisible cage closing around her. The boundaries will adjust to my will. I lean close, breathing her in. You'll go only where I allow when I allow it. She lifts her chin, defiance blazing in those remarkable eyes. But I feel her slight shiver when my fingers brush her neck, and it sends a thrill of satisfaction through my blood. Shall we continue the tour? I open the door with a cruel smile, knowing each step will only reinforce the extent of her captivity. I lead her through the grand foyer, my wings brushing against marble columns. The rules are simple enough for even a human to understand. Her spine stiffens at the insult. Good. Let her remember what she is. You'll have free range of the house and grounds, a generous allowance for someone of your status. I trace a finger down her arm, savoring how she flinches. The boundary extends to the tree line, but try to cross it. Magic crackles between my fingers. Well, you're smart enough to guess. We pass the library, its towering shelves visible through open doors. You'll earn your keep in my workshop. I need steady hands for detail work, and yours look capable enough. I'm not your servant. Her voice carries more steel than I expected. I grab her chin, forcing those golden green eyes to meet mine. You're whatever I say you are. Servant, pet, slave. The choice of word doesn't change your reality. Releasing her, I continue down the hall. We reach the kitchen, a sprawling space filled with copper pots and crystalline cooling boxes powered by frost magic. You'll take your meals here. There's staff on hand to keep everything stocked and prepared. I'll inform them that you'll be here from now on. And if I refuse to work? I smile, letting cruelty reshape my features. Then you don't eat. Simple cause and effect, little demon. My hand finds the back of her neck, squeezing just hard enough to make her gasp. Though there are far worse consequences I could devise. Her pulse races under my fingers, fear and fury mingling in those expressive eyes. I release her neck but stay close, enjoying how she tries to hide her trembling. The workshop requires absolute obedience, though. One mistake could be... I pause, letting tension build. Fatal. So you'll follow every instruction without question. Consider it motivation to learn quickly. She opens her mouth to argue, but I cut her off. Your first lesson starts now. Silence unless spoken to. Nod if you understand. The war in her eyes is delicious, pride battling survival instinct. Finally, she gives a short nod. Good girl. I pat her cheek condescendingly. You might be trainable after all. I watch her fingers trail along each doorframe we pass, testing the hinges, the locks, searching for any flaw in the craftsmanship. Her movements are subtle, practiced, like she's done this before. A smile tugs at my lips as she discovers every lock reinforced with magic that burns at her touch. Ew, careful! I catch her wrist as she yanks back from another scorched handle. The wards don't distinguish between accident and intent. Her golden green eyes narrow, but she doesn't respond. I can see I have in no way deterred her, though, and that sends a thrill through me. She moves to the next door, this time keeping her hands visible as she studies the mechanism. Smart girl, looking without touching. We reach the grand staircase, and she pauses to examine the ornate windows, stretching 3 stories high. Her gaze traces the metalwork between panes, likely calculating if the decorative swirls could support her weight. I let her look her fill, amused by the quiet determination in her stance. The glass is reinforced with binding spells. I run a finger down the nearest pane, making golden runes flash beneath the surface. Try to break it, and the shards will cage you instead. She shifts her attention to the heavy curtains, those delicate hands testing the fabric's strength. Every movement is purposeful, methodical. No hysteria, no blind panic, just cool assessment of her prison. In fact, besides the first few moments when I found her, there's never been any begging either. My wings twitch with growing interest. Breaking her will be far more entertaining than I'd anticipated. It makes me want to taunt her, to push her. The more you search for escape routes. I step closer, letting my shadow fall over her. The more creative I'll become in containing you. Her spine straightens, but she keeps examining each potential exit we pass. Even knowing it's futile, she catalogs every door, window, and passage. That sharp mind working behind those eyes, mapping the mansion's layout, building her mental blueprint of my domain. My blood heats at her quiet defiance. Such spirit deserves a special kind of breaking, slow, thorough, until that stubborn pride crumbles to ash in her mouth. The workshop is this way. I guide her to the connected walkway that leads to the little building behind my massive home. I push open the heavy workshop doors, the familiar scent of metal and magic washing over me. Weapons line the walls, blades catching the light from enchanted lanterns, their edges hungry for blood. This is my sanctuary where I craft death into art. Athena steps inside, those remarkable eyes widening as she takes in the arsenal surrounding us. Her fingers twitch at her sides, and I catch a spark of something beyond fear in her expression. Interest. We'll start here in the morning, so I hope you remember your way. I give her a grin that I know makes her angrier. We'll start with the basics and see. I won't be your slave. Her voice cuts through the air like a blade. I'm not some pet you can collar and command. I turn slowly, letting my wings spread to their full span. I've had plenty of Zaffin soldiers defer to me when I do this. She lifts her chin instead. You're whatever I say you are. My words drip with centuries of superiority. You belong to me now. I belong to myself. She steps closer, golden green eyes blazing. You can't just take someone and think that gives you the right to own me. Rights? I bark out a laugh. You're human. You have no rights here. And you're a bully hiding behind magic and muscle. Her words strike with surprising precision. Strip away your wings and power, what's left? Just another tyrant desperate to feel strong. My hand shoots out, catching her throat. But she doesn't flinch, doesn't struggle. Those eyes bore into mine, challenging, fierce. I could break you. My fingers tighten slightly. Shatter that spirit into pieces so small you'd never find them all. My wings tuck in. Take away my wings and magic, and I am still a lethal warrior you don't want to face. You could try. Her pulse races under my palm, but her voice stays steady. But you won't break me, Uriel. I've survived worse than you. Something in her tone makes me pause. There's old pain there, hidden beneath the defiance. Scars that run deeper than skin. I wonder what that could be, coming from such a cushy lifestyle. I release her throat. You have fire, little demon. I trace a finger along her jaw. But fire can be controlled, contained, made to serve a greater purpose. Or it can burn everything to ash. She catches my wrist, her touch sending unexpected heat through my skin. Remember that before you push me too far.
Chapter 7. Athena. The smile curling across Uriel's perfect features makes my blood boil. His golden eyes sparkle with amusement, like I'm some kind of entertaining pet that just performed a trick. The argument's heat still lingers in my chest, my hands clenched at my sides. You're quite spirited for a human. He stretches his massive wings, the light grey feathers catching the workshop's lamplight. Though I guess I should come to expect that by now. The way he studies me, like I'm a puzzle he can't quite solve, sets my skin tingling. There's no trace of the condescension I usually see from Zaffin. Instead, his gaze holds something darker, more intense. A rough laugh escapes him. Such fire in those eyes. He reaches out, and I feel the magic bonds loosen. You think you'll find your own way back, don't you? The question isn't really a question at all. Before I can respond, his wings fold close to his body, and he turns on his heel, leaving me alone in his workshop, with nothing but the echo of his laughter and the lingering warmth where his magic just was filling the room. My fists unclench slowly, joints aching from how tight I'd been holding them. That arrogant, insufferable. He's the first person to ever see me as capable of being a threat, and he uses it to mock me. The anger still simmers under my skin as I turn to examine the workshop more closely, now that he isn't here watching me. Scattered across the massive oak workbench, blades catch the lamplight, some plain steel, others gleaming with an otherworldly sheen. My fingers hover over a dagger with runes etched into its surface, the metal almost humming with energy. Don't touch me. The blade seems to whisper in a way that's foreign to me. I snatch my hand back, heart pounding. A demanding weapon. Of course he'd make something like that. The walls are lined with shelves of components, bottles of liquid starlight, feathers that spark with electricity, crystals that pulse like heartbeats. In the corner, a forge burns without fuel, flames dancing in impossible colours. My instincts draw me to a sword with a crimson sheen. The edge looks sharp enough to split a hair, but it's the magic woven through it that catches my attention. The blade doesn't just cut, it cauterizes, prevents infection, speeds healing. It's beautiful and terrifying at once. I've always been drawn to healing. Where my sister has always been more suspicious of others, I've been empathetic. For years I begged my father to learn to let me heal, and while I have done some work in it, it was minimal. Maybe that's where this newfound rage and bitterness is coming from. Either way, standing here, staring at the work that Uriel does, is pulling out old desires from me, ones that I learned to bury to be the perfect daughter, some good that did me. I go back to studying the blade. Fascinating. The word slips out before I can stop it. I lean closer to examine the intricate patterns etched into the metal, careful not to touch. Each line flows into the next like a dance, forming symbols I recognize from my own healing studies. A rack of spears stands against the far wall, their tips glowing with contained lightning. Beside them a war hammer, whose head seems to be made of compressed darkness. The air around it feels heavy, wrong. Each weapon is a masterpiece of magic and metal, deadly art given form. Part of me wants to hate how impressive it all is, but I can't deny the skill it must take to create these. It must be what brought him across continents. I'm sure there are many customers after his creations. My reflection catches in a polished shield. Honey blonde curls dishevelled from our argument, golden green eyes still bright with defiance. Even angry, I look soft compared to all this weaponry. No wonder everyone thinks I need protecting. But these weapons, they're not just instruments of death. The healing sword proves that. There's something more here, something that speaks to both the warrior and the healer. I wonder if that was why he was intrigued when he first saw me, if he felt that same pull I did, that I've been ignoring. No, Athena, I tell myself. He stole you because he's a horrible person. Sighing, I take inventory. The forge dominates one wall, its eternal flame casting dancing shadows. Workbenches line the others, each dedicated to different stages of weapon crafting. One holds raw materials, metals that sing when struck, gems that pulse with trapped starlight. Another displays works in progress, blades waiting for their final enchantments. The medical room catches my eye. Unlike the workshop's organised chaos, this space maintains strict order. Shelves of potions arranged by purpose, bandages rolled with military precision. The scents of herbs and magic mingle in the air. Despite myself, I'm impressed by the collection of healing supplies. Each labelled bottle contains perfectly prepared solutions, the work of someone who understands both magic and medicine. I find the weak points in the workshop's security: a window whose latch sticks, floorboards that creak near the storage room. But even these aren't true vulnerabilities, just the natural wear of a space that's actually used rather than just displayed. Deciding to continue my exploration, I step into the dying light, squinting against its harsh glare. No sign of Uriel's massive wings on the horizon. The bastard's probably watching from somewhere, amused by my predicament. The workshop connects to the main house through a covered walkway, its wooden beams carved with intricate protective runes. My fingers trace one symbol, a ward against fire. Smart, considering the forge inside. The walkway offers shelter from rain, but the sides remain open to catch cool breezes. I wrap my arms around me, wishing desperately that I had a change of clothes. But Uriel has not offered me that, nor my own quarters. Gods, what am I going to do here? I test each section of the property's boundaries methodically, like checking a patient's wounds. The magical barrier forms a dome over the entire estate. It's strongest near the perimeter fence, where it crackles with warning when I press against it, little sparks of pain. I'm sure it would be agony if I pushed harder, like he said. Weaker spots exist, particularly where tree branches cross the boundary line, but still impenetrable to someone without magic. The mansion looms behind me, 3 stories of pale stone and dark wood. Unlike the gaudy displays of wealth that most Zafan are known for, this place feels lived in despite its size. Gardens sprawl in carefully planned chaos, medicinal herbs mixed with decorative blooms. My healer's mind catalogues each plant: bloodroot, feverfew, nightshade. He grows everything needed for both healing and harm. A stone path winds through the gardens to a small pond. The barrier extends over the water, rippling like heat waves where it meets the surface. No escape that way either. My prison may be beautiful, but it's still a prison. Every exit, every potential escape route, hums with that same barrier magic. He's left me just enough freedom to explore, to appreciate the craftsmanship of my cage, while ensuring I can't actually leave. The worst part? I understand why everyone wants to protect me. I'm not blind to it, even when Astrid gave up her whole life to protect me. But being kept safe isn't the same as being kept captive, and right now, I'm definitely the latter. I can't say it felt much different at home either, though, and that is a problem. My palm presses against nothing, yet everything. The invisible barrier at the main entrance feels like pressing against a wall of pure force. No matter how hard I push, it doesn't yield, solid as steel but smooth as glass. Magic ripples beneath my touch, a reminder of how powerless I am without it. That seems to stir something up in me. And that feeling of being watched, of having no say in where I go, the memories of home, it all boils up in me. I slam both hands against the barrier. The impact should hurt, should give me something real to fight against, but there's only that same unyielding resistance. Pinpricks of pain skitter up my arms, but I barely feel it. My fingers curl into fists, and I strike the barrier again, and again. Each hit sends vibrations up my arms, magic humming against my skin. Let me out. The words tear from my throat, raw and desperate. The sound echoes across the empty courtyard, bouncing off stone walls that mock my imprisonment. Heat builds behind my eyes. I blink hard, refusing to give him the satisfaction of my tears. The golden green eyes I share with my sister stare back at me in the barrier's faint shimmer. But where Astrid's hold steel, mine show every emotion I try to hide. Gods, no wonder I was never treated like her. I'm a mess. There's no denying it now, looking at my situation. I spent so long angry with father, even Astrid sometimes, and look where it landed me, right where they feared. My honey blonde curls are tangled and dirty from the trip, wild around my face like my thoughts. I'm not the delicate flower everyone thinks I am, not some fragile thing to be locked away and protected. The barrier pulses with each racing beat of my heart, responding to my fury even though I can't control it. I press my forehead against the magic wall, letting its cool energy wash over my heated skin. The tears threaten again, burning at the corners of my eyes. I don't want to let them out, don't want to let the war inside me win. But a single tear escapes despite my best efforts. It slides down my cheek, dropping to disappear into the barrier's surface with a tiny spark. I watch it vanish, this small piece of my weakness absorbed by his magic, and something inside me hardens. My hands fall to my sides, fingers uncurling slowly. The barrier remains, unmoved by either force or grief. Beyond it, the path to freedom stretches toward the horizon, taunting me with its proximity. I will find a way out. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Proththea, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Proththea audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Prothea's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Proththea bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 8. Uriel. I push open the heavy oak door to my workshop, unsurprised to find Raven sprawled across my leather couch. Her midnight hair spills over the armrest as she flips through one of my journals, her dove-gray wings draped carelessly over the side. Don't you have your own house? Yours is more fun. She doesn't look up from the page. Your notes on metal tempering are terrible, by the way. The door creaks again, and Koros's massive frame fills the entrance. His dark wings barely fit through without scraping the sides. One golden eye catches mine, the other remaining that endless void of black. So, Raven sits up, violet eyes sparking with interest. Who's the pretty little thing you brought back from Ikoth? I drop into my chair, boots propped on the desk. A souvenir. My voice is hard as I glare at the two of them. I've been back for less than a day, and of course they heard. They were probably lounging around my house while I was gone. Did you kidnap her? Yeah. The journal whizzes past my head, missing by inches. I expected that reaction. Koros's laugh rumbles through the room like distant thunder. Why'd you take her? His scarred face twists into something between amusement and curiosity. He at least won't berate me. She was interesting. I run a hand through my curls. I was there for rare materials anyway. You can't just keep her. Raven's wings flare out, knocking over a stack of papers. That was on purpose, too. She has full control over the damn things. What are you going to do with a human? That's the question, isn't it? I trace the grain of wood on my desk, considering. The truth is, I don't know. She fascinated me. This delicate creature with fire in her eyes, so different from the usual rabble in New Solus. I saw her and just took her, like picking up a shiny rock that caught my eye. You didn't think this through at all, did you? Raven's tone drips with exasperation. I shrug. No point denying it. Koros settles into the chair across from my desk, the wood groaning under his weight. Where is she now? I've got her in a guest room. I twist a quill between my fingers. After I found Athena wandering around and looking lost, I brought her to the room I had stocked for her. Mildly shocked she hadn't found it on her own. She's not exactly thrilled to be here. Yeah, right. Raven swings her legs off the couch, wincing slightly as she puts weight on her left one. Most people don't enjoy being kidnapped. She tried to stab me with a dinner knife. That was before I brought her to the room, and maybe I had taunted her a bit too much for her state. She wasn't herself, but I know how to bring that fire out. That gets another thunderous laugh from Koros. I like her already. You would. I snapped the quill in half, tossing the pieces aside. She's different from the humans here. Educated. Refined. And that gives you the right to... I know what I'm doing, Raven. She stands, wings bristling. Do you? Because it looks like you grabbed some poor girl on a whim, and now you're keeping her prisoner in your house. It's not like that. It's definitely like that. Then what's it like? I don't have an answer that will satisfy her. I don't have an answer that satisfies me. The girl had just burst through wards that most magical beings would struggle with, and she was stunning. Something about her. The way she held herself, the flash in her eyes. Before I knew what I was doing, I'd already decided she was coming back with me. You're going to have to let her go. Raven's voice softens. You know that, right? Raven has always had too much of a moral compass. Koros, on the other hand, is fearsome even among Zaphon, and we are known to be the cruelest creatures on the planet. No. The word comes out harder than I intend. She stays. Koros leans forward, his chair creaking ominously. What are you planning to do with her? I don't know yet. I stand and walk to the window, watching shadows stretch across my grounds as the sun sets. But she's mine now. After spending the better part of the morning with Raven and Koros, who I kicked out of my workshop study, I go to retrieve Athena. She looks even more stunning now, her ringlets restored after a shower, and dressed in tight leathers to keep out the cold. I lead Athena into my workshop, watching her golden green eyes widen at the array of weapons lining the walls. Her honey-blonde ringlets catch the afternoon light streaming through the high windows. This is adamantine. I lift a curved blade from my workbench. It holds enchantments better than standard metal. She steps closer but keeps a careful distance. Smart girl. How do you infuse the magic? Like this. I place my palm against the flat of the blade. Heat ripples through the metal, making it glow a deep crimson. Each enchantment requires different elements, different ways to be forged and imbued with magic. What about healing enchantments? There's that spark in her eyes again. Those are trickier. I set the blade down. They require balance, empathy. Most warriors can't manage them. She moves to the workbench, fingers hovering over a row of crystals. These focus the energy? Yes. I catch her wrist before she can touch them. Her pulse flutters against my thumb like a trapped bird. But they'll burn human skin. Instead of pulling away, she turns her hand in my grip, examining the calluses on my palm. You don't use magic for everything? Magic is a tool, not a crutch. I release her, surprised by her boldness. The best weapons are forged with both. Show me more. I find myself explaining the intricate process of tempering enchanted metal, the way magic must be woven through each layer. She asks intelligent questions about magical theory, catching details I wouldn't expect a human to notice. The energy patterns, she says, sketching them in the air with her finger. They're like healing meridians in the body. I pause in my demonstration. You understand magical theory? I studied healing. A shadow crosses her face. Before I took her. The words hang unspoken between us. But her interest seems genuine, not just an attempt to placate her captor. She leans over my shoulder as I demonstrate how to trace binding runes into the metal, her breath warm against my neck. The proximity sends an unexpected thrill down my spine. I need to remember what she is. A human. A curiosity, nothing more. But when she correctly identifies the components of a complex protection ward, I can't help feeling a flutter of pride, which quickly dies. She circles the workbench. those golden green eyes fixed on the half-finished sword. Your rune placement is inefficient. Excuse me? I come up next to her, wings bristling. 1 second she's asking me questions, and the next, she's criticizing like she knows what's going on. Look. She points to the protection sigils I've etched near the hilt. If you move these closer to the blade's center of gravity, they'd require less magical energy to maintain. I lean over her shoulder, close enough to catch the scent of honey and herbs in her hair. And what would a human know about magical efficiency? She whirls to face me, chin lifted in defiance. Enough to see you're wasting power for the sake of aesthetics. Aesthetics? My laugh comes out harsh. These patterns have been refined through generations of warfare. By warriors too stubborn to consider alternatives. Her fingers trace the air above the metal, following the flow of magic. The energy should spiral, not branch. Heat rises under my skin. She's right, damn her. But I'm not about to admit it. Perhaps you'd like to forge the weapons yourself. Perhaps I would if you hadn't dragged me here against my will. The words drip venom, but her hands remain steady as she examines the blade. You seem comfortable enough now. Understanding my cage doesn't mean I accept it. She grabs a piece of charcoal and starts sketching on a scrap of parchment. Her design, it's elegant, simple, infuriating. I snatch the parchment away. This would never hold during combat. Test it then. She crosses her arms, ringlets bouncing with the sharp movement. Unless you're afraid to be proven wrong by a mere human. My wings snap open, casting her in shadow. Watch yourself, little demon. What? Those eyes flash molten gold in the afternoon light. You'll lock me in my room again? Take away my dinner privileges? I grip the edge of the workbench, wood creaking under my fingers. No one speaks to me this way. No one dares. Yet here, she stands, this fragile human with fire in her veins, challenging me in my own domain. Your technique, she continues, tapping the parchment, wastes energy maintaining multiple anchor points. Mine uses a single focal point with branching channels. The worst part is, I can see exactly how it would work. I trace the binding runes into the metal, letting magic flow through my fingertips. The blade drinks it in, hungry for power. Dark energy coils beneath the surface like trapped smoke, waiting to be shaped. This enchantment requires precision. One wrong move and the whole thing could. A small gasp draws my attention. Athena leans forward, those golden green eyes tracking every movement of my hands. Her lips part slightly, ringlets falling forward as she studies the intricate pattern forming in the steel. The pure fascination on her face. I fumble the next rune. Magic sputters and hisses against my palm. The energy's destabilizing, she murmurs, not even looking up. You need to reinforce the southern point. She's right again. Damn her! I redirect the flow, but my focus keeps drifting to the way she unconsciously mirrors my movements, her delicate fingers sketching patterns in the air. There's an intensity to her concentration that transforms her entire being. Gone is the frightened captive. In her place stands a scholar, a healer who sees past the surface to the underlying structures of magic itself. The blade pulses between us, drinking in power. Dark energy should repel her, send her stumbling back like most. Instead, she sways closer, drawn to the intricate dance of magic and metal. A strand of honey gold hair falls across her face. My fingers itch to brush it away. There. Her voice drops to a whisper. Do you see how the patterns align? I do. But I'm watching the way understanding lights her features from within, turning those eyes to liquid gold. The fierce intelligence burning behind them stirs something primal in my chest, something possessive and hungry that has nothing to do with magic. The enchantment flares, responding to my distraction. Dark energy crackles across the blade's surface. She should flinch away. Any sane person would. Instead, she reaches out, tracing the air above the writhing patterns. Beautiful, she breathes. Yes, she is. I crush that thought before it can take root. She's human, a temporary diversion, nothing more. But when she looks up at me with that blend of defiance and wonder, I'm not sure who I'm trying to convince. So I assign her to organizing my journals, telling myself it's better than having her locked in that room all day or facing her telling me off. The real reason gnaws at the back of my mind. I want to watch her work, to understand what makes her different from the other humans I've encountered. She sits cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by stacks of leather-bound books. Those honey-blonde ringlets fall forward as she sorts them by date and subject. Her small hands handle each tome with reverence, pausing occasionally to study a diagram or trace a rune pattern. I find myself walking past her workspace more often than necessary, pretending to search for tools or materials. Each time she's discovered something new to question or critique. Her insights are irritatingly accurate. "Your organizational system is chaos," she declares, sorting another stack. "How do you find anything?" "I manage." I lean against the workbench, wings settling against my back. "Though apparently not to your standards." She shoots me a look that could cut steel. "Standards require actual structure, not just throwing everything wherever it lands." The fire in her eyes when she argues, it draws me like a moth to flame. I catch myself making deliberate mistakes in my notes just to hear her corrections. The way her voice rises with indignation, how her fingers tap against the pages in frustration. It stirs something dark and hungry in my chest. "You're hovering again," she says without looking up. "It's my workshop." "Then work." Those golden green eyes flick to mine. "Unless you don't trust me with your precious journals." I do trust her, I realize. That's what unsettles me most of all.
Chapter 9. Athena. I polish the last of the tools, carefully arranging them by size in their leather wrap. The workshop's familiar sense of metal and herbs wrap around me as I work, finding comfort in the routine. Behind me, the door hinges creak, and my breath catches as I turn. A Zaphan woman fills the entrance, her dove-grey wings brushing the doorframe. She moves with a predator's grace despite a slight hesitation in her left leg, the kind of injury I've seen warriors carry. Her midnight hair falls in a sharp curtain past angular cheekbones, and violet eyes lock onto mine with unsettling intensity. My fingers fumble with the cloth in my hands. She towers over me, radiating the kind of presence that makes my skin prickle. A warrior, without question, but there's something else about her, something in the way her mouth curves into a knowing smirk that speaks of secrets and sharp wit. "Well, what do we have here?" Her voice carries an edge of amusement. "You must be the human Uriel's been keeping tucked away." I straighten my spine, fighting the urge to step back as she prowls closer. Her wings flex, casting rippling shadows across the workshop floor. A wicked-looking dagger hangs at her hip, its jewelled hilt worn smooth from use. "I'm Athena." I'm proud my voice doesn't waver. "And I'm not kept. I'm organising his supplies." She laughs, a sound like steel striking steel. "Oh, you've got fire. I like that." She picks up one of my freshly polished blades, testing its edge with her thumb. "I'm Raven, and trust me, everyone in this city is kept by someone." Her words give me pause, and I refuse to look away from those violet eyes. They remind me of poisonous flowers. Beautiful, but deadly if you get too close. Her eyes sweep around the room, and then with a wicked smile, she tips her head toward the back of the workshop. "I know there's 2 studies back there, but I've never been." "Come with me." Raven leads me through to the larger of Uriel's 2 studies, her wings brushing against tapestries with each graceful step. The room wraps us in dark wood and leather, shelves stretching toward the ceiling. A fire crackles in the hearth, casting dancing light across rows of ancient tomes. "Sit." She gestures to a plush armchair. You look like you need something stronger than tea, but we'll start there. My lips twitch. That obvious? Please, your shoulders are so tight they might snap. She pours amber liquid from an ornate pot, steam curling between us. Here, it's spiced with bloodroot, helps calm the nerves. I wrap my fingers around the delicate cup, warmth seeping into my palms. Bloodroot? Isn't that poisonous if prepared wrong? Absolutely. Her violet eyes spark with mischief. But I promise this batch won't kill you. Probably. A surprised laugh escapes me. You're terrible. So I've been told. She sprawls in the chair opposite mine, one leg draped over the armrest. Her wings settle against the leather, dove-grey feathers catching firelight. Now, tell me how a human ended up playing in Uriel's workshop. That grumpy bastard usually can't stand anyone touching his things. Her eyes glitter like she knows the answer, so I don't bother to give her my sob story. I sip the tea. It tastes of cinnamon and something darker, earthy. I organise better than he does, and I actually label things properly instead of just grunting and pointing. Raven throws her head back and laughs, the sound rich and genuine. Oh, I know exactly what grunt you mean. The one that sounds like an angry Rono. That's the one. I find myself grinning. Yesterday he spent 20 minutes looking for a specific whetstone, muttering under his breath, only to find I'd put it exactly where it belonged, in the drawer clearly marked whetstones. Sounds like Uriel. She leans forward, midnight hair sliding over one shoulder. Though I've never seen him let anyone else organise his precious workshop before. You must be special. Heat creeps into my cheeks. I'm just thorough. Her knowing smirk makes me squirm. And I'm just a simple soldier who happens to collect rare weapons. The tension in my shoulders eases the longer I sit with Raven. She's funny, and she doesn't treat me different for being human. Instead, she talks with me and we trade stories, her quick wit drawing me out of my shell. There's something freeing about talking to someone who doesn't treat me like I might break, who sees the fire beneath my careful exterior. Suddenly, the study door bursts open with enough force to rattle the ancient tomes. Uriel fills the doorframe, his massive wings spread wide, nearly spanning the entire width. The firelight catches his perfect features, turning them sharp and dangerous. His golden curls are windswept, like he's been flying, and his jaw clenches when he spots me lounging in his chair. What exactly is happening here? His voice carries the kind of authority that doesn't work on me, but I'm more amused by the way Raven reacts to it. She shifts in her chair, a subtle roll of violet eyes that speaks volumes. Her wings rustle with barely contained amusement, and I have to press my lips together to keep from giggling at her irreverence. Oh, calm down! Raven's voice drips with sarcasm. I haven't corrupted your precious little human. We're just having tea. Uriel's golden eyes narrow, and the temperature in the room seems to drop. In my private study. The chairs are more comfortable here. I surprise myself by speaking up, meeting his gaze steadily. Something about Raven's presence makes me braver, less willing to be cowed by his imposing stance. His perfect features twist into something between a scowl and surprise. Little demon's found her fangs, has she? Someone has to stand up to your dramatics. The words slip out before I can stop them. Raven barks out a laugh, and even Uriel's stern expression cracks slightly at the edges. He stalks closer, each step predatory, until he towers over my chair. The scent of citrus and metal surrounds me, familiar now after weeks in his workshop. Dramatics? His voice drops lower, dangerous, but there's a glint in his golden eyes that wasn't there before, something almost like approval. The air crackles between us as Uriel looms over my chair, but a shadow darker than night falls across the study floor, keeping me from answering. The temperature plummets, and my heart seizes as I look around him. A figure fills the doorway, blocking out all light from the hall. His wings spread like a demon's nightmare, pitch-black feathers that seem to absorb the firelight rather than reflect it. My heart pounds against my ribs as I take in his massive frame, broader even than Uriel's impressive build. His face bears deep scars that cut across alabaster skin like canyons, telling stories of battles I dare not imagine. One eye gleams golden in the firelight, but the other, gods above, the other is completely black, like staring into an endless void. Dark red hair falls in waves to his shoulders, framing features that seem carved from stone. My fingers grip the teacup so hard I fear it might shatter. He moves into the room with deadly grace that belies his size, each step deliberate as a predator stalking prey. The black wings brush against the ceiling, sending shadows dancing across the walls. His mismatched eyes lock onto mine, and ice fills my veins. There's no warmth there, no hint of the humanity I sometimes glimpse in Uriel or Raven. Just cold calculation as he assesses me like a terrifying predator. Koros. Uriel's voice breaks the spell. Didn't expect you until tomorrow. Koros's gaze doesn't leave me as he responds, his voice deep as thunder rolling across mountains. Plans changed. 2 words, yet they carry enough weight to make the air heavy with unspoken meaning. I press back into the chair, trying to make myself smaller under that penetrating stare. The scars on his face twist as his expression shifts into something unreadable, and I swear the shadows in the room grow deeper, as if responding to his presence. Uriel only smirks. You'll get used to him. I'm not sure I will.
Chapter 10. Uriel. I pace the length of my workshop, my wings twitching with barely contained irritation as the little human follows behind me, questioning every enchantment I explain. But why bind the steel with blood magic when solar enchantments last longer? Athena's honey-blonde curls bounce as she gestures at the blade I'm working on. It seems inefficient. My fingers curl around the hilt of the sword. Because some of us actually know what we're doing, little demon. The nickname comes out as more of a growl than the usual teasing lilt. I'm just trying to understand. She steps closer, her golden green eyes fixed on the runes etched into the metal. The properties of solar magic would enhance... Enough! I slam the weapon onto the workbench, the clang echoing through the workshop. You've been here a week and suddenly think you know better than centuries of Zaphan craftsmanship? Her soft features harden. I didn't say that. But these enchantments could be improved. By a human? I tower over her, letting my wings spread to their full span, casting shadows across her face. The perfect opportunity to remind her of what I am, what she isn't. But Athena doesn't back down. She tilts her chin up, those warm eyes blazing. Being human doesn't make me stupid or wrong. No, but it makes you presumptuous. I lean down, close enough to catch the scent of herbs clinging to her. This is my workshop, my rules, my methods. Your ego, you mean? The words slip out quick and sharp. I bare my teeth in what might pass for a smile. Careful, little demon. There's a reason humans don't typically question Zaphan warriors. Because they're all as stubborn and set in their ways as you? She steps even closer, and for a moment, I'm caught off guard by her boldness. Most humans can barely look at me without flinching. Because they know their place. The words come out low and dangerous. Her laugh is soft, but cutting. And where exactly is my place, Uriel? Under your thumb? Following your rules without question? The tension crackles between us like unstable magic. Her defiance stirs something dark and hungry inside me. Something that wants to show this fragile human exactly where she belongs. I didn't come here to be another pet human for you to order around. Athena's words cut through the workshop air, Her fingers clench into fists at her sides, those golden green eyes burning brighter with each passing moment. Pet? A dark laugh escapes my throat. You think that's what this is? I close the distance between us in 2 long strides, my wings casting deeper shadows across her face. You are here for whatever use I decide, until I decide you have none. Her chin lifts higher. You don't seem to think I have much of one now, so let me leave. Leave? The metal and citrus scent of my workshop mingles with her herbal fragrance as I lean closer. Into New Solus? Alone? My wings snap forward, caging her between their massive span. You wouldn't last a day. I'm not some delicate flower that needs protecting. She pushes against one of my wings, her small hand barely making an impression in the light gray feathers. I'm tired of everyone treating me like I'll break. You will break. I grab her wrist, my fingers easily encircling the delicate bones. One wrong move, one wrong word to the wrong Zaffin, and you'll shatter. She yanks against my grip. Let go. No. Power thrums beneath my skin, golden light dancing at the edges of my vision. You need to learn your place in this world, little demon. If you won't listen to reason... Your version of reason? She laughs, the sound sharp and brittle. Your arrogance is suffocating. My free hand catches her chin, forcing her to meet my gaze. Then perhaps you need someone to teach you proper respect. Since you seem determined to act like a willful child, I'll treat you as one. I'd like to see you try. Her breath comes faster now, but there's no fear in those eyes, only defiance. Oh, you will. The words rumble from deep in my chest. I promise you that, Athena. One way or another, you will learn. You can't make me do anything. Athena spits the words, her golden green eyes flashing with that same stubborn defiance that's been driving me mad for days. Something inside me snaps. My wings spread wide as I slam her against the stone wall, pinning her wrist above her. The impact knocks a gasp from her lips, those full, pink lips that have been taunting me with every sharp retort. My hand moves from her jaw to tangle in those honey-blonde curls, yanking her head back as I claim her mouth with mine. There's nothing gentle about this kiss. It's all teeth and dominance, a punishment and a claiming rolled into one. She tastes like herbs and honey, and something darker that makes my blood sing. Athena fights me for a moment, her free hand pushing against my chest, but I press harder, using my height to tower over her. I drop her wrist, sliding my hand down to grip her hip, fingers digging into the soft flesh there as I pin her completely. A whimper escapes her throat, and the sound drives me wild. I deepen the kiss, my tongue demanding entry, showing her exactly who's in control. The scent of citrus and metal from my work mingles with her sweet fragrance, creating an intoxicating mix that makes my head spin. My wings curve forward, creating a cage of light gray feathers around us, blocking out the rest of the world. In this moment, she's mine. Not some delicate human to be protected, but a fierce little demon who needs to learn her place, beneath me, surrendering to me. When she finally kisses back, it's with the same fire she shows in everything else. Her fingers curl into my shirt, and she bites my lower lip hard enough to draw blood. The taste of copper fills my mouth, and I growl against her lips, pressing her harder into the wall. This isn't just a kiss. It's a battle for dominance, a statement of possession, and I intend to win. Athena gasps as I drop to my knees, the stone floor unyielding beneath me. Her shock is palpable, those golden green eyes wide with surprise. Good. I want her off kilter, unprepared for what I'm about to do. What are you? She starts, but I cut her off. What I want. My voice is a low growl, echoing in the silence of the workshop. And right now, little demon, this is what I want. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofproththea.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Proththea are waiting for you.
Prothea's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 11. Athena. The morning sun streams through the dining room's tall windows, catching dust motes that dance in the air. I push the eggs around my plate, my appetite lost somewhere between last night's dreams and the electricity that shoots through my skin every time I catch a glimpse of Uriel's massive wings folded behind him. My fork scrapes against the fine china. The sound makes me wince. Not hungry, little demon. Uriel's deep voice sends a shiver down my spine. I keep my eyes fixed on my plate, watching the way the yolk bleeds across the white plate. Just tired. But tired doesn't explain the way that I dreamed of him taking me, of how I'm still aching for him despite being able to feel his mouth between legs. Tired doesn't explain why I can still smell citrus and metal, or why my heart races every time his wings rustle. You should eat. He pushes a plate of bread closer, and I swear there is a flash of concern in his eyes. My fingers tremble as I reach for a slice, and I hate myself for it. This isn't me, this fumbling, nervous creature who can't meet someone's eyes. I'm fierce. I'm independent. I've set out to prove I don't need to be coddled as I always have, though that hasn't gone according to plan. But one touch from this Xaphan warrior has reduced me to this. A servant refills Uriel's cup with steaming tea, and I catch his reflection in the polished silver pitcher. His golden curls catch the light, making him look much kinder than a Xaphan should be. It's a lie. I've seen the cruel twist of his smile, the way his perfect features sharpen when he talks about humans, about my kind. My stomach clenches. I force myself to take a bite of bread, but it turns to ash in my mouth. What would Astrid say if she could see me now? My fierce older sister would probably tell me to get my head straight, to remember what I am and what he is. You don't even have to come to the workshop today, Uriel says, and I make the mistake of looking up. His golden eyes lock with mine, and for a moment I forget how to breathe. If you're too tired. I drop my gaze back to my plate, hating the heat that creeps up my neck. I know that he's wondering if he pushed me too far, but what I don't understand is why he cares. After breakfast, I duck outside. I need air. I need to think. I need to get away from Uriel for a minute. The garden offers little refuge from my thoughts, but at least the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers masks the lingering scent of citrus and metal. I sink onto a stone bench, trailing my fingers through the dark purple petals of flowers I don't know the names of. Running from him already? Raven's voice cuts through my solitude. She emerges from behind a twisted tree, her midnight hair a stark contrast against her dove-grey wings. Despite her limp, the one she tries so hard to hide, she moves with deadly grace. My cheeks burn. I'm not running. No? She drops onto the bench beside me, stretching her injured leg out. Could have fooled me. I watch her face, the sharp angles catching shadows in ways that make her look both beautiful and dangerous. Like everything in this realm. Does it hurt? Your leg? Her violet eyes narrow. We're not talking about me. She plucks one of the purple flowers, twirling it between her fingers. You know, in Xaphan culture, hiding from your host is considered deeply offensive. I'm not... I stop myself, because maybe I am hiding. I just needed some air. She tucks the flower behind my ear, her movements surprisingly gentle for a warrior. Did you know Zafan can sense emotions? The stronger the feeling, the easier it is to read. My stomach drops. They what? Oh yes, especially fear. Her lips curl into a smirk. And attraction. That's not funny. I'm not trying to be funny. She shifts, her wings rustling. Look, Athena, you're in our world now. You need to understand how we work. For instance, when a Zafan's wings flare out, that's either aggression or interest. There's no in between. I think about breakfast, about the way Uriel's wings had stretched wide when our hands brushed. Oh. And when we share food? She raises an eyebrow. That's not just hospitality. It's an offer of protection, of claiming. The bread from breakfast sits heavy in my stomach. Why are you telling me this? Because you're walking blind in a predator's den. She leans back, her face softening. And contrary to what you might think, not all of us want to see you fall. I twist my hands in my lap, trying to process everything Raven's told me. The garden's shadows stretch longer now, and somewhere in the distance, I hear the clang of metal from Uriel's workshop. Each strike makes my heart jump. My voice cracks. This isn't what I expected when I came here. Raven shifts closer, her wing brushing against my arm. The feathers are softer than I imagined. What did you expect? I don't know. To hate him. To be terrified. I pluck another purple flower, crushing its petals between my fingers until they stain my skin. To feel used. Back home, I was always locked away. My father was so worried that something would happen to me that he kept me locked up for the last year. I sigh. He hasn't been the tormenting captor you anticipated. Her violet eyes catch mine, and for once there's no mockery in them. I shake my head. That's because Uriel, for all his faults, is fiercely protective once he starts to let you in. And he's been letting you in since the second he saw you. The admission hangs between us. I glance at her leg, the way she keeps it stretched out, and something in my chest aches. Not the healer's instinct to fix, but something deeper. Understanding. How do you do it? I ask. Live in a world that sees you as less? Her laugh is sharp as broken glass. Who says they see me as less? She gestures to her weapons collection visible through the workshop window. I turned my weakness into strength, found my own way to matter. The question isn't what others see you as, Raven says, rising with fluid grace despite her injury. It's what you see yourself as. She tucks another flower behind my ear, this one blood red. And right now, you're seeing yourself all wrong. She's right, but I can't tell her why as she walks away. Can't admit that every time Uriel looks at me, I feel less like prey and more like something else, something dangerous, something that makes my skin burn and my heart race. As I walk back toward the house, I hear a noise. I follow it, heading around the side of the house until I spot Koros's massive frame bent over something small in one of the private courtyards. My breath catches. The Zafan, who usually towers over everyone, whose black and gold eyes strike fear into merchants, cradles what looks like a broken-winged bird in hands that could crush stone. His dark red hair falls forward, obscuring most of his scarred face as he works. I press closer to the window, fascinated by the contradiction before me. His fingers, thick as tree branches, move with the precision of a surgeon as he straightens the bird's wing. The creature doesn't struggle or cry out. Perhaps it senses the same thing I do. This gentleness that seems so at odds with his intimidating presence. Look at you. His deep voice rumbles through the glass, barely audible. Picked a fight with something bigger, didn't you? He reaches into his pocket and pulls out what looks like dried herbs, crushing them between his fingers before sprinkling them over the wing. The bird's feathers ripple with a soft golden light. Healing magic. My fingers itch to help, to learn, but I stay rooted in place. This feels private, like stumbling upon a secret that would shatter if discovered. Koros smooths down the bird's feathers with a single finger, his touch impossibly delicate. His wings, nearly as black as the shadows around him, curl forward like a protective shield around his work. For a moment, the fearsome weapons dealer vanishes, replaced by something else entirely. The bird gives an experimental flutter, and Koros's face transforms. His usual stern expression cracks into a smile that softens the brutal scars crossing his features. It's like watching a mountain crack open to reveal gems inside. I turn away before I get caught staring, but the moment stays with me. Are any of the Zafan as I expected them to be? And why am I so thrown off by it? Maybe it's because it's easier to handle hating them, to want to escape and go home. But last night and all day today has left me feeling conflicted. The workshop door creaks as I push it open. Heat rolls out in waves, carrying that familiar scent of citrus and metal that makes my pulse quicken. The setting sun streams through tall windows, painting the walls in shades of blood and gold. Uriel stands at his workbench, his massive wings spread wide as he leans over something that pulses with blue light. Magic crackles in the air, raising the fine hairs on my arms. His golden curls catch the dying sunlight, creating a halo effect that feels like a cruel joke given the predatory grace of his movements. I hover in the doorway, caught between fascination and fear. The dagger he's working on seems to sing, its blade drinking in the enchantments he weaves through careful gestures. Blue sparks dance along its edge, and I find myself drawn closer despite my better judgment. Come to watch, little demon? He doesn't look up, but his wings shift, adjusting their span. Raven's words echo in my mind, aggression or interest. My mouth goes dry. I'm ready to help, I manage, moving closer to the workbench. If you need it. You can just watch for now. His hands pause over the blade. If you want. I nod, moving closer to him and taking a seat. I watch the artistry in the way the magic flows, how it settles into the metal like frost patterns on glass. Each gesture of his hands weaves another layer of deadly intent, yet there's something almost hypnotic about the precision, the control. Show me? The words slip out before I can stop them. He's had me organising and cleaning, but I want to do more. Gods know he needs the help. His golden eyes lock onto mine, and that cruel smile curves his lips. Dangerous request. He steps aside, wing brushing against my shoulder as he makes space at the workbench. But then, you're not as fragile as you look, are you? The heat from the forge burns my cheeks, but I lean closer to him. The magic pulses around us like a living thing, and despite everything, despite knowing what he is, what he thinks of humans, I can't make myself step away, can't make myself stop this. Gods, what am I doing?
Chapter 12. Uriel. I pace the length of my chambers, wings twitching with restless energy. Even though it's been a full day, the taste of Athena lingers on my lips. So sweet, so pure. My fingers curl into fists as I remember how she moaned as I plied her body with pain and pleasure, how she rode my face until I was drowning in her, how I want nothing more than to have her straddling my mouth, suffocating me, until I use my last dying breath to make her come again. Damn! I slam my palm against the stone wall, welcoming the sting of pain. It does nothing to clear my head. I shouldn't have kissed her. I shouldn't have given in and had a taste of her. Yet the memory of her little gasps, the way she melted against me. My wings snap out, knocking a crystal decanter off the side table. It shatters, spilling purple liquid across the floor. The scent of aged amaranth fills the air, mixing with the metallic tang that always clings to my skin. I drag my hands through my hair, messing up the golden curls. The perfect image I maintain slips as I picture her face. Those golden green eyes wide with want, her honey blonde ringlets tangled from my fingers. Despite her fire, she's still such an innocent little thing, and I'd wanted to devour her whole. Still want to. My reputation, my position, everything I've built since retiring from the warrior ranks, none of it matters when she's near. One look from those doe eyes and I'm ready to burn it all down just to taste her again. A growl builds in my chest as I stalk to the window. The workshop lights glow in the distance where I should be working on commissions. But how can I focus on crafting weapons when all I can think about is the way she trembled in my arms? Little demon, I mutter, resting my forehead against the cool glass. She's made me weak and I hate it. Hate how much I crave her. Hate how I can't bring myself to regret crossing that line. How I want more. I trace my tongue across my bottom lip, chasing the last hint of her sweetness. The warrior in me knows I should end this now, before it goes further. The rest of me just wants more. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofproththea.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Proththea.
Prothea's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. I clean myself up and readjust my clothing, but the tension remains coiled in my muscles. My wings rustle as I resume my pacing, each step measured and precise despite the chaos in my mind. She's nothing. My voice echoes off the stone walls. A human. A bargaining chip. The words taste like ash on my tongue. I snatch a fresh decanter from the shelf and drink a generous measure, not bothering with the glass. The liquor burns, but it doesn't wash away the lingering sweetness of her kiss. My reflection catches in the window. Golden curls disheveled, eyes wild with something dangerous. I barely recognize myself. Where's the calculated warrior who's never lost control? The weapons maker whose name commands respect throughout New Solas? I roll my shoulders, stretching my wings until the joints crack. The gray feathers catch the lamplight, a reminder of everything that sets us apart. I'm Zafin. She's human. A means to an end, nothing more. You're getting soft. I drain the decanter and hurl it against the wall. The crash splits the silence, but the violence brings no satisfaction. She's a prisoner. And yet she's holding my mind captive. Her eyes haunt me. The way she looks at me with defiance, even as she yields. How she fights her own desire, making every surrender that much sweeter. My claws extend, scoring deep grooves in the windowsill. I'm above this. So many years of discipline, of maintaining perfect control, and one little human threatens to undo it all. My reputation means everything in this city. I won't let her ruin what I've built. My wings snap tight against my back as I straighten. I am a warrior, a weapons maker to the elite. I don't fall for human girls with honey blonde curls and soft curves. I don't yearn for the sound of their pleasure or dream of marking them as mine. Or that's what I tell myself. But soon the room is too empty, and I have to escape. The metal tang of my workshop calls to me. Perhaps I'll forge until dawn, let the heat and violence burn away these unwanted feelings. Better than staying here, surrounded by the ghost of her presence. I stalk through the covered walkway to my workshop, the morning air crisp against my wings. The scent of metal grows stronger with each step, grounding me. My sanctuary awaits, anvils, forge fires, and deadly steel. No soft curves or tempting lips to distract me. But the workshop feels empty. Wrong. Without her here. I decide that I'll teach her. She wants to learn the runes, and I can shower her that at least. Perhaps keep her in here more, where I am, where I can see her, where I can breathe in her sweet scent mixing with metal and smoke. I work harder, trying to shake out the pent-up feelings inside me, but I can't. This little human is nothing but trouble, and yet I can't let her go. I should auction her off, but the thought of anyone else having her makes me so furious my magic starts to flare in response. Maybe I should just give in. If I get her out of my system, I can find a way to move on. I work my jaw as I consider that. Perhaps it is the only way for me to be able to think clearly. I'll let out my base desires, and soon enough I'll tire of her surely. The resolution is shaky at best, so I focus on forging. I'll talk to her tomorrow, inform her of my decision. But right now, I am still alone, and the heat of the flames is nothing compared to the warmth of having her near, where I can protect her, where I can watch her, where I can pretend this obsession is just about keeping her contained. One that I can get rid of when a small part of me is screaming that I can't.
Chapter 13. Athena. The late afternoon sun streams through the workshop's high windows, casting long shadows across the weapon-lined walls. Uriel is gone, but he left Raven here to teach me more about weapons, ones he wants me to help forge. He says he'll teach me, but he can't seem to stay in the same room as me. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it. I trail my fingers along a row of curved blades, each one more wicked than the last. The metal gleams with an otherworldly sheen that speaks of Zaphan craftsmanship. Don't touch that one. Raven's wings rustle as she moves beside me, her violet eyes narrowed. That's a soul render. One nick and it'll drain your life force dry. I snatch my hand back. How can you tell the difference? See the blue tinge along the edge. She picks up the blade, her movements fluid despite the slight hesitation in her left leg. Regular blades don't catch the light like that. Here, this one's safer to handle. She passes me a shorter blade with intricate etchings along its surface. The weight settles perfectly in my palm, like it was made for me. That celestial silver won't kill you, but it'll still hurt like hell if you're not careful. A smirk plays across her angular features. Found that one in the ruins of an old temple. Nearly lost my other leg getting it. Is that how... I gesture to her left side. Her wings fold tighter against her back. Number that was... different. She moves to a workbench, easing herself onto a stool. Got cocky during a border skirmish. Thought I was invincible because I had magic on my side. Her laugh holds no humour. Found out the hard way that magic doesn't stop a demon's blade. I set down the dagger and join her. But you survived. Barely. Spent 6 months learning to walk again. She runs a hand through her midnight hair. The healers said I'd never fight again. Proved them wrong within a year. That's incredible. That's survival. She picks up a whetstone, testing its edge with her thumb. When you're born with these... She flexes her dove-grey wings. Everyone expects perfection. Can't let a little thing like a mangled leg stop you. The bitterness in her voice strikes a chord. I know what it's like to live under impossible expectations, to be seen as less than perfect. Sometimes proving them wrong is the best revenge. Her violet eyes lock onto mine, and something shifts in her expression. You understand more than most humans would. I shrug. I think most people underestimate me. She clears her throat. Well, let's get started then. I lean over the workbench, my honey-blonde curls falling forward as I trace the delicate runes with a sharpened, thin-point blade that channels magic since I have none. The symbols pulse with a faint blue glow, a simple enchantment meant to sharpen blades. My fingers hover over the final marking, the one that would complete the circuit of power. You're getting better at this, Raven says, watching from her perch. A familiar frustration bubbles up inside me. Always watching, always supervised. Never trusted to work magic alone, even though I can't actually cast any. I'm just the assistant, the human, the fragile one who needs protection. And Uriel hasn't bothered to show up. I don't know why that bothers me so much, but it does. In fact, I'm growing more annoyed by the second I realise I no longer want to be the perfect little rule-following human he expects of me. Maybe then he'll bother to show up if it's to yell at me. I drag the blade across the surface, deliberately angling the line wrong. The satisfaction is instant, sharp and sweet like stolen wine. The runes flicker, struggling to connect, before fading to dull grey. Failure. Oops. I widen my eyes, the picture of innocence. I must have drawn it wrong. Raven limps over, her wings casting shadows across the failed enchantment. The binding rune is off, see? She points to my intentional mistake. It needs to flow into the next symbol, not fight against it. I'll try again. But I won't. Not really. These small acts of rebellion are all I have. Tiny cracks in the perfect facade they expect me to maintain. I start fresh, moving over to begin against, and trying to ignore the thrill coursing through my veins. Each ruined enchantment is a silent scream against the cage of expectations. They see me as gentle, empathetic Athena, sweet little human who needs sheltering from the darkness. But I've seen enough darkness to know it lives inside me too. Raven's head tilts, those violet eyes narrowing as she studies my face. Her wings shift, casting new shadows across the workbench. You did that on purpose? What? No, I just... The lie tastes stale on my tongue. A wicked grin splits her angular features. Please, I know that look on your face. You're too precise to make that basic of a mistake. Heat creeps up my neck. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure you don't. She leans forward, midnight hair falling across her face. Want to know a secret? I screw with Uriel all the time. Sometimes I like to mix up his bookshelf or steal his favourite weapons. My mouth drops open. That must make him furious. Oh, he gets that way. She straightens, and I catch the slight tremor in her left leg before she shifts her weight. But what's he going to do? Stop letting his best weapons scout work for him. I just get so tired of being treated like I'll break. So break something of his instead. Raven picks up the blade, twirling it between her fingers. Much more satisfying. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, surprising me with its darkness. She hands me the blade with an exaggerated bow. Now finish up these runes properly this time, and let's go raid that special vintage he thinks I don't know about, the one he keeps behind the false panel in his office. How did you... She winks, her violet eyes sparkling with mischief. I make it my business to know where all the good stuff is hidden. Besides, what's the point of having a bad leg if you can't use it to gain sympathy and information? I make a few more right before I mess up another. It makes me grin, knowing how much it will piss Uriel off. But then, heavy footsteps echo through the workshop, and I freeze mid-rune. Koros fills the doorway, his massive frame blocking the light. One golden eye and one black fix on the workbench, taking in the covered workbench and failed enchantments. Those runes look wrong. His deep voice rumbles through the space. He moves closer, each step deliberate, his nearly black wings brushing the ceiling. Raven shifts, but doesn't rise from her perch. Just teaching the little human some basics. No! Koros traces the air above my latest attempt, his scarred face unreadable. She's breaking the flow on purpose. See how the lines cut against the grain? His mismatched eyes lock onto mine. Amateur mistake, or a clever one, depending on your goal. My heart pounds against my ribs. If you want to cause real trouble, he continues, running a hand through his dark red hair, target the stabilizing runes instead of the power channels. Harder to trace, and the effects are... A wicked grin splits his face. More entertaining. Raven barks out a laugh. Told you she was good. Good. but sloppy. Koros picks up the blade, his huge hands somehow gentle with the delicate piece. Watch. He draws a series of interconnected symbols, each one flowing seamlessly into the next. See how these connect? Break this one. He taps a specific rune, and the whole thing destabilizes, but it looks like natural wear. I lean closer, studying the pattern. Won't Uriel notice? Uriel notices everything. Koros's voice holds a hint of admiration. But I'm just teaching you how runes work. He hands me the blade. Try it. My fingers shake slightly as I copy his pattern. The runes glow faintly, pulsing with potential energy. At the crucial point, I let my hand slip, just so, creating a hairline break in the stabilizing symbol. The entire sequence flares bright blue before fizzling out with a sad sputter. Perfect. Koros's approval sends a thrill down my spine. Now that's how you cause chaos. And that's how I spend my afternoon, laughing with Koros and Raven, stealing Uriel's wine, and learning runes so well I know how to break them. By the time we get to dinner, I've managed to put how angry I am with Uriel out of my head. The dining room's warm glow can't mask the shadows that dance across Uriel's. As he comes in, though, wings spread wide in frustration. His golden curls catch the light from the enchanted chandelier, creating a halo effect that clashes with the cruel twist of his mouth. Every single enchantment. His glare sweeps across the three of us. Ruined. I thought you were learning how to do them right. I duck my head to hide my smile, pushing the roasted meat around my plate. Across the table, Raven catches my eye and takes a long, deliberate sip of wine, the special vintage we'd liberated earlier. Perhaps it's the blade that was faulty, Koros rumbles, his massive frame dwarfing the ornate dining chair. His wings, dark as pitch, twitch with barely contained amusement. Or the alignment of the stars was unfavourable. Uriel's golden eyes narrow. The stars? His lip curls. Since when do you believe in that nonsense? I'm expanding my interests. Koros's mismatched eyes glitter as he reaches for the wine. Very educational astrology. I hear Naomia is out of alignment with Illyria. Raven chokes on her drink, covering the sound with a cough that doesn't quite hide her laughter. Her midnight hair falls forward, shielding her face as her shoulders shake. Are you feeling unwell? I ask her with exaggerated concern, pressing my hand to my chest. Perhaps it's the alignment of the stars affecting your health. You're all impossible. Uriel drops into his chair, wings folding tight against his back. I don't know why I put up with any of you. Because we're delightful. Raven straightens, her violet eyes dancing. She shifts in her seat, and I catch the slight grimace as she adjusts her bad leg. And because no one else will trade you celestial weapons at such reasonable rates. Reasonable? Uriel scoffs, but the cruel edge of his smile softens slightly. You're practically thieves, the lot of you. Koros raises his glass in a mock toast. To daylight thievery and faulty enchantments. We clink our glasses together, 3 pairs of eyes meeting in silent conspiracy, while Uriel mutters about finding new suppliers. The wine tastes sweeter for being stolen, and the warmth spreading through me has nothing to do with alcohol. For the first time since coming to this place, I feel like I belong, not despite my imperfections, but because of them.
Chapter 14. Uriel. I push open the heavy workshop doors, the familiar scent of metal and magic greeting me. My latest masterpiece should be ready for collection tomorrow. A ceremonial blade commissioned by one of New Solus's Proththea. Normally I make these myself, but I left it to Raven to show Athena how to. I find Athena hunched over a different workbench, her honey blonde curls cascading over her shoulder as she focuses intently on what appears to be a simple dagger. The sight of her small form in my space sends an unexpected surge of something through my chest. But then I see it. My commission. The ceremonial blade lies twisted and warped on the main forge table, what should have been a crystalline edge now resembling melted glass. The runes pulse with sickly green light instead of the intended crimson. Dark energy crackles along its surface, eating away at the metal like acid. What happened here? The words come out as a growl. The blade will need to be completely redone, which I can do. But Athena was supposed to be learning. Athena lifts her head slowly, those golden green eyes on me. I don't know what you mean. Not that. I stride over to the ruined weapon, wings twitching with barely contained rage. This. The blade actually hisses when I reach for it, the reversed enchantment rejecting my touch. The runes are backwards. The whole enchantment is backwards. She purses her lips, taking it in like she didn't do it. I'm not sure. I lean in close, towering over her smaller frame. Then explain how this commission looks like it was dragged through the afterlife backwards. The fire in her eyes is so at odds with her natural sweetness, like summer flowers and smoke. It shouldn't please me, seeing a human so brave. But with her, it makes me want to screw the defiance out of her. Especially when I think she did this on purpose, since so many other runes have gone wrong at her hands. And why? To torment me? To push me? Because if she wants to see me mad, I'll show her what that will cost her. I don't know, she snaps, holding my gaze. Gods, she never backs down. But I can help you fix it. I bark out a harsh laugh. Fix it? Little demon, this blade is beyond fixing. The enchantment has corrupted the core metal itself. I'll need a new one. I stalk toward her, my wings spreading wide to block the workshop exits. Her small form backs up until she hits the workbench, tools clattering behind her. Her eyes flash, but she clearly didn't expect this reaction from me. It's the first time she's backed down, even a little. And it stirs something primal in me. You've been screwing with me. My voice drops low. Dangerous. I know it. I'm not. Her chin lifts, defiant despite the tremor in her voice. Why would I damage your work? I slam my palm against the bench beside her head, making her jump. She's bent backwards underneath me now. Because you're tired of being the sweet, helpless little human. Because you want to prove yourself. My other hand grips her chin, forcing those golden green eyes to meet mine. Or maybe you just wanted my attention. Her pulse races beneath my fingers. This close, I catch every detail. The slight flush creeping up her neck, the way her breath catches. Those damnable innocent curls framing her face. She's everything I despise about humans wrapped in a package that makes my blood burn. That's ridiculous. But her voice wavers, betraying her. Is it? I lean closer, my wings creating a dark canopy around us. Then explain why the runes are manipulated in a way that is precise, focusing on one band to create the desire effect. That takes skill, little demon. Deliberate skill. She tries to turn away, but I hold her firm. I didn't. Don't! The word comes out as a snarl. Don't insult me by lying again. You wanted to show me that you aren't some human to push around? Congratulations. You have my full attention now. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, caught between fear and that stubborn defiance that makes me want to break her. The workshop feels too small, too hot, the air crackling with unspoken tension. What are you going to do about it? She whispers. And there's a challenge in those words that sets my blood on fire. All mistakes get punishments, I snarl. I grip Athena's shoulders, pushing her down until she's on her knees before me. I expect resistance, tears perhaps, but her golden eyes gaze up at me, not with fear, but with a spark of defiance that sets my blood ablaze. Her honey-blonde curls cascade over her shoulders, framing her face in an innocent glow that belies the fire in her eyes. Gripping her hair, I jerk her head back. Open. The fire in her eyes makes me so hard, but her lips part. Saliva gathers on my tongue, and I open my mouth, spitting on her. I want to see her submit, to see her finally bend to me. But when she swallows with her mouth still open, like she's waiting for more, I doubt that will be the case, which makes me only want to push her harder. I arch an eyebrow, a cruel smile playing on my lips. Now, show me just how sorry you are for that blade. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofproththea.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Proththea.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothea's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 15. Athena. I lay in my bed, the silk sheets cool against my heated skin. The moonlight streams through my window, casting silvery patterns on the walls that remind me of Uriel's wings. My heart flutters at the memory of him towering over me, that perfect face twisted into something dangerous, yet captivating. I touch my wrist where his grip left phantom sensations, not bruises but the lingering imprint of control. The scent of citrus and metal still clings to my skin, and I breathe it in deeply. It's intoxicating how he made me feel, small yet cherished, controlled yet free. My golden green eyes drift closed as I replay his commanding presence. The way he moved with such fluid grace despite his imposing height. How his golden curls caught the light when he bent close to me. That cruel smile that should have frightened me but instead sent thrills down my spine. When he forced me to my knees, I shouldn't have felt excited. But I did. I loved feeling used by him, dominated by him. I loved seeing someone like Uriel lose all control because of me. I've spent so long trying to prove myself, to show I'm not some fragile thing to be protected. Yet with Uriel, submitting felt like strength. His dominance awakened something primal in me, something that recognized and welcomed the power he wielded. Rolling onto my side, I hug my pillow close. The gentle night breeze carries the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers through my window, but all I can focus on is the lingering essence of him. My body tingles with the memory of his presence, of how naturally I yielded to his will. I should feel conflicted about giving up control so easily. After all, I fought against being seen as helpless my whole life. But there was nothing helpless about how I felt with him. His dominance didn't diminish me. It elevated me, made me feel more alive than I've ever been. The morning sun streams through the dining room's tall windows as I pick at my honeyed bread. My mind keeps drifting to golden eyes and cruel smiles. Earth to Athena. Raven waves her hand in front of my face, her violet eyes narrowing. You've been staring at that same piece of bread for 10 minutes. I jump, nearly knocking over my tea. Sorry, I was just thinking about our resident weapon maker. She smirks, running fingers through her midnight hair. Your face goes all dreamy every time he enters your thoughts. Heat creeps up my neck. I don't know what you're talking about. Please. Raven stands, her dove-grey wings adjusting as she grabs my arm. Come with me. She pulls me from the dining room, her slight limp barely noticeable as she leads me to a secluded alcove. The morning light catches the silvery scars on her exposed forearms, battle marks she wears with pride. Listen. She leans against the wall, crossing her arms. I might like to screw with Uriel, but I do care about him. He's like the big brother I never had. So if you aren't interested in him, really not, then you need to tell him. Because this game you're playing, he's enjoying it too much. He's obsessed with me. My cheeks burn hotter. No, he can't. Oh, please. I see how he looks at you, like a predator sizing up prey. Her lips curl into a knowing smile. And you're not exactly subtle with those lingering glances. Raven, I cover my face with my hands. Don't be shy about it. Just know what you're getting into. She taps my chin, making me look up. He's possessive, territorial. Uriel might seem like to put up a front, but once he decides that something, or someone, is his, he doesn't let go. Ever. My breath catches. He hasn't claimed anything. Not yet. She winks. But don't let him if it's only going to get him hurt. Screwing is one thing, but for Uriel... She sizes me up, and I don't know how to feel about it. Just be honest with him. I press my cool hands to my flaming cheeks, unable to meet her gaze. The thought of Uriel's intensity, his complete control, the fact that he might really want me has me feeling overheated. Just remember, Raven adds, her voice softening. You may not have magic, but that doesn't make you powerless. Sometimes surrender is its own kind of strength. I ruminate over Raven's words after she walks away. What do I want? I've always wanted to feel in control of my own life, more independent. But the power I felt on my knees before Uriel yesterday, that's intoxicating. It takes me to Uriel's workshop, pretending to browse his collection of blades mounted on the walls. His presence fills the space behind me, a tangible weight of power and control. The scent of citrus and metal grows stronger as he moves closer. Need something, little demon. His voice carries that edge of danger that makes my skin tingle. I wonder how he feels about our encounter, about how he left me on the floor after he came down my throat. Just admiring. I reach up toward a particularly ornate dagger, letting my fingers slip on the hilt. It clatters to the floor with a metallic ring. Oh, I'm so sorry. His jaw tightens as I bend down slowly to retrieve it, knowing the leather pants show off all my curves. Maybe I'm playing with fire, but I want to feel that same thrill with him again. It's like he's the only one that really sees me and doesn't treat me like I am less than, like I'm breakable. And I want more. Careful with those. Golden eyes narrow as I smile at him over my shoulder. They're not toys. I place the dagger back, trailing my fingers along the blade. They're beautiful, though. The craftsmanship is... I knock over a small box of whetstones, scattering them across the floor. Oh no, how clumsy of me today. This time when I bend down, his massive frame towers over me. His shadow falls across my form as I gather the stones, taking my time with each one. You're playing a dangerous game. The words rumble from his chest. I glance up through my lashes, feigning innocence. I don't know what you mean. I'm just admiring your work. His wings spread slightly, the light grey feathers catching the workshop's glow. The gesture is pure dominance, a reminder of his otherworldly power. I straighten up, purposefully brushing against him as I move to place the stones back. Another accident sends them tumbling from my hands. Oops! I bite my lip, preparing to bend down again. His hand catches my wrist, grip firm but not bruising. Enough. I meet his gaze, heart racing at the barely contained hunger in those golden depths. His perfect features are twisted into something predatory, and I feel my breath catch. Is there a problem? I ask sweetly, testing the strength of his hold. His cruel smile emerges, transforming his angelic face into something deliciously wicked. You know exactly what you're doing, little demon. His fingers flex around my wrist. Since you're so intent on making messes in my workshop, you can clean it. All of it. The command in his voice shoots straight through me, igniting places I didn't know could burn. The defiance is still there, but I want the punishment that comes with it. I'm eager for the chance to prove I can take him again. I'm not your servant. I jerk my wrist free, rubbing the tingling skin where his touch lingers. His wings spread wider, casting dancing shadows across the workshop floor. No, you're a spoiled little human who thinks she can play games without consequences. Heat floods my cheeks. From anger or arousal, I'm not sure anymore. I'm not playing games. No. He steps closer, and my back hits the weapon rack. Then what do you call deliberately making messes in my space? I tilt my chin up, meeting those burning golden eyes. Maybe I'm just naturally clumsy. We both know that's a lie. His perfect features contort into a snarl. Clean it up. The authority in his voice makes my core clench, and I hate how my body betrays me. How dare he command me like this? How dare my treacherous flesh respond? And if I refuse? I press my palms against his chest, feeling the solid muscle beneath. What will you do if I don't? Punish me? His pupils dilate, swallowing the gold. For a heartbeat, I think he might actually show me exactly what punishment means. But then he jerks away, storming toward the door. His wings snap tight against his back, feathers bristling with barely contained rage. I watch him go, knowing why he fled. I felt his control slipping, saw the way his hands shook with the effort not to grab me. He's running from his own desires as much as mine. The door slams behind him, leaving me alone with scattered whetstones, racing pulse, and the maddening ache between my thighs.
Chapter 16. Uriel. I lean against the window frame of my study, a half-finished blade forgotten on my desk. The garden stretches behind the main house, vibrant and alive in the late afternoon sun. Raven's lounging on one of the stone benches, her dove-gray wings spread wide to catch the warmth. Her legs propped up, though she thinks I don't notice how she favors it. But it's not Raven who holds my attention. It's the little human who's managed to draw actual laughter from my usually sardonic friend. Athena kneels in the herb garden, those honey-blonde ringlets catching the light as she gestures animatedly. Her hands are covered in dirt, but she doesn't seem to mind as she shows Raven some plant or another. "You're telling me this tiny leaf can stop bleeding?" Raven's voice carries through the open window, thick with skepticism. "Only if you prepare it properly." Athena's smile lights up her whole face, those golden green eyes sparkling. Sometimes she looks so innocent, so pure. But her soft beauty doesn't show what lies beneath. She's dangerous, full of fire that I am willing to get burned by just to have her again. I can feel the threads of my control snapping. My fingers dig into the wooden frame. Humans shouldn't be allowed to look so clean, so untouched. In New Solus, they're all grime and desperation, fighting for scraps. But this one, she's like a porcelain doll someone left in my garden. Athena jumps up, brushing dirt from her skirts as she rushes to grab another plant. The movement sends a fresh wave of her scent toward my window. Honey and sweet herbs. My wings twitch, feathers rustling with the urge to swoop down and snatch her up. To see if she'd still laugh so freely with my hands around her throat. If she'd fight me or lean into it. "Little demon," I mutter, the nickname tasting different on my tongue today. Less mocking, more possessive. Below, she's showing Raven how to crush the leaves. Those delicate fingers working with surprising strength. Such gentle hands, meant for healing. I wonder how they'd feel clawing down my back instead. A cruel smile twists my lips. There's something intoxicating about the thought of corrupting all that sweetness, of teaching those healing hands how to hurt instead. I barely get any work done with them out there. My eyes stay on Athena until she and Raven are gone. Then I'm replaying that look on her face as I buried myself in her throat, how she tasted as she came on my tongue. I can't get her out of my head. By the time dinner rolls around, I know that I can't keep ignoring this, but I don't know what else to do either. I never thought I'd be so physically attracted to someone, but my body is igniting with a desire I've never felt as I exit the workshop and head into the main house. The dining room glows with golden light from the enchanted sconces when I enter. I sit at the head of the massive oak table, immediately trying to fix my attention on the rare delicacies Koros brought back from his latest trip, but my attention keeps drifting to the other end where Athena sits beside him. She's telling him about some healing potion she's perfecting, those small hands moving through the air as she explains. Her voice carries none of the tremor it held when she first met him. No more shrinking away from his hulking frame or averting her eyes from his scarred face. You should have seen the look on his face when the wound sealed. Athena beams up at Koros. I thought his eyes would pop out. Koros' deep laugh rumbles through the room. He leans closer, his massive frame dwarfing her. Show me tomorrow. Could use something for these old battle scars. My fork bends between my fingers. The metal groans, drawing Raven's attention from across the table. She arches an eyebrow, a knowing smirk playing at her lips. Of course! Athena's practically bouncing in her seat. Though some of them might be too old. Speaking of old, I cut in, my voice harder than intended. Koros, that blade you promised? His mismatched eyes meet mine, understanding flickering across his scarred features. Tomorrow, got something special. Athena touches his arm, actually touches him, to regain his attention. But first you're letting me look at that shoulder. I saw you favoring it earlier. Pride and possession war in me. She's flourishing here, growing bolder by the day, no longer the frightened little mouse who flinched at shadows. But watching her gentle confidence with Koros sets my teeth on edge. Makes me want to remind her who she belongs to. My wings spread slightly, casting deeper shadows across the table. Athena glances up, catching my stare. A blush creeps across her cheeks, but she doesn't look away. Little demon's getting braver indeed. I find her in my workshop the next morning, organizing my medical supplies with those precise, gentle movements. She doesn't hear me enter, too focused on sorting vials by color. The sunlight streaming through the windows catches in her hair, turning those honey blonde ringlets to pure gold. Playing healer, little demon? I know that she prefers it. She studied it. But she hasn't requested that I let her do more since she's been here. I'm not sure why I feel inclined to offer. She jumps, nearly dropping a bottle. I'm not playing at anything. Her chin lifts, defiant. Your organization system is atrocious. I close the distance between us, crowding her against the cabinet. I can't seem to help myself. Her breath catches, but she stands her ground. Is that so? Yes. She reaches past me for another vial, her arm brushing my chest. The contact sends heat racing through my blood. How do you find anything in this mess? I manage. I trap her between my arms, hands gripping the shelf on either side of her. Though I suppose I could use a healing touch. Her pulse jumps in her throat. Those golden green eyes dart to my lips before skittering away. Well, you could manage better if you let me. God's sake, get a room, you two. Raven's voice cuts through the tension. She limps in, throwing herself onto my office couch. Some of us are trying to work. You haven't worked a day in your life, I growl, but I step back. The loss of Athena's warmth is immediate. I work plenty. Raven stretches her wings, smirking. Speaking of work, Koros says your little healer promised to look at his shoulder. My little healer? The words come out as a growl. Athena slips past me, cheeks flushed pink. I did promise, and I'm not anyone's anything. Keep telling yourself that, sweetheart. Raven winks at her. Just try not to break our weapon maker here. He's been walking into walls since you arrived. I grab the nearest object, a leather-bound tome, and hurl it at Raven's head. She catches it with a laugh, but the movement makes her wince. Your leg's bothering you. Athena's there instantly, professional mask sliding into place, but her hands shake slightly as she examines Raven's injury, and I catch her stealing glances at me when she thinks I'm not looking. The air between us crackles with unspoken possibilities. Every accidental brush of skin feels like sparks against kindling, and I'm running out of reasons not to let it all burn. And for some reason, I don't have the sense to get rid of her. I'm growing far too addicted to Athena, lingering next to her all day. She stays in the workshop, and when she grows tired, I join her and Raven out in the chambers. Dinner is the same, with the three of them far too friendly and me feeling like I'm going to climb out of my own skin. By the time I get back to my chambers, I already know I won't be able to sleep. It's chased away by thoughts of golden green eyes and healing hands that should know better than to touch Xaphan so freely. I'm not even sure why I want her so much. She's such a delicate little thing, yet she dares to stand her ground, orders me around in my own workshop. The audacity makes my blood burn. I could break her. Show her what happens to humans who forget their place. But no, that's too simple, too quick. I want to watch that innocence crack slowly to see corruption seep in drop by drop until she's begging for it. Maybe I'll start with those gentle hands. Show her that they are just as good twined in my hair or pinned down by one of my hands. My wings snap open, feathers bristling at the thought of her pressed against my chest, those delicate fingers tracing battle scars instead of trying to heal them. Would she still look at me with that stubborn defiance if I showed her exactly what kind of monster she's with? I may call her a little demon, but now I want to make her earn the nickname properly. Strip away that healer's compassion until she's as cruel as the rest of us. Until those golden green eyes darken with the same hunger that keeps me awake at night. But slowly, carefully, I want to savor every moment of her fall, every crack in that pristine facade. I want to be the one who teaches her that healing isn't the only way to make someone scream.
Chapter 17. Athena. Raven's footsteps echo off the stone walls as she leads me through the mansion's twisting corridors, her dove-grey wings brushing against tapestries and ancient artwork. The deeper we venture into the east wing, the mustier the air becomes, thick with the scent of aged stone and forgotten spaces. Uriel never comes to this part of the house. Raven's violet eyes glint with mischief, too busy playing with his precious weapons to notice what's right under his nose. She pushes open a heavy wooden door, its hinges groaning in protest. Beyond lies a hidden courtyard that takes my breath away. High stone walls stretch toward the sky, their weathered faces draped in dark crimson vines with thorns as long as my fingers. The vines pulse with a faint purple glow, their magical nature evident in how they seem to absorb the sounds from outside. The perfect spot for a human to learn some real skills. Raven's angular features soften for a moment. She limps forward, her left leg dragging slightly on the stone tiles. No one to coddle you here. The courtyard itself is a fighter's paradise. Wooden practice dummies stand sentinel in one corner, their bodies scarred from countless blade strikes. Weapon racks line the walls, holding everything from simple wooden staves to wicked-looking curved daggers. Did you create this place? I run my hand along a rack of throwing knives, their edges gleaming despite the courtyard's shadowy atmosphere. Uriel axe put out by me, but he let me have it, helped me get everything set up here. Raven stretches her wings, the feathers catching what little light filters down from above. When you can't fight like you used to, you find new ways to stay sharp. She grabs 2 wooden practice swords, tossing one my way. Now, let's see what you're made of, little human. The weight of the practice sword feels foreign in my hands, but there's something thrilling about holding it. Here, away from my sister's protective gaze and my father's constant worry, I might finally have a chance to prove I'm more than just the fragile human they think I am. The practice sword whistles through the air as I swing, missing Raven by several feet. She doesn't mock my clumsy attempt, just adjusts my grip with calloused fingers. Your father would burst a blood vessel if he saw this. Raven circles me, her movements fluid despite her injury. Did I ever tell you about my first real battle? I was younger than you, fresh out of training, got stuck with guard duty at the gates of Ash. Another swing, another miss. Sweat drips down my spine. Keep your core tight, she says, demonstrating the proper stance. So there I was, bored out of my mind, when this massive shadow demon comes crashing through, 3 times my size, covered in barbs that could shred steel. She parries my next strike effortlessly. Everyone else froze, but me, I saw my chance. The next few exchanges leave my arms burning, but I manage to block 2 of her attacks. Better. Her violet eyes spark with approval. That shadow demon thought I'd be an easy target. Small, inexperienced. But that's the thing about being underestimated. It makes people careless. I press forward with a series of strikes she taught me, each one stronger than the last. The thorned vines pulse brighter around us, as if feeding off our energy. I didn't win that fight. Raven's midnight hair falls across her face as she demonstrates a defensive maneuver. Got thrown clear across the courtyard, but I got back up, kept that demon busy long enough for reinforcements to arrive. She taps my shoulder with her practice sword. Sometimes victory isn't about being the strongest, it's about being the most stubborn. The words sink deep into my chest. All my life I've been sheltered, protected, treated like glass that might shatter. But here, in this hidden courtyard, with Raven's battle-earned wisdom washing over me, I feel something shift inside. Each strike of wood against wood, each story of triumph and failure, builds something new in my bones. And this becomes our routine. Each morning, dawn breaks through my window, painting shadows across the wooden floor of my borrowed room. I slip from beneath the silken sheets, careful not to make a sound as I retrieve the practice dagger Raven gave me, dulled metal wrapped in leather strips. My muscles ache from yesterday's training, but it's a satisfying burn that makes me feel alive. In the mirror, my honey-blonde curls are a mess, but I don't bother fixing them. Instead, I focus on my stance, remembering Raven's instructions. Feet shoulder-width apart, core tight. The dagger becomes an extension of my arm as I move through the forms. Strike, block, pivot. The movements flow smoother each day, though I'm far from graceful. A bead of sweat rolls down my temple as I imagine opponents surrounding me. My reflection shows golden green eyes narrowed in concentration. A fire burning there I never knew existed. My nightdress swishes as I duck and weave, practicing the evasive maneuvers that could save my life. No magic to protect me, no sister or father to sweep in at the last moment. Just my own strength, my own will. The dagger whistles through the air. I catch a glimpse of myself mid-motion, chest heaving, cheeks flushed. For once, I don't see the soft, helpless human everyone else sees. I see someone becoming dangerous. A scrape on my knuckle from yesterday's session stings as I grip the dagger tighter. Raven says pain is a teacher, and I'm learning to welcome its lessons. Each bruise, each callus forming on my palms, marks another step away from the sheltered life I've known. In that hidden courtyard, under Raven's watchful eye, I'm not Ilreth's fragile daughter, or Astrid's baby sister. I'm just a warrior in training, learning to survive in a world that sees my humanity as weakness. The morning light grows stronger, and I know I'll need to leave soon. But I like this time in the morning to myself. It's helped center me. I tuck the practice dagger away beneath my mattress, my fingers lingering on its worn grip. Soon, I'll prove to them all that being human doesn't make me helpless. It makes me determined. I eat breakfast alone and then go to the workshop, which is empty. It's been so long since I've been without friends that it's jolting. But when the afternoon light slants through the window, I grin and head for the opposite side of the house. Sweat drips from my forehead as I collapse onto the stone bench beside Raven, my practice sword clattering to the ground. My muscles burn, but the pain feels different now, like a badge of honor rather than something to fear. You're getting faster. Raven stretches her wings, the dove-grey feathers catching the morning light. A grimace flickers across her angular features as she shifts her left leg. Almost took my head off with that last swing. Sure I did. I laugh, pulling my honey blonde curls away from my neck. I've seen you fight at half speed. You're still holding back. Maybe. Her violet eyes dance with amusement. But you're not the same scared little demon lord's daughter who arrived here. She reaches into her belt pouch and tosses me a water skin. You've got real fire in you now. The cool water soothes my parched throat. I've always had fire. Everyone was just too busy dousing it to notice, including a certain Xaphan who can't keep his eyes off you. Raven's sharp-tongued wit makes an appearance, her midnight black hair falling forward as she leans in conspiratorially. Heat rises to my cheeks, and not from exertion. Uriel has always brought out the worst in me. Please. She rolls her eyes. You two drag out your real selves. I never see him get into it, or enjoy it, as much as he does with you. He's just trying to keep me in line. But even the excuse sounds flimsy to me. If that's what you need to tell yourself, Raven's knowing smirk widens. Then yeah, he's just doing it to keep you in line. I fidget with the water skin, remembering how Uriel's golden eyes had lingered on me at breakfast this morning, how his cruel smile had softened just slightly when I'd matched his sarcasm with my own. It's different here, I admit quietly. With you and him, I feel more like myself. Raven's expression grows serious. Because we see you as you are, not what we think you should be. She clasps my shoulder with calloused fingers. Being human isn't a weakness. You just have to learn how to be a stronger version of you. And she's right. Being here, I've never felt like the fragile thing to be protected, which I always hated. I feel like I can learn to be my own person, instead of fighting to not be smothered by someone else. Since when did my cage become more comfortable than my home?
Chapter 18. Uriel. I lean against my workbench, watching Athena move through my workshop like she owns the place. The past few weeks, something's shifted. The rigid set of her shoulders has loosened, and that perpetual scowl she wore when I first brought her here has softened into something else entirely. She's still got plenty of fire, but that anger... She seems to have lost it. She seems to have lost her hate, her need to escape. Or maybe I'm just seeing what I want to. She reaches for one of my newly forged daggers, her honey blonde curls catching the lamplight. You're doing it wrong. Her fingers trace the ornate handle, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Am I now, little demon? I spread my wings, letting them cast shadows across the floor as I move closer. Please enlighten me on the proper way to forge weapons I've been making longer than you've been alive. The grip's too wide. She holds it up, those golden green eyes sparking with challenge. Unless you're making these for giants? I snatched the blade from her hand, my fingers brushing against hers. You're lucky I find your ignorance entertaining. And you're lucky I put up with your arrogance. She doesn't flinch or back away, but she also doesn't glare up at me like she used to. Instead, she steps closer, tilting her head back to meet my gaze. I always loved her fire, and it's still there, still fun to coax out of. I found it amusing, and as it became more and more of a turn-on for me, I found it annoying. But this... Seeing her both at ease and still arguing with me, it does something different to me. Something that hits the way it shouldn't. The scent of her, herbs and sunshine, mingles with the metallic air of my forge. My wings twitch with the urge to wrap around her, to see if she'd still maintain that defiant spark if I pulled her against me. Put up with me. I arch an eyebrow. Last I checked, you're the one who keeps finding excuses to be in my workshop. She spends all her time in here now, even though I only need her help some of the time, and I never send her away. A flush creeps across her cheeks, but her chin lifts higher. Someone has to make sure you don't hurt yourself with all these sharp objects. How thoughtful. I tap the dagger against my palm, And here I thought you just enjoyed our little debates." "Debates?" She laughs, the sound warming the cold space between us. "Is that what we're calling your daily attempts to prove you're right about everything?" The fire in her hasn't dimmed. It's evolved, burning brighter but steadier. Where once she would have spat those words with venom, now they dance between us like sparks from my forge, dangerous but beautiful. It's starting to really mess with me. I've never been one to smile, and yet I'm doing it every damn day. I swear this woman has cast a spell on me. When I head to my study, I'm all too eager to notice how she follows me. I drop into my chair, my attention drawn to her movements as she crosses to the small sitting area where I keep decanters of wine. There's something different in her stride now, a fluid confidence that wasn't there before. She's no longer out to break everything or avoiding the workshop. And me. I try not to think too hard about it. Is the red tonight? She doesn't wait for my answer, already reaching for the crystal decanter. Her fingers wrap around the neck with surprising delicacy, and she pours with the precision of someone who's learned the exact measure needed. The lamplight catches in her honey-blonde curls as she turns, transforming them into a molten halo. Even the way she holds the wine glasses has changed, one in each hand, balanced perfectly as she navigates between the scattered weapons and half-finished projects that litter my workspace. "You're staring." She hands me my glass, those golden green eyes meeting mine without hesitation. "Just noting how you've stopped treating my forge like it might bite you." I take a deliberate sip, watching as she settles onto my leather couch like she belongs there. Her legs curl under her, and she leans back against the cushions with an ease that makes my wings twitch. Maybe I've learned which parts actually might. She traces the rim of her glass with one finger. The gesture is oddly mesmerizing, controlled, almost teasing. "Getting comfortable here, little demon?" I tilt my head, studying how she's transformed my cold study into something warmer just by occupying it. Her lips curve into a smile that holds none of her old uncertainty. Should I not be? I can't help the smile that pulls at me. I don't think it would matter what I say. You do what you want. But deep down, the real answer is, I like seeing her comfortable here. I like arguing with her, and then seeing her smile after. I like the way she'll seek me out and not to snarl demands at me. I honestly like the dynamic between us, even if I still want her. But I've managed to hold back. I pretend to focus on my wine, but my eyes keep drifting to Athena as she stands. She's reaching for one book a few shelves up, stretching up on her toes. Her leathers pull tight across her curves, and the movement causes her honey-blonde curls to cascade down her back like liquid gold. Need help? I keep my voice neutral, though my wings spread slightly of their own accord. I can manage. There's that defiance again. She grabs a lower shelf for leverage, determination etched in every line of her body. The sight of her struggling stirs something primal in me. I could easily grab what she needs, or better yet, wrap my wings around her and lift her myself. But there's something captivating about watching her refuse to ask for help. I like to edge it out. I'd rather hear her beg. She shifts her weight, and the movement draws my attention to the gentle sway of her hips. The forge's heat has brought a flush to her skin, making her glow in the lamplight. When she finally grasps the book, a triumphant smile lights up her face. "See?" She turns, brandishing her prize, and catches me staring. "What?" I quirk a brow as I lean against the front of my desk. "Just wondering how many shelves you'll climb before admitting you need assistance." She crosses her arms. "I managed just fine." "So you did." My eyes track a bead of sweat as it trails down her neck, disappearing beneath her collar. The scent of her, herbs and sunshine, grows stronger as she moves closer, and my wings twitch with the urge to enclose her. She leans over to examine a blade on my desk, one I shout be sharpening, and her curls brush against my arm. The contact sends electricity through my skin, then I have to resist the urge to catch one of those golden ringlets between my fingers. Your edge is uneven, she points out, either oblivious to or deliberately ignoring the tension crackling between us. I force myself to focus on the weapon, not on how close she's standing, or how her presence makes my workshop feel smaller, warmer, more dangerous than any forge fire. But then a knock sounds on my workshop and Koros's voice carries in. Uriel! I fight the urge to groan when I want to pull her to me. You in here? Athena follows me back into the workshop and I nod to Koros. I got it. The merchant enters the room, his wings a dull gray that marks his common status. The moment his gaze lands on Athena, lingering too long on the curve of her hip as she goes to her workbench, something dark and possessive claws at my chest. The sword. My voice comes out as a growl as I turn and pick up his covered weapon. I step between them, wings spreading to block his view. You're here for the sword. Ah, yes. He tears his eyes away, but they keep drifting back to her. Though I didn't expect such pleasant company in a weapon forge. The metal handle of the blade creaks under my grip. Heat builds in my palms, magic responding to the urge to strike, to claim, to make it clear that she's not for his eyes to feast on. Your business is with me. I tower over him, letting my wings cast shadows across his face. The temperature in the workshop rises with my temper. Athena moves behind me, the sound of her clearing away instruments making my skin prickle. The merchant's gaze follows the sound, and a snarl builds in my throat. The price has doubled. The words slip out before I can stop them. What? His wings ruffle in indignation. But we agreed. Triple. If you keep staring at what isn't yours. The threat in my voice finally registers. His wings fold tight against his back, a submissive gesture that does little to calm the possessive rage burning through my veins. I want to wrap Athena in my wings, to hide her from every other set of eyes in this cursed city. The need to possess her, to make her submit only to me, burns hotter than my forge. I like that she fights me, that she makes me work for every inch of this relationship, but only me. The merchant leaves with his overpriced sword, and I'm left wrestling with this overwhelming desire to keep her caged in my workshop, safe from prying eyes and wandering hands. The rational part of me knows I have no right to these feelings, but the darker part, the part that's pure, Zaphan warrior, wants to mark her as mine in ways that would make even demons shocked.
Chapter 19. Athena. Sweat trickles down my spine as I circle Raven in the stone courtyard. My muscles burn from the past hour of training, but I refuse to give up. The Zaphan warrior's violet eyes track my movements, her midnight hair whipping around as she pivots to match my steps. Come on, little human. Show me what you've got. Her lips curl into that familiar smirk. You won't hurt anyone with those baby punches. I lunge forward, aiming for her left side where I know her old injury makes her slower. Raven's dove-grey wings snap out for balance as she twists away, but I manage to clip her shoulder. Better. She grabs my arm and flips me onto my back. The impact knocks the air from my lungs, but still too predictable. A deep chuckle echoes across the courtyard. I crane my neck to see Koros's massive frame blocking the archway, his mismatched eyes gleaming with amusement. His dark red hair catches the afternoon light as he crosses his arms over his broad chest. Don't stop on my account. His scarred face breaks into a rare grin. This is far more entertaining than watching the market squabbles. Koros! I scramble to my feet, face burning. I thought you were meeting with Uriel today. Finished early. He spreads his nearly black wings, casting a shadow over half the courtyard. Raven's right, though. You telegraph your moves. Then help me fix it instead of standing there like an oversized Rono. I plant my hands on my hips. Raven barks out a laugh. Watch it, she's getting feisty. She winks at me. She's been learning from the best. Good. Koros steps into the training circle, his presence making the space feel suddenly smaller. A healer needs bite. Show me your stance. I shift into position, and his massive hand adjusts my elbow. Despite his intimidating size, his touch is gentle, like a wild animal being cautious with a child. Now, he rumbles, let's work on making those punches count. So I do what he says. It's funny that after spending so long afraid of Koros, I'm not more than comfortable as he teaches me. Plant your feet wider. Koros circles me, his wings brushing the stone. Your size is an advantage if you know how to use it. I adjust my stance, heart pounding as the massive Zaphan steps closer. Even Raven, who's no delicate flower, looks small next to him. His black and gold eyes scan my form with the precision of a master craftsman examining his work. Like this, lower. His calloused hand cups my elbow, guiding it down. The gentleness in his touch surprises me. Keep your center of gravity close to the ground. Most opponents will try to use their height against you. Raven leans against a pillar, arms crossed. Show her that move you used on those smugglers last week. The throat strike? Koros's scarred face breaks into a wicked grin. Might be too advanced. I can handle it. I straighten my spine, chin lifted in challenge. He studies me for a moment, then nods. Watch closely. Koros demonstrates the move in slow motion, his massive frame flowing with unexpected grace. His dark red hair falls forward as he ducks under an imaginary opponent's guard, wings tucked tight to avoid telegraphing the movement. The key is misdirection. He beckons me closer. Make them think you're going for the obvious target, then strike where they're vulnerable. His hands position my arms, adjusting my fingers into proper form. Despite his intimidating size, each touch is measured, careful. Most fighters expect you to attack head-on. He taps my shoulder. But you're quick, smaller. Use that. Slip past their defenses while they're busy watching for the obvious hit. I mirror his movements, muscle memory building with each repetition. The afternoon sun catches his wings, revealing subtle patterns in the near-black feathers, like oil on water. Good. His approval rumbles through his chest. Again, but faster this time. I practice the move again, this time with more confidence. Koros shifts his weight, deliberately leaving an opening. When I dart forward, he makes an exaggerated gasp. Oh no, the tiny human's got me. His massive frame topples backward, wings splaying out like a startled bird. The nearly black feathers fan across the ground as he clutches his chest. My reputation, ruined by a healer half my size. A laugh bursts from my throat. You're worse than those theatre performers in the market square. Koros rolls onto his side, his dark red hair falling into his face as he props his head on one hand. I'll have you know I considered a career in dramatics before settling on weapons trading. His mismatched eyes sparkle with mischief. Get up, you oaf! Raven kicks his boot. You're going to crush your primaries flopping around like that. He springs to his feet with surprising agility for someone his size. Can't let a little thing like dignity get in the way of proper training. His scarred face breaks into a genuine smile, the kind that transforms his intimidating features into something almost boyish. Again? I bounce on my toes, energized by his playfulness. Always ready. He settles into a fighting stance, but I catch the way his wings twitch. He's planning something. I circle him carefully, looking for an opening. When I spot his weight shift slightly, I dart in, only to have him spin away with a pirouette that sends his wings swooshing dramatically. Such grace! He twirls again, looking ridiculous for someone built like a war machine. Such elegance! Stop dancing and fight me properly. But I'm laughing too hard to sound stern. As my lady commands. He bows with flourish, nearly smacking Raven with his wing. She ducks, cursing. I swear by Solus, Koros, if you molt all over this courtyard with your theatrics. Worth it. He winks at me with his golden eye, then assumes an absurdly formal stance. Now, show me that move again, this time with feeling. He pushes me just as hard as Raven, though he keeps it light with jokes. By the time we have a chance to rest, I'm covered in sweat and bruises, scrapes along my skin that makes me wince. Koros settles on the stone steps, his massive frame making the stairs look like children's blocks. His wings drape behind him like a dark cloak as he passes me a water skin. You think this is bad? He gestures at my scraped knees. When I first started training, I knocked myself out cold trying to do an aerial maneuver. Woke up with half my feathers bent the wrong way, and my instructor laughing so hard he cried. I take a long drink, studying the way his scars crinkle when he smiles. One cuts deep across his jaw, pale against his tan skin. What happened then? Kept at it. He runs a hand through his dark red waves, his mismatched eyes distant with memory. Though I did learn to practice over water after that. Softer landing. Raven snorts from her perch on the wall. Tell her about the time you got your wings tangled in those market banners. That was different. His black eye catches the light like obsidian, while the golden one sparkles with mirth. Those banners were clearly possessed by malevolent spirits. Right. She stretches her dove-grey wings. The spirits made you crash into 3 fruit stalls and end up wearing half a melon as a hat. I bite my lip, trying not to laugh at the mental image of this mountain of a Zaphan covered in fruit pulp. He catches my expression and clutches his chest. Betrayed by my own student. His massive wings droop dramatically. After I shared my deepest shame. Please, I lean forward, tell me more about these possessed banners. His face lights up, transforming those intimidating features into something warm, almost childlike. Well, since you asked so nicely. He launches into the tale, his hands painting pictures in the air as he describes his younger self's misadventures. I find myself relaxing as he talks, the earlier tension from training melting away. It's strange. When I first met him, his size and those battle scars terrified me. Now I see how his hands, capable of crushing stone, are gentle when he demonstrates a move. How his fearsome appearance hides a soul that delights in making others laugh.
Proththea is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofproththea.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Proththea's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 20. Uriel. While Athena and I have fallen into a rhythm, she still finds a way to grate on my nerves and excite me. I wonder if that will ever stop, and I find myself hoping it won't. I slam the door of my workshop behind me, the hinges rattling. The little demon trails after me, her honey-blonde curls bouncing with each determined step. Storming away from me isn't going to work. Athena's chin tilts up, those golden green eyes blazing. I deserve to go to the market with you. I'm not a child. No? I spread my wings, blocking her path to my workbench. Then stop acting like one. New Solas isn't safe for humans. I've lived through worse. She plants her hands on her hips. The late afternoon sun streaming through the windows catches her hair, and it is distractingly beautiful how it highlights her. I can handle myself. A growl builds in my throat. You think because you patch up a few scrapes, you know how dangerous it is? I lean down, bringing my face closer to hers. The things I've seen would give you nightmares. She scowls. You underestimate me. And then slightly lower, with just a touch less bite, she says, I thought you wouldn't do that. The fire in her eyes, the way her chest rises with each angry breath, it drives me crazy. I want to shake her, kiss her, both. You're too precious to risk. The words slip out before I can stop them. I'm not some delicate flower. She steps closer, jabbing a finger into my chest. And you don't get to decide what I can and can't do. My wings curl forward instinctively, creating a cocoon around us. The scent of her mingles with the metallic tang of my workshop. Watch your tone, little demon. Or what? A smile tugs at the corner of her mouth, challenging me. I catch her finger before she can poke me again, wrapping my hand around hers. You're playing with fire. Maybe I like getting burned. She grins up at me, all sass and defiance. The tension crackles between us like lightning before a storm. My free hand itches to grab her, to show her exactly how dangerous I can be. But that smile of hers, equal parts sweet and wicked, keeps me rooted in place. The defiance rolling off her small frame hits me like a physical force. Where others would cower, she stands taller. My wings cast shadows across her face, but those golden green eyes still gleam with challenge. Damn, she's beautiful when she's angry. You think those wings scare me? Athena's lips curve into a smile that's pure sin. I've been living with demons my whole life. I drag my thumb across her captured hand, feeling her pulse race beneath her skin. The anger is twisting into something else, something more deadly. Then you should know better than to provoke one. Her free hand reaches up, fingers hovering near my wing. Or maybe you're not as scary as you think you are. Blood rushes in my ears. No one touches my wings. Ever. But I don't stop her. Her fingertips graze the edge of my feathers, sending electricity down my spine. Careful, little demon. My voice drops lower, rougher. The warrior in me wants to pin her against the nearest wall, show her exactly why creatures fear me. The man in me wants something else entirely. She stretches up on her toes, bringing her face closer to mine. Or what? Her eyes dart down to my mouth and back up. What will the big bad Xaphen do? A growl tears from my throat. My wings snap forward, caging her completely. The movement brings her flush against my chest, and I feel every soft curve press against me. Her breath catches, but that fierce light in her eyes only burns brighter. You have no idea what you do to me. I release her hand to grip her waist instead. How much control it takes not to... Then stop controlling everything. She fists her hands in my shirt, pulling herself even closer. Especially me. The scent of honey and herbs surrounds me, making my head spin. Every instinct screams to claim, to possess. She's too pure, too good for the darkness inside me. But the way she looks at me, like she sees past the monster to something worth wanting, makes me forget why I've been holding back. Her chest rises and falls in quick, angry breaths. Or maybe it's the arousal that I'm certain I see written across her face. Blood pounds in my ears, drowning out whatever argument she's making. All I can focus on is the way her bottom lip trembles, how her fingers dig into my shirt, like she wants to tear it off. You're not listening to a word I'm saying. Athena's cheeks flush a deeper pink. A stray curl falls across her face, and it takes every ounce of control not to brush it away. I hear you. My voice comes out rougher than intended. I just don't care. She makes a sound of pure frustration, yanking harder on my shirt. The movement pulls her up on her toes, pressing those soft curves harder against me. My wings twitch, instinctively tightening around us. You're impossible. Her breath fans across my throat. Arrogant. Stubborn. Keep going. I slide my hand from her waist to the small of her back. Tell me what else you hate about me. Gods, it shouldn't turn me on so much to see her this worked up. But I love how she is with me. She gives me parts of herself no one else gets to see. And her submission is so much sweeter when I have to force it from her grip. I don't. She cuts off with a gasp as my fingers trace her spine. That's not fair. The scent of honey grows stronger as her skin heats. My other hand finds her hip. And damn if she doesn't fit perfectly in my grip. The warrior in me wants to dominate, to show her exactly why she shouldn't challenge me. But there's something intoxicating about her fire, the way she meets my gaze without flinching. What's not fair? I drag my thumb along the strip of skin where her shirt has ridden up. This? Her pupils dilate, golden green nearly swallowed by black. You can't just... She swallows hard. You can't touch me like that and expect me to stay angry. Maybe that's the point. I lean down until our foreheads nearly touch. The metal and citrus of my workshop fades beneath the sweetness of her scent. Maybe I'm tired of fighting. Her fingers uncurl from my shirt, sliding up to my chest. The touch burns even through the fabric. Then stop fighting. I could give in and take her like I know we both want. And while my body is screaming at me to do it, to punish the little demon and show her exactly how her defiance makes me feel, the other part is holding back. I've never wanted someone the way I want her. And knowing that I forced her here, that she would run given the chance, it has me recoiling, unable to give in fully. Maybe I have a shred of decency in me still. Or maybe I'm too damn stubborn to take risks like I used to. But I just can't cross that line thinking she hates me still. I'll take her anger, her fire. But there's a pang in my chest when I consider it's coming from a place of hate. I drop my hands from her waist like her skin burns me. I see the shock register over her face as I take a step back. And though I'm aching for her, I know now that giving it won't help me. It will only cement this addiction I've been trying to fight. But how much longer can I keep going? At least for tonight, I decide. Screw this! I spin away from her, wings snapping tight against my back. Where are you going? Her footsteps follow, those damn honey-sweet curls probably bouncing with each step. We're not done. Yes. My knuckles go white against the wood. We are. She grabs my arm, her small hand barely wrapping halfway around my bicep. The touch sends electricity through my veins, and I jerk away before I do something we'll both regret. Coward. The word hits like a blade between my shoulders. You can't even look at me. I whirl around, baring my teeth. You want me to look at you? My wings spread wide, casting shadows across her face. You want me to show you exactly what happens when you push a Zaphon too far? But she just lifts her chin, those eyes reflecting golden in the fading light. No fear, no submission. Just pure, maddening defiance. I want you to be honest. She steps closer and I retreat. For once, the distance between us burns like acid. Every instinct screams to close it, to cage her against the nearest surface and make her understand exactly what she's playing with. Instead, I stride toward the door. Where are you going? Her voice cracks on the last word. I pause, hand on the doorknob. The metal groans under my grip. Out! The door slams behind me hard enough to rattle the windows. Her scent, honey and herbs and everything pure I don't deserve, follows me into the evening air.
Chapter 21. Athena. The dust motes dance in the late afternoon sunlight streaming through the study windows as I run the cloth over the polished wood shelves. The scent of leather-bound books and citrus mingles with the metallic tang that always clings to Uriel. He is in the workshop with a supplier, which is why I've been sent back here to clean. He doesn't like me around other Zafan, though I do not know why. The price is too high for subpar quality. His voice carries that edge of authority that makes most people flinch. I won't accept anything less than pure shadow steel. I keep my movements quiet, methodical. The shelf before me holds an impressive collection of weapon designs, each sketch more intricate than the last. My fingers itch to examine them closer, but I don't take them. I'm not sure where I stand with Uriel right now, and it's left me on edge. I know he's attracted to me, but I never thought a Zafan would hold back. I don't get it, and it's left me thinking about him too much. Send me a proper sample first. Uriel's voice is filled with annoyance, though they sound far enough away that I risk crossing the hall into the other study. I won't waste... He stops mid-sentence, and I feel the weight of his golden eyes on my back. I guess I misjudged that, not through the threshold yet. Who's that? The supplier's voice is far too close, but I don't turn to look at him. I keep going into the other room. Didn't know you kept company. My cheeks burn as I start dusting, trying to make sure I'm out of sight. The silence stretches for a heartbeat too long. Just some human worker. Uriel's voice drops several degrees. Nothing more than that. The words hit like a slap. My hands freeze on the shelf, the cloth suddenly heavy in my grip. Of course. Now everything makes so much more sense. What else would I be to someone like him? Just another human, practically a stray animal in his eyes. Ah, the supplier chuckles. Keeping the place tidy, is she? Let's focus on business. Uriel's tone cuts through any further discussion about me. The shadow steel. When can you deliver a proper sample? I force myself to keep cleaning, even as my throat tightens. Each movement feels mechanical now. I'd been feeling more and more comfortable here, happy even, but now that feels shattered by those casual, cutting words. The worst part is how much they shouldn't hurt. I'm well aware of how most Zafan view humans, but somehow, coming from him... I wait for the sound of the door shutting to come out. The workshop is empty, and I take the opportunity to slip back into his mansion. The afternoon light filters through the tall windows, casting long shadows that seem to mock my retreat. My chest feels hollow, like someone scooped out everything warm and soft inside. In my room, I sink onto the window seat, drawing my knees to my chest. The plush cushions that once felt luxurious now feel like they're trying to swallow me whole. Outside, a flock of star wings wheels across the sky, their iridescent feathers catching the light, free, unburdened, unlike me. Just some human worker. His words echo in my head, each syllable carving deeper wounds. My fingers trace the intricate embroidery on my sleeve. Clothes he provided, probably just to keep up appearances. Everything feels tainted now. The healing supplies I'd organised in his workshop this morning, the meals I'd shared at his table, the way he'd brush his wing against my shoulder when passing by. Was it all just a master tolerating a useful pet? I had told myself so many times that he was cruel, that I shouldn't get attached. I swore that I could give in to the attraction without my heart getting involved. Clearly I was wrong. A sob catches in my throat, but I refuse to let it escape. Astrid would laugh at me for being so naive. She always said I was too soft, too quick to see good in others. But I really thought I'd found somewhere I belonged. Someone who saw past what I was born as. The room grows darker as the sun sinks lower, but I can't bring myself to light the crystal lamps. Their warm glow would feel too much like comfort I don't deserve. My golden green eyes reflect in the window glass, and for the first time, I hate how human they look. How they mark me as lesser in this world of perfect, powerful beings. Nothing more than that, I whisper to my reflection, tasting the bitterness of truth. The honey-blonde ringlets I'd carefully styled this morning now hang limp around my face, as deflated as my spirit. Is this how all of them see me? Raven and Koros, do they just tolerate my presence because he does? My hands clench in my lap. The healer in me wants to find a way to mend this hurt, but some wounds cut too deep for bandages and poultices. I hide out for a full day before I know I have to leave. I don't want anyone to come after me, so I drag my feet across the training yard's packed dirt, my usual enthusiasm for these afternoon sessions completely drained. The wooden practice sword feels far too heavy in my hands. Even the gentle breeze carrying the scent of wild roses from the garden fails to lift my spirits. Your stance is all wrong. Raven's violet eyes narrow as she circles me, her midnight hair whipping in the wind. You're practically begging someone to knock you over. Koros looms nearby, his massive frame casting a shadow across the yard. One of his dark wings twitches as he watches me fumble through the basic forms. I've seen newborn lunixes with better coordination, Raven quips, but her smile holds no malice. What's eating at you? I attempt the defensive stance she taught me last week, but my movements lack their usual precision. Nothing. I'm fine. And I'm the queen of new solace. Raven exchanges a look with Koros. His mismatched eyes, one black as void, one molten gold, soften with concern. You're broadcasting misery like a beacon, Koros rumbles, his deep voice gentler than his intimidating appearance would suggest. He sets aside his practice blade and drops onto a nearby bench, the wood groaning under his weight. Maybe we should take a break. Raven sits down on the grass next to him, grinning up at Koros. Let me tell you what he did at the market the other day. She launches into a tale that I barely listen to, standing a distance away from them as they both grin and talk. Usually their banter would have me giggling, but today it just reminds me how out of place I am in their world. These powerful, immortal beings spending their time with... What did Uriel call me? Just some human worker. Sighing, Raven gets to her feet and has me run the defensive stances again. Here. Raven steps closer, adjusting my grip on the sword. You're thinking too much. Let your body remember the movements. But all I can think about is how her wings, soft dove grey in the afternoon light, mark her as belonging to this world in a way I never will. Deciding to demonstrate the move instead, Raven lunges forward with her practice sword, but Koros dramatically throws himself backwards, his massive frame hitting the dirt with enough force to shake the ground. His wings flare out, stirring up clouds of dust as he clutches his chest. Oh, the agony! He rolls onto his side, his dark red hair now streaked with dirt. Defeated by such a tiny opponent. His mismatched eyes catch mine, and for a moment, a flicker of warmth cuts through my melancholy. But then, doubt creeps in. Is this how they really see me? Some amusing little human to be coddled and entertained. Get up, you great lump! Raven prods him with her boot, her violet eyes dancing with mischief. You're scaring the flowers. The flowers appreciate my theatrical talents. Koros remains sprawled in the dirt, his nearly black wings spread like a fallen angel's. My grip tightens on the practice sword. Once their playful banter would have lifted my spirits. Now each joke feels like it might have a hidden barb, a reminder of what I am and what I'm not. Raven's smile fades as she studies my face. Her dove-grey wings shift restlessly, a tell I've learned means she's worried. She exchanges a glance with Koros, who finally pushes himself up, leaving a Koros-shaped impression in the dirt. Athena, he rumbles, brushing off his clothes. Whatever's weighing on you. I should go. The words come out sharper than intended. I have duties to attend to, worker things. Koros winces at my tone, his scarred face creasing with concern. Even that hurts. Their pity feels like another reminder of my place here. Athena. Raven starts, but I'm already backing away, my practice sword forgotten in the dirt. Their worried looks follow me across the training yard, but I can't bear their kindness right now. Not when every interaction feels tainted by doubt, every friendship questioned through the lens of Uriel's dismissive words.
Chapter 22. Uriel. I notice the shift in Athena immediately. My little demon's fire has dimmed to embers, leaving behind a shell that drifts through my halls like morning mist. Her honey-blonde curls hang limp around her face, those striking golden-green eyes downcast as she traces the same path between her room and the kitchen, day after day. It feels sudden, and I can't place what must have happened, but she is so different now in a way that hits me hard, like it is my fault. The silence unnerves me more than her previous attempts at escape ever did. No more testing the boundary. No more clever verbal sparring over breakfast. No more threats to poison my morning tea. Threats that had made me laugh despite myself. I catch glimpses of her through doorways and around corners. Her soft figure moves without purpose now, shoulders curved inward as if bearing an invisible weight. The sight stirs something uncomfortable in my chest. This isn't the fierce little human who'd fought me, who snarled in my face like I wasn't a fearsome Zaphan warrior a week ago. My wings twitch with restless energy as I watch her from my study. She walks through the workshop, where she has been less and less over the last few days, a book clutched to her chest like a shield. The sunlight streaming through the windows catches her hair, turning it to spun gold for a brief moment. But there's no light in her eyes anymore. "Going somewhere interesting?" I call out, keeping my tone light. She pauses, not turning to face me. "Just the library." No sharp retort. No biting comment about my supposedly lacking book collection or my nosy tendencies. Just 3 quiet words before she steps outside, the door closing behind her. I drum my fingers against my desk, the perfect stillness of my features marred by a frown. I'd wanted her tamed, not broken. This ghost wearing Athena's face leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. The door opens again and I catch Raven's scent, steel and leather, before I see her. She leans against the doorframe, her violet eyes narrowed as she watches me with an expression I can't read. "Your little human's lost her spark." Raven's midnight hair falls across her face as she tilts her head. "What did you do?" "Nothing." I spread my wings, the light gray feathers catching the morning sun. I don't know why she's acting like that. "That's Zarin stuff." Raven limps into my study, dropping into the leather chair across from me. "You've got that look." "Oh. What look?" "Like you want to hunt down whatever's hurting her and tear it apart." She props her boots on my desk, ignoring my glare. "But you can't because you don't know what it is, and that's eating you alive." My fingers curl into fists. I pushed her, tested her limits, but I never... The words stick in my throat. She fought back before, called me every creative curse she could think of. Now she won't even look at me. Maybe she finally realized she's trapped here with a possessive Zaphan who treats her like a particularly interesting pet. Raven's voice cuts like a blade. She's mine to protect. Heat floods my veins. To keep safe. To control? Raven's violet eyes flash. You're practically radiating jealousy right now. Whatever's got her attention isn't you, and it's driving you mad. I don't... Save it. She stands, favoring her good leg. Cool it with the territorial nonsense before you make things worse. She's not some weapon you can forge and shape to your will. The truth in her words burns worse than poison. I've never cared what humans thought before. Never wanted one's attention, their fire, their fight. But watching Athena retreat into herself feels like watching the sun go dark. I try to give her time, but when I walk in for dinner, I know it hasn't helped. Athena occupies the seat to my right, close enough to watch, far enough to maintain the illusion of proper distance. The table stretches empty beyond us, a wasteland of polished mahogany and untouched place settings, Of course, Raven would force me alone with her after our conversation earlier. My own plate sits forgotten as I observe her delicate hands push a piece of roasted meat from one side to the other. The silverware scrapes against fine porcelain, the sound grating against my nerves. She hasn't taken a single bite. The cook will be insulted. I reach for my wine glass, the deep red liquid catching the light. He spent hours preparing this feast. Her fingers tighten around the fork. I'm not hungry. The words lack their usual fire. No cutting remarks about being force-fed like a prized pet. No clever observations about poison being an effective appetite suppressant. Just quiet defeat. My wings shift against the high-backed chair, feathers rustling with irritation. I've never seen her yield, not once, yet here she sits, diminished. The golden green eyes that once sparked with defiance stare listlessly at her plate, as if the answers to her freedom might be found in the arrangement of vegetables. Something twists inside me, sharp and unexpected. It's the same sensation I get when I find a flaw in a newly forged blade, the knowledge that something perfect has been marred. Eat, I command, my voice harder than intended. The word echoes in the cavernous dining room. She flinches. Actually flinches. The reaction hits me like a physical blow, and that thing in me twists tighter. Her fork moves mechanically to her lips, taking the smallest possible bite. She chews without tasting, swallows without enjoyment. It's a hollow victory that leaves an ashen taste in my mouth. The flames flicker, casting strange shadows across her face. For a moment she looks like a broken toy, beautiful, fragile, and utterly lifeless. I grip my wine glass tighter, the stem threatening to snap under the pressure of my fingers. The rest of dinner is silent, and after, when she leaves, I sit staring at her still full plate for too long. The feeling I've been trying to ignore worsens and twists until I am up out of my seat and following her. I won't keep letting this go on. I catch her in the darkened hallway before she can retreat to her room. My wings spread, blocking her path, feathers brushing against the stone walls. The shadows cast by the magical torches dance across her face, highlighting the hollowness in her cheeks. Enough of this. I plant my hand against the wall beside her head. What's wrong with you? Athena's gaze remains fixed on the floor, her fingers twisting in the fabric of her dress. Nothing's wrong. That's a lie. The word comes out as a growl. I lean closer, inhaling the fading scent of citrus soap from her morning bath. My scent that I want on her. Where's the girl who threatened to gut me in my sleep? I apologize for my previous behavior. Her voice comes out flat, rehearsed. It was inappropriate. My free hand catches her chin, forcing her to meet my eyes. The usual warmth in those golden green depths has frozen over, leaving behind something distant and cold. Wrong. All wrong. Stop it! My fingers tighten, not enough to hurt, but enough to demand attention. Stop acting like this! I'm merely trying to be what you want. She doesn't pull away, doesn't fight, just stands there, pliant and empty. A proper prisoner. Panic claws up my throat, sharp and unfamiliar. I faced down armies, forged weapons that could level cities, but this quiet submission sets my heart racing. My wings curl forward instinctively, creating a feathered cage around us both. I never wanted. The words stick in my throat. What did I want? To possess her? To break her spirit? Looking at her now, seeing that light extinguished, feels like holding a blade with no edge. Not this. Never. This. She blinks slowly, like a creature emerging from deep water. What does it matter? Her words hit like a physical blow, making my wings twitch. The little demon who'd once thrown a book at my head now speaks with the emotion of a marble statue. The wrongness of it all makes my magic surge, causing the nearest torch to flare, bright enough to cast harsh shadows across her face. The realization hits me like a blade between the ribs, precise, painful, and impossible to ignore. My chest constricts at her lifeless expression, my magic crackling beneath my skin. The torches in the hall flare and dim with my racing pulse. I'd kill for her. I'd hunt down anyone who looked at her wrong. Tear apart anyone who dared dim that fierce light in her eyes. But this... I think I've done this. I'm not sure how to stomach that. My wings snap tight against my back, feathers bristling. The movement draws her empty gaze, but there's none of the fascination she used to show when watching my wings. No spark of curiosity, no hint of the girl who I once let touch them when I've never let anyone near them before. I'd rather have her hatred than this hollow shell. At least hatred burns. This is like watching ice spread across a lake, freezing everything beneath. So I steel myself. I can pull her anger back out, even if I don't want her to hate me anymore. It will be worth it. You know what? I lean closer, letting cruelty twist my features. You're right. You are just a prisoner. A human pet I keep around for entertainment. The words taste like poison. And right now, you're boring me. Something flickers in those golden green eyes. The barest ember of anger. My heart pounds harder. Yes, fight back, little demon. I should have picked another human instead. I bare my teeth in a sharp smile, even as the lie makes me want to tear out my own tongue. Once far more interesting, in need of less coddling. Her fingers curl into fists, knuckles white against her soft skin. The sight sends a thrill through my blood. Come on, Athena. Show me that spark. What's wrong? I mock, though each word feels like swallowing glass. Finally realizing your place? Realizing that there's no point in fighting me? I lean closer. Good. You were never particularly good at it anyway. There, a tremor in her lower lip, a flash of hurt and rage in her eyes. It wounds me to cause her pain, but I'd rather see her burn with hatred than freeze in this lifeless state. Even if the thought of her truly hating me carves hollows in me I didn't know existed.
Chapter 23. Athena. Cold stone presses against my back as Uriel towers over me, his massive frame blocking out the dim light of the workshop. His golden curls catch the glow from nearby forges, creating a halo effect that makes him look deceptively angelic. The metal and citrus scent that always clings to him fills my senses. Nothing to say? His voice carries that edge of cruelty that feels so much like the first night we met. I shake my head, though I do start to feel the flickers of irritation in me. How dare he act like this when I know I mean nothing to him? His eyes flicker down my body and back up, and he frowns. Pity. You were so much more fun when you'd fight me. He sighs, but doesn't pull back. I guess I'll need to find new entertainment. The heat of anger rises in me. I know it's what he wants, and still I can't rein it back in. It surges up through me, both at being called entertainment and at the thought of being replaced. You want a fight? I slam my palm against his chest again. This time he lets me push him back a step, probably more from surprise than my actual strength. Fine. I duck under his wing and yank a vase from a nearby table. I hurl it at his head, trying to ignore just how much it really does feel like the first time we met. He catches it with insulting ease. Throwing things? Really? My blood burns hot in my veins. Everyone always sees me as the soft one, the weak one, the one who needs protecting. But now, I'm not even worth that. I'm easily replaceable, and that coupled with his dismissal a few days has fury and embarrassment burning through me. But I know the hurt is lingering underneath, waiting to escape. I need to get away from him. Turning away, I try to stalk toward my room, needing distance between us. His wing sweeps out, blocking my path. The feathers brush my skin like steel wrapped in silk. Running away? His smile grows crueler. How disappointing. I'm choosing my battles. I spin to face him, backing against the opposite wall to keep space between us. That's not weakness. It's strategy. Strategy? He stalks toward me, each step deliberate. Prove it. I wait until he's almost on me before grabbing a pitcher of water from the same table and hurling it at his feet. The glass shatters, spreading the liquid across the stone floor. His next step falters. Taking advantage of his momentary loss of balance, I shove past him. His hand catches my arm, but I manage to twist just enough for me to slip free. I don't need magic. I back away from him, my chest heaving. I don't need to be a demon. I can think my way out of trouble. His wings flare wide, casting strange shadows in the forge light. The perfect angles of his face sharpen with interest. Maybe there's some fire left in you after all, little demon. Stop calling me that. He backs me up to a wall, and my blood is now pounding through me. His smile shows teeth. Make me. It's so unfair how gorgeous he is, how he scrambles my mind. It's unfair how he makes me want to prove myself, and makes me feel worthless at the same time. But I know there is one way for me to come out on top. The only time that Uriel has ever seemed to be as out of control as I am. I grab the front of Uriel's shirt, tugging him down as I rise onto my tiptoes. Our lips crash together, a violent clash of teeth and tongues. His lips are firm, demanding, and I meet his force with my own. It's a battle, a fight for dominance neither of us is willing to concede. He growls against my mouth, one hand gripping my hair, the other sweeping under my legs to lift me. My back hits the stone wall, his body pressing against mine. I wrap my legs around his waist, locking my ankles to pull him closer. His wings spread wide, cocooning us in a world of soft grey feathers and dim forge light. His scent fills my senses, and I sink my teeth into his lower lip. A challenge, a dare. He responds with a nip to mine, harder, pushing the boundaries. A gasp escapes me, and he takes advantage, deepening the kiss, exploring my mouth with an intensity that makes my heart race. I've wanted this. I've wanted him. And that's why his dismissal hurt so bad. I cling to him, my hands gripping his shoulders, feeling the hard muscle beneath his shirt. His gold curls brush against my forehead, their softness a stark contrast to the roughness of his kiss. Those perfect, cruel lips curve into a smirk against mine, and I bite down again, refusing to yield. He pulls back just enough to look at me, his golden eyes molten with desire and something darker, hungrier. Little demon, he murmurs, voice rough with need. You're playing with fire. I thought you wanted fire, I retort, breathless. His hand tightens in my hair, tilting my head back. His lips find my neck, teeth grazing the sensitive skin. I shiver, a gasp escaping me as he trails hot, open-mouthed kisses down to my collarbone. He pulls me away from the wall, his lips still moving as he walks. Each step jostles me against him, sending sparks of sensation coursing through me. I know I should stop this, but I don't want to. He can think I'm worthless, I can hate him, but just not tonight. We reach my room, the door standing ajar. He kicks it open, the force sending it crashing against the wall. Inside, the space is small, cosy, filled with the soft glow of enchanted lamps. My bed sits in the corner, covered in blankets and pillows. It's a sanctuary, a place of comfort and healing. Uriel pauses at the threshold, his eyes scanning the room. There's a curious softness in his expression, a moment of vulnerability that surprises me. Then his gaze lands back on me, and that softness is gone, replaced by raw hunger.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofproththea.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Proththea are waiting for you.
Prothea's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 24. Athena. Morning sunlight streams into the training courtyard as I find Raven practicing with a curved blade, her movements fluid despite her subtle favouring of her left leg. Her midnight hair whips around as she executes a complex series of strikes against an invisible opponent. My thighs ache with every step, and the bite marks on my skin rub pleasantly against my leathers. I ache all over, and I don't know how to deal with the conflicting feelings that it brings up. Maybe that's why I'm out here. Being in my room made me think of Uriel too much, and I'm not sure what to think anymore. He seemed like he wanted me, but was I just entertainment? It's hard to think that, especially when he treats me differently than anyone else. But he's also a Zaphan, and has made no secret of how little he thinks of me. I feel so lost. It's polarizing with how incredible my body feels. So I pause at the courtyard's edge, watching her graceful yet deadly dance. Maybe I just need to talk to someone, and I pray Raven won't laugh at me. You going to stand there all morning? Raven's violet eyes find mine as she sheathes her weapon. You look like you've been mauled by a shadow beast. Heat creeps up my neck. Is it that obvious? Honey, you're walking like you rode a thorned Zaran bareback. She drops onto a stone bench, patting the space beside her. Come on, spill it. I sink down next to her, wincing. I don't even know where to start. The beginning's usually good. Her wings shift, creating a shield of dove-grey feathers between us and any prying eyes. Though from the looks of those marks peeking out of your collar, I can guess most of it. It's not the physical part that's confusing me. My fingers trace the edge of a bruise on my wrist. It's just... I sigh. I expected him to want me in his bed, but not like this. This wasn't forced, and I don't know how to feel about it. She watches me. What do you mean? I heard Uriel say I was just a human worker to him. I look down, feeling uncomfortable. And I realised I thought I was more here, but he made me think I wasn't, at least until last night. And now I don't know why he did it. You want to know what I think? I meet her gaze and nod. I think he didn't like seeing you not being yourself. I think that you both care about each other more than you realise or are willing to admit. You don't think I'm just some worthless human? No. Her eyes are hard as she gives me a very serious gaze. None of us do, least of all Uriel. I lean back, staring at the morning sky. My mind feels like mush. He kept asking what I wanted, demanding I tell him, like he needed to hear me say it. And did you? Her violet eyes dance with amusement. Yes. The word comes out barely above a whisper. I always thought I needed to be protected, to be kept safe. But last night with him, I press my hands to my heated cheeks. You felt powerful. Raven nods knowingly. Even without magic, even being human, he made you feel strong. Is that wrong? I turn to face her fully. To want that? To want him? He wants you. It's not really an answer, but it's the one she gives me. He kidnapped me, Raven. I twist my fingers in my skirts. I should be trying to escape, not... My voice trails off as memories of his hands on my skin flash through my mind. Raven shifts on the bench, her wings rustling. Look, being taken wasn't your choice, but what happens now? That is. She pulls a dagger from her boot, spinning it between her fingers. You're not some helpless victim. You've never backed down from him, never given him an inch. She gives me a grin. He likes that, even if he says he doesn't. But that's the problem. The words spill out in a rush. Yesterday I heard him talking to a merchant. He called me just some human worker, like I meant nothing, like I was... I swallow hard. Like I was beneath him. Oh, please. Raven's blade disappears back into her boot. That oversized bird wouldn't know what to do with his feelings if they smacked him in his perfect face. Trust me, I've known him long enough. But, no buts. She grabs my shoulders, forcing me to meet her gaze. You think I don't see how he watches you? How his wings puff up when other males get too close or won't let you near the merchants? The idiot's territorial as hell. He just doesn't know how to handle it. My cheeks burn. He does not. He reorganized his entire workshop after you suggested a better layout. She arches an eyebrow. Uriel. The most stubborn Xaphan I know, who once spent 3 days arguing about the proper angle to sharpen a blade, changed his entire system because you mentioned it might work better. I bite my lip, remembering how he'd grumbled through the whole process, but followed my suggestions exactly. Stop thinking about what you should do, and honestly, stop listening to Uriel. He can be an idiot, especially when it comes to talking about his feelings. Raven's voice softens. What do you want to do? The answer comes before I can stop it. I want to be here, with all of you. The words sink in, settling deep in my chest where something unfamiliar stirs. My fingers drift to the marks on my neck, remembering how Uriel's touch had made me feel, not fragile or delicate, but desired, powerful. Back home, everyone treated me like I'd break. I trace patterns in the dirt with my boot. Even Astrid, especially Astrid. But here you're thriving. Raven's violet eyes catch mine. I've watched you in the workshop, training with me, putting up with Uriel. You fit in well. I used to think strength meant magic or fighting skills. My hand finds the inventory ledger tucked in my belt, its pages worn from constant use. But in that workshop, I know exactly who I am, what I'm capable of. Maybe here I do, even if I don't fully understand where I stand with Uriel. Raven snorts. You organised his chaos. Trust me, that takes more strength than wielding any weapon. It's not just the workshop. Heat creeps up my neck as memories of last night surface. When I'm with him, he makes me feel... I search for the right words. Like I could burn down the world if I wanted to, and he'd just watch with that infuriating smirk. And would you? Raven's wing brushes mine, a gentle encouragement. Burn it all down? No. The answer comes swift and sure. I'd build something better, something that's mine. I think of the workshop, of the careful system I've created, of the respect I've earned from suppliers who once dismissed me. I already am. There she is. Raven's smile turns sharp. The little demon who tamed the most feared weapons maker in New Solace. I haven't tamed him. But my protest lacks conviction. No. She stands, offering me her hand. You've done something far more dangerous. You've matched him. And maybe she's right. I act like I hate Uriel when deep down I know I don't. Maybe he's doing the same. Like he wants me just like I want him, and neither of us would say it. Talking to Raven was definitely the right choice. A shadow falls across the courtyard, and I look up to see Koros's massive frame blocking the sun. His mismatched eyes, one black as pitch, one molten gold, find mine as he approaches. Despite his intimidating size, there's a gentleness in the way he moves, like a predator consciously making itself less threatening. Thought I'd find you here. His deep voice rumbles as he settles onto the ground near our bench, his nearly black wings folding against his back. "We're not practicing today," I tell him, cutting a look at Raven. He shrugs, his dark red hair falling across his scarred face. "Didn't come to practice. Had to check on my favourite human, didn't I? Make sure Uriel hasn't worked you to death yet." Raven snorts. Oh, he's working her all right. "Raven!" Heat floods my cheeks. Chorus's laugh echoes across the courtyard, rich and genuine. "How are you holding up, Athena?" "Really?" The concern in his voice catches me off guard. I think of Astrid, how she'd hover and protect, but never really ask how I felt. How different it is here, where these fierce, deadly beings teach me to fight, but also really seem to care about me. "I'm good." My fingers find the inventory ledger again, its familiar weight grounding me. Better than good, actually. I know it's strange, but I search for the right words. I feel like I belong here. Nothing strange about it. Koros pulls something from his pocket, a small wrapped package that smells of sweetbread. "You've made that chaos pit of a workshop actually functional. Even got Uriel organising his tools properly." He still grumbles about it, but I can't help smiling as I accept the bread. He grumbles about everything. Raven stretches her wings. It's his love language. I think about Astrid, about how happy she became with the demon who stole her away. And I miss her. But for the first time, the thought doesn't ache like it used to. Here, between Raven's sharp wit and Chorus's quiet strength, I've found something I never had before. People who don't just protect me, but believe in me.
Chapter 25. Uriel. Through the study's open window, I watch Athena dance across the courtyard, her honey blonde curls catching the afternoon sun. She's graceless with the wooden practice sword, but her determination makes up for it. Koros towers over her, his massive frame casting long shadows, yet he moves with a gentleness I've never seen from him before. "Keep your guard up!" Chorus's deep voice carries across the yard. "An enemy won't hesitate because you're pretty." "Like this?" Athena adjusts her stance, feet planted wider. Her laughter rings out as Koros easily deflects her strike. The sound pierces something in me, unfamiliar and sharp. I grip the edge of my desk, the wood creaking under my fingers. Damn! I push away from the papers spread across my workspace, weapons designs forgotten. My wings twitch with the urge to intervene as Koros steps closer, adjusting her grip on the hilt. His scarred face softens when she beams up at him, proud of the correction. That twist in my chest tightens. I can't tear my eyes away from the flush on her cheeks, the way her leathers cling to her curves as she moves. She lacks the deadly grace of demon women, but there's something pure in her enthusiasm, her genuine joy in learning. She manages to dodge one of Chorus's slower strikes. "Did you see that?" My friend's mismatched eyes flick toward my window, a knowing smirk playing at his lips. "I saw, but you left yourself open, little healer." The wooden sword taps her ribs and she pouts. That expression shouldn't be so captivating on a human face. I stretch my wings, gray feathers rustling with agitation. Every laugh, every smile she gives Koros feels like a blade between my ribs. This possessive hunger for a human is beneath me. Yet here I stand, watching her like some obsessed creature, wanting to snatch her away from my oldest friend's careful instruction. I knew this would happen. One taste of her and I'm so deep in this addiction. I'm drowning. I've been avoiding her so I don't pounce on her again, which I know I would have the second I got her alone. I may not even wait for everyone to get out of the room if given the opportunity. I don't know what she thinks of me now, if she hates me more than ever before, but I do know that she is acting like her old self, and that makes it all worth it to me. Even if I want her beneath me every night, even if I screw my fist thinking of her, wanting her. I've never wanted anything in my life like I want her. And while I can steal her, keep her here, claim her body as mine, I can't rip her heart out and keep it like I want. That's something she has to give me. And I know she never will, so I swallow back every raging emotion in me, trying to ignore them. They are a nuisance right now, but I still don't move from my spot by the window. Raven saunters into the courtyard, her limp barely noticeable as she balances a tray. Her midnight hair catches the breeze, and Athena's face lights up at the sight of her. My jaw clenches. Break time! Raven sets down glasses of fruit nectar and a plate of honey cakes. You're doing well, though your form needs work. Athena drops onto the grass beside them, cheeks flushed. I know I'm terrible, but at least I'm having fun. You're not terrible! Koro settles his bulk next to her, wings spread wide to catch the sun. Just untrained. They look so comfortable, like a perfect little family. Athena leans against Raven's shoulder as she sips her drink, while Koro steals bits of cake from their plates. Their laughter mingles in the air, and something dark and possessive claws at my insides. She never relaxes like that around me, never gives me those easy smiles or casual touches. When she sees me, she tenses, guards herself. Damn if that doesn't make me want to break down every wall she's built. I want her sprawled across my bed, yes. Want to mark every inch of her soft skin. But watching her now, I realize I want more. Want her curled against me, sharing those secret smiles. Want her to seek my company, to trust me with her thoughts, her fears. The need burns through me like molten metal. It's foreign, unsettling. Humans are meant to be beneath us. Prey, pets, playthings. Not equals. Not this. My wings snap tight against my back as Athena's golden green eyes meet mine through the window. For a heartbeat, that warmth in her gaze remains, then shudders closed when she recognizes me. She turns away, pressing closer to Raven, and that darkness in me howls. I've conquered battlefields, crafted legendary weapons, brought demons to their knees. Yet this slip of a human girl holds more power over me than any enemy I've faced. And the worst part? Some twisted piece of me loves it. Eventually, I manage to drag myself away from the window. I lie to myself and say it's because I need to get work done, not because I saw Athena leaving the courtyard and I no longer have her to stare at. But my work holds little interest for me right now. I'm sketching modifications to a blade design when I hear the door open. I hate how I look up, expecting Athena, only to be hit with a stab of disappointment when it isn't her. Raven's distinctive, uneven gait echoes through the workshop. My jaw tightens. She only comes to my study when she wants to meddle. Brooding alone? She perches on the edge of my desk, violet eyes gleaming. How predictable. I work my jaw. What do you want? To discuss your obsession with your little human. Her fingers drum against the wood. The one you can't stop staring at through windows like some lovesick stalker. I don't know what you're talking about. The pencil snaps in my grip. No! Raven's smile turns sharp. Then you weren't watching her train all afternoon? Weren't ready to tear Chorus apart for touching her? Heat floods my wings, feathers bristling. She's just a worker. Nothing more. Funny. That's exactly what she heard you tell Lord Vassico last week. Raven's voice drops, all playfulness gone. And it clearly broke her spirit. Ice replaces the fire in my veins. The memory hits hard. Vasago's staring after her. The words I'd spat to make her seem less interesting to him. Just a human worker. I thought you'd want to know. Raven's knowing gaze pins me. And maybe, just for once, Uriel, talk to her. Tell her what you're really thinking instead of this game you're both playing. Her expression softens. You're both going to get hurt. I force a dismissive shrug, though guilt claws at my insides. What does it matter? She is human. Keep lying to yourself. She slides off the desk, But I see how you look at her. You're not fooling anyone but yourself. My wings snap out, nearly knocking over a lamp. Get out! Raven's smile is pure victory as she limps to the door. As you wish. But remember, humans may be fragile, but they feel everything just as deeply as we do. Perhaps more. The silence of my study feels oppressive now that Raven's gone. Her words echo in my mind, refusing to be silenced. I shift back in my chair, my eyes going to the empty courtyard in the dying light. My hands itch to craft, to lose myself in metal and magic. But even that won't quiet these thoughts. The truth claws its way up my throat like acid. I want Athena, not just beneath me, writhing in pleasure. Not just marked as mine, claimed and collared. No, I want her smiles. The real ones she gives to others, but never to me. Want her trust, her laughter, her gentle touch freely given. How can I, though? I'm a warrior, a weapon maker. I've bathed battlefields in blood, broken bodies and spirits with equal ease. Yet this soft, fragile human has somehow wormed her way past every defense, every wall I've built. The realization hits like a physical blow. I want her heart. Want her to look at me the way she looks at Chorus and Raven. Want her to choose me, not because I've forced her, but because she wants me too. My wings shudder, feathers bristling with agitation. This isn't how it's supposed to be. I took her because I thought she would be entertaining. She shouldn't inspire this desperate yearning that makes me want to tear apart anyone who touches her. And now that I know I was the one who hurt her, it's gutting me. I've never cared before about a human's feelings. Never wanted more than their submission, my power. But Athena, sweet, fierce Athena with her healing hands and stubborn heart, she's become my obsession, my addiction. And for the first time in my immortal life, I'm terrified, because I don't know how to win a heart without breaking it first.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Proththea's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 26. Athena. The afternoon sun beats down as I dodge another swing from Raven's practice sword. Sweat drips down my back, making my tunic cling to my skin. The courtyard's stone floor radiates heat, and my feet ache from hours of footwork. You're getting better. Raven's violet eyes narrow as she circles me, her midnight hair pulled back in a severe braid. Despite her damaged leg, she moves like liquid shadow. But you're still telegraphing your strikes. I grip the wooden sword tighter, my muscles burning. I'm trying. Don't try. Do. She lunges forward, her dove-grey wings flaring for balance. I barely block her attack, the impact jarring my arms. You've got good instincts. Trust them. My chest heaves as I reset my stance. 3 hours of training, and she hasn't even broken a sweat. Speaking of instincts, Raven's lips curl into a knowing smirk. Have you talked to Uriel lately? The question catches me off guard. My sword dips. Not since the other night, when he screwed me ruthlessly and has since avoided me. Why? She attacks again, forcing me to focus. No reason. Raven, Your guard's dropping. She taps my ribs with the practice sword. Again. I growl in frustration, but she just laughs. The sound echoes off the courtyard walls. Are you happy here? Her tone shifts, becomes gentler. The question makes me pause. Beyond the training yard, Uriel's mansion sprawls across the countryside, its grey stone walls and elegant spires a stark contrast to the wild meadows surrounding it. The workshop's chimney puffs steady streams of smoke into the crystal blue sky. I am. The answer comes easily. It's different from home, but I don't feel trapped here. Then I add with a smirk, even with all the training. Good. Raven's expression gives nothing away, but there's something in her eyes I can't read. She shifts her weight, favouring her left leg slightly, a tell she'd never show in real combat. Now show me that defensive sequence again, and this time keep your elbows in. I flow through the defensive sequence, but my mind wanders at her question. When was the last time I plotted an escape? The realisation hits harder than Raven's practice sword. I can't remember. My feet falter on the hot stones. 3 months ago, I would have been cataloguing every guard rotation, testing window latches, measuring distances between balconies, which is what I always did at home. Now, I know which floorboards creak in the east wing. I can read all 3 Zaphan like a book. I can navigate the workshop's maze of shelves blindfolded. Focus! Raven's sword whistles past my ear. I duck, muscle memory taking over where my scattered thoughts fail. The movement sends my honey-blonde curls tumbling free of their tie, ringlets sticking to my sweat-dampened neck. This isn't what Father or Astrid ever wanted for me. I'm supposed to be the gentle one, the healer, safely tucked away in our family's compound. Not sparring with a Zaphan warrior or living under the same roof as... The thought of Uriel makes my chest tight. I see flashes of golden curls, cruel smiles that somehow don't seem so cruel anymore. The way his massive wings cast shadows across the workshop floor. The citrus and metal scent that lingers in rooms long after he's gone. And I remember Raven asking me what I want, something my family never did. It has made all the difference for me to finally be able to answer that. Raven's practice sword catches me in the ribs again. Your head's in the clouds. I rub my side, knowing it'll bruise. Another mark to add to my collection. Proof that I'm not the sheltered innocent everyone thinks I am. Or am I? Here I am, playing at being a warrior, while my magic-wielding captors humour my attempts at strength. But that's not fair. Raven's been teaching me real skills, not just humouring me. And Uriel... He looks at me like he sees something more than just a fragile human to protect. When did these demons start feeling less like jailers and more like... I can't finish the thought. Won't. Instead, I raise my sword again, ignoring the tremor in my arms. One more time. Once Raven finally lets me go, I wash up and head to the place that I feel most at home. The workshop. It's funny to me how much I've come to love being in here, even if it's just lounging in Uriel's office. The workshop's heat wraps around me like a blanket as soon as I step through the door. I spot vials that need sorting, and I head to them. Each one catches the afternoon light, sending rainbow fractals dancing across the wooden workbench. Uriel gives me a soft smile as he comes from his study to work at his forge, the flames casting a golden glow across his perfect features. His wings are folded tight against his back, the light grey feathers ruffled from the heat. I reach for an empty vial, just as Uriel's hand extends behind him. Without looking, I place it in his palm. He doesn't pause in his work, doesn't even glance back. The rhythm feels as natural as breathing. The purple powder. His deep voice carries over the forge's crackle. My fingers find the correct jar before he finishes speaking. When I set it by his elbow, his lips quirk up at the corner. That cruel smile that used to make my skin crawl now sends warmth through my chest. The workshop smells of metal and magic, undercut by that citrus scent that follows him everywhere. I breathe it in as I move to the shelf of finished weapons, organising them by type. A sword needs cleaning. I grab the oil and cloth without him asking. Your form was sloppy today. He doesn't look up from the blade he's enchanting. You were watching. Always. The word hangs in the air between us. I focus on the sword in my hands, pretending the heat in my cheeks is from the forge. The blade's surface reflects my golden green eyes back at me, distorted by the Damascus patterns in the steel. Hand me the binding runes. He extends his hand again. I select 3 stones from the collection, each etched with glowing symbols. Our fingers brush as I pass them over. His skin burns like the forge itself. The magic builds as he works, making the air thick and heavy. My hair starts to curl more in the humidity, but I don't mind. There's something mesmerizing about watching him work, the way power flows through his hands into the metal. He doesn't show off with flashy spells like other Zafan. His magic is precise, controlled, just like everything else about him. I return to sorting vials, but my eyes keep drifting back to his hands, watching them shape metal and magic with equal skill. We move around each other in a dance we've perfected over months, anticipating, adjusting, never breaking stride. I run the oiled cloth over another blade, watching the metal shine. The silence between us feels comfortable now, not suffocating like it did those first weeks. When did that change? When did his presence stop making my shoulders tense? You're distracted. His voice cuts through my thoughts. Just thinking. I set the sword aside, studying his profile as he works. The forge light catches his golden curls, turning them almost white hot. His wings shift, feathers rustling with each precise movement of his hands. Dangerous habit. That cruel smile plays at his lips. Why did you take me that night? The question spills out before I can stop it. My heart pounds against my ribs as his hands still over the forge. For the first time since I've known him, Uriel hesitates. His golden eyes fix on the metal before him, avoiding my gaze. The workshop feels smaller suddenly, the air heavier with more than just magic. You were beautiful. His voice drops lower, rougher. Standing there in your father's garden, moonlight in your hair. I wanted you. His wings flex, casting shifting shadows across the workbench. So I took you. I should be horrified, should hate him for his casual admission of theft, of treating me like something to be claimed. Instead, my lips curve up. Heat blooms through me that has nothing to do with the forge. You're smiling. He turns to face me fully now, those perfect features sharp with interest. Most would call that response concerning. Most would call you concerning. The words come easily, playfully. When did that happen? When did our barbed exchanges lose their sting? His laugh echoes off the workshop walls, dark and rich. The sound wraps around me like smoke, and I find myself leaning toward him without meaning to. Little demon. His eyes darken as they track the movement. You're not afraid of me anymore. It's not a question, but I answer anyway. Number, I'm not. But I'm afraid of what he is doing to me, and that is far, far more dangerous.
Chapter 27. Uriel. I pause mid-stride, my wings twitching with restless energy as I stare out the study window. The leather of my boots creaks against the polished wood floor. The courtyard is empty, but that is because Athena is in the workshop, sorting through the weapons I've asked her to catalog. And I'm back here hiding. Screw this! I stride to my office door, yanking it open. The metal handle warps under my grip. The workshop air hits me with its familiar mix of forge smoke and metal. Athena stands at my main workbench, her small frame bent over a collection of daggers. Her delicate fingers trace the runes I've etched into each blade, making notes in that precise handwriting of hers. "You need gloves." The words come out harsher than intended. Her shoulders jump, but she doesn't drop the weapon. Good reflexes, at least. "I'm being careful." She doesn't look up, just keeps examining the blade with those golden green eyes. These markings are fascinating. Did you forge protection runes into this one? I move closer, my wings casting shadows over her work. She's right about the runes, but that's not the point. Protection runes won't stop these from taking your fingers off. A soft laugh escapes her. I thought you wanted these cataloged by sunset, not at the cost of your hands. I reach past her, plucking the dagger from her grip. Her warmth brushes against my arm, the damned citrus-sweet scent of her flooding my senses. There's a pair of enchanted gloves in the top drawer. Use them. She turns, looking up at me with that stubborn set to her jaw. I've been working with healing supplies for years. I know how to handle dangerous materials. Healing supplies don't fight back, little demon. Put on the gloves and you can work on enchantments too. I've been spending too much of my time teaching her just to be close. Even as I say it, I'm already heading back to my study. I need distance. Need to stop hovering over her like some obsessed guardian. But I can't seem to tear myself away. I lean against my office door frame, unable to tear my gaze from Athena's hands as she works. Her fingers dance over the steel, tracing the intricate patterns I showed her last week. Blue light sparks between her fingertips, not from any innate magic of her own, but from the enchanted gloves she finally pulled on. The metal responds to her touch, warming and shifting under her careful ministrations. She's learning fast, picking up the basics of enchantment enhancement in ways that impress me. Each stroke of her finger strengthens the existing spells, her movements precise and confident. Good, I mutter, more to myself than her. The word tastes foreign on my tongue. I don't praise often, especially not humans. But watching her work, seeing how she treats each weapon with respect rather than fear, something fierce and hungry coils in my chest. She's natural at this, even without magic of her own. The steel sings for her like it does for me. A strand of honey blonde hair falls across her face. She doesn't break concentration, just tucks it behind her ear with a gloved hand and keeps working. The afternoon sun catches in her curls, turning them to molten gold against the dark metal of my workbench. My wings flex unconsciously, stretching toward her before I catch myself. This possessive instinct, this need to go to her, to take her, to truly claim her, is overwhelming. So I shut myself in my office for the rest of the day, if only to keep my hands off of her, but my mind never leaves her. By the time night falls, I feel like I'm losing my mind. I know I need to talk to her, and it's taken a fair amount of wine and time locked up in this study for me to finally come to that conclusion. Quietly, I stride out of my workshop and through the mansion to her room. I push open her bedroom door, the words Raven beat into my skull ready on my tongue. The hinges don't make a sound, and I'm glad when I see her. Moonlight spills through the open window, casting silver shadows across her sleeping form. Athena lies curled on her side, one hand tucked under her cheek, the other clutching the silk sheets. Her honey blonde curls spill across the pillow like liquid gold in her face. Damn. The sharp edges she carries during the day have melted away, leaving something soft and vulnerable that makes my chest ache. My wings twitch with the urge to wrap around her, to shield her from the world. From me. I take a step closer, drawn by the gentle rise and fall of her breath. A book lies open beside her, one of my texts on enchantment theory. Even in sleep, she's studying, pushing herself to understand my craft. Notes scatter across the bedside table in her precise handwriting, questions about power flows and resonance patterns that show just how deeply she thinks about this work. The sight hits me like a blow to the chest. This fierce, brilliant creature who dives into demon magic without fear, who challenges my every assumption about humans with her determination and grace. who looks at weapons of war and sees beauty in their making. Damn. The whisper escapes before I can catch it, because I am hit with this need so fiercely that I can't smother it. The last time I was in here, I was buried in her, and keeping myself away from her is becoming more and more impossible. My hands clench at my sides as the truth I've been fighting crashes through every wall I've built. I love her. The realization turns my blood to ice. Love is weakness. Love is a weapon waiting to be turned against you. And she's human, fragile, mortal, everything I was taught to despise. But watching her sleep, seeing the strength hidden beneath that delicate exterior, I know it's already too late. She's worked her way under my skin with every question, every stubborn argument, every moment she refuses to back down from my temper. Terror claws at my throat. I need to leave, need to put distance between us before this destroys us both. Because I know that she will never want me like that, and this growing obsession I have for her is only going to push her farther away. I stalk back toward my workshop, my wings tight against my back as I ponder what to do. Do I let her go? Do I give in and force her to be mine? The familiar path does nothing to calm the storm inside of me. The door bangs open under my hand, wood groaning in protest. Ah, you're here again. Koro sprawls across my office couch, his dark wings draped over the leather. His mismatched eyes fix on me with too much knowing. Can't anyone stay in their own damn house? Some of us actually work for a living. Koros's deep rumble carries an edge of amusement. He shifts, revealing a collection of rare metals spread across my desk. Though you seem distracted lately, the little human keeping you busy. My hand finds his throat before I process moving. The wall cracks where I slam him against it, plaster dusting his dark red hair. Watch your mouth. Koros doesn't fight back, just watches me with that damned knowing look. His scarred face splits in a grin that would send most demons running. Hit a nerve, did I? My grip tightens. Magic crackles between us, the air thick with potential violence. But Koros just laughs, the sound rough against my fingers. You're getting soft, old friend. You've put me through the wall for less in the past. The truth in his words burns like acid. I release him, stepping back as my wings flare wide, casting shadows across the room. My carefully maintained control slips through my fingers like blood from a fresh wound. Get out! The words come out in a growl that makes the weapons on my walls vibrate. Koro straightens, rubbing his throat. That knowing smirk never leaves his face. Whatever you say, but you might want to figure out why a tiny human has you so rattled. I don't have to, though. I know exactly why. I fell in love with a woman who will always hate me, and it's destroying me.
From the depths of the darkness of Proththea,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Proththea fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Proththea at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofproththea.com. Proththea's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 28. Athena. It's quiet in the evening as I work on cleaning all the blades that Uriel has finished up. He doesn't quite trust me to help him still, since he knows I might mess up the runes just to spite him. Not that I've been thwarting him too much lately. I've been far too confused about where we stand with each other to want to push boundaries. I can't even find where they lie anymore. I'm so lost in my head that I don't hear anyone approaching, not until the door slams open and my head whips up at the sound of my name. Athena! Astrid bursts through first, her raven hair wild around her face, twin daggers gripped in her hands. Her demon V towers behind her, his eyes blazing a violent crimson that bathes the room in an eerie glow. Oh gods, they've come to save me, and I don't want to go anywhere. My throat closes. Astrid? She crosses the room in 3 swift strides and wraps her arms around me, the daggers still clutched in her grip. The metal is cold against my back. Are you hurt? Did they touch you? I push back, my hands against her shoulders. No, Astrid, I'm okay. Father didn't even... Astrid's face twists into a snarl. I came to see you, and you weren't there. No one knew where you were. How could he not tell me you were taken? I gulp hard, not sure how to answer that. Astrid, it's not. We need to get out of here, V warns, before someone finds us. He's right. She turns back to me. Let's get you out of here. Panic starts to rise in my throat. How do I explain this to her? Wait. The workshop door crashes open again, this time splintering off its hinges as Uriel storms in. His massive wings spread wide, blocking the exit, and his golden eyes blaze with fury. The perfect features of his face twist into something dark and deadly. V spins, his hands already crackling with blue energy. Step aside. You dare break into my home? Uriel's voice drops to a dangerous growl. V hurls a bolt of magic, but Uriel's already moving. He drops and rolls, coming up with a blade in each hand. The magic blast leaves a smoking hole in the wall behind him. My sister's grip tightens. Athena, run! But I wrench away from her, stumbling back. No, you don't understand. What are you doing? Astrid's green-gold eyes widen in confusion. V and Uriel clash in a blur of steel and magic. V's spells light up the workshop in brilliant flashes, but Uriel moves like liquid death between them, his blades singing through the air. He may not use magic often, but centuries of combat experience show in every precise movement, enhanced by his weapons that sing with his magic. Stop! I grab for the nearest weapon, one of the short swords I'd just finished cleaning. V, don't hurt him. Astrid's face contorts in rage. V, get him away from her. No! I dash toward the fighting, my heart pounding. I pray all my training with Raven amounts to something. V, please, I'm not being held captive. The confusion in Astrid's scream tears at my heart. What are you talking about? Athena, get back here! But I keep moving toward Uriel, toward the deadly dance of demon and blade, praying I can stop this before someone gets hurt, before my sister's rescue attempt ruins everything. I plant my feet between them, arms spread wide. My hands shake, but my voice rings clear through the workshop. Stop this right now. V's magic crackles inches from my face, casting an electric blue glow across my skin. The air feels charged, making my hair stand on end. Behind me, I hear Uriel's sharp intake of breath. Get out of the way, little demon. His voice holds none of its usual teasing warmth, but I hear the concern in his voice. I shake my head. I won't let either of you hurt each other. I choose to be here. I don't add that I was kidnapped because it feels irrelevant now. Choose? Astrid's voice cracks. What do you mean, choose? I mean I'm staying here because I want to, not because anyone's holding me prisoner. The words tumble out faster now. I've been helping in the workshop, learning about weapons and... A blast of magic sizzles past my ear. V's eyes shift from grey to a crimson. Step aside. Strong hands grab my waist and suddenly I'm airborne. Uriel tosses me behind him like I weigh nothing, his massive wings creating a barrier between me and the others. He whirls on me, golden eyes blazing. Don't you ever throw yourself into a fight again. His perfect features contort with rage, but there's fear there too, raw and unexpected. You could have been killed. I won't let them hurt you, I say, chin lifted. His laugh is harsh. Little demon, I don't need your protection. Well, you have it anyway. I step around his wing, facing my sister again. Astrid, please, let me explain. But before I can say more, Uriel's arm bands around my waist, pulling me flush against his side, away from another crackling bolt of magic. His wings arch higher, defensive, protective. The gesture says more than words ever could. I've found something here. My hands tremble, but my voice stays steady. Friends, freedom, a place where I can actually be myself. Freedom? Astrid darts forward, gripping V's arm. He pauses, looking down at her. What are you talking about? You were safe with us. The laugh that bursts from my throat is bitter, alien. Safe? I was suffocating. You and Father wrapped me in silk and locked me away like some precious treasure that might break. V's magic dims, his eyes shifting to a confused violet. Uriel's arm stays firm around my waist, but he doesn't interrupt. We protected you! Astrid's voice cracks. You imprisoned me. The words explode out, years of frustration finally breaking free. I couldn't train, couldn't learn to defend myself, couldn't even walk through the gardens without an escort. Do you know what Raven taught me yesterday? How to throw a proper punch. Something so basic, and I never knew because you were all too worried I might hurt myself. Astrid flinches like I've struck her. We just wanted to keep me safe. I know. My fingers dig into Uriel's arm, anchoring myself. But I'm not made of glass. Here, they let me help in the workshop. They trust me with weapons. Raven's teaching me to fight. For the first time in my life, someone's looking at me and seeing strength instead of weakness. Father doesn't get a say anymore. The words come out sharp as steel. Uriel didn't kidnap me or trap me. He just showed me what it feels like to breathe, to make my own choices, to fail and learn and grow stronger. Astrid's green-gold eyes fill with tears. I didn't know you felt this way. How could you? You were too busy protecting me to ever actually see me. Astrid's eyes search my face, and something in her expression shifts. Her gaze darts between me and Uriel, understanding dawning in those green-gold depths we share, and that alone scares me. She takes a hesitant step forward. V's hand shoots out to catch her arm, his pale blue skin almost luminescent in the workshop's light. At the same time, Uriel's wings tense, curling tighter around me. Let me go, Astrid murmurs, not taking her eyes off me. Her fingers brush V's hand until he releases her. Uriel's grip loosens when I squeeze his forearm. It's okay. The distance between us closes, and Astrid's arms come up around me in a tight squeeze. Her daggers are gone, tucked away somewhere in her vest. I never meant to cage you. None of us did. I know. The words catch in my throat. But intentions don't change what happened. Here, I'm learning who I am without everyone's expectations weighing me down. She shakes her head against me. I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner. You're my little sister. I should have known better than anyone how much you were hurting. You were trying to protect me. I wrap my arms around her waist. But I need room to grow, to make mistakes, to figure things out on my own. V clears his throat, his eyes shifting to a calmer blue-violet. Perhaps we should continue this conversation another time. His gaze slides to Uriel, who still stands battle-ready. We'll stay in the city for a while, visit when the timing is better. Astrid pulls back, wiping at her eyes. He's right. We should go. I'd like that. I glance at Uriel, whose perfect features have softened slightly. I need to talk to Uriel anyway. V's lips quirk up at one corner as he extends his hand to Astrid. Come, little rebel, let's leave them to sort things out.
Chapter 29. Uriel. My fingers curl into fists as her family's footsteps fade. Anger boils beneath my skin, the only thing keeping my fear at bay, making my wings snap out and cast shadows across the workshop floor. I grab Athena's arm and yank her against me, my heart thundering at how close I came to losing her. What were you thinking? My voice drops to a growl. You could have been killed. Those golden green eyes flash with defiance. You never relent, do you? She shoves against my chest, but I don't budge. Can't you see why I did it? Why I want to be here? Enlighten me. The words scrape from my throat. Because I'm in love with you, you arrogant jerk. Her voice cracks. Those honey blonde curls tumble around her face as she drops her gaze. I know I'll never mean that much to you. I'm just some human you tolerate, but I want you. And if you don't feel the same... My control snaps. I slam her against the wall, caging her with my wings. Never feel the same! A snarl rips from my chest. You think I don't lie awake at night burning for you? That I don't dream of marking you, claiming you, making you mine? I drag my fingers through her hair, tilting her face up. I'm obsessed with you, little demon. Have been since the moment you walked into my life. But I never thought you'd want Xaphen like me, but you own my heart. I press my forehead to hers. I'll rip it out and give it to you if that's what you need. I love you. All I want is you. Then stop treating me like I'll break. Her fingers dig into my shoulders. You're everything to me. I brush my thumb across her lower lip. And I'll kill anyone who tries to take you from me. Her eyes search mine, vulnerable yet fierce. Do you love me? Really love me? More than anything in this realm or the next. My wings curl forward, sheltering us both from the world. You've haunted my thoughts since that first day. Every smile, every defiant look, every time you challenged me. You've carved yourself into my soul. Her answering grin steals my breath. Not the polite, careful smiles she gives others, but wild and free, a glimpse of the fire burning beneath her gentle exterior. My chest constricts at the sight. It's one I've always wanted from her. I love you too. Her words send lightning through my veins. All of you, even when you're being impossible. I crush my mouth to hers, desperate to taste that smile. She melts against me as I lift her, her legs wrapping around my waist. My fingers tangle in those honey blonde curls, softer than silk against my calloused hands. She tastes like summer storms and forbidden promises. Her hands explore my shoulders, trailing fire in their wake. I press her harder against the wall, my wings forming a golden cage around us. She nips at my lower lip, a challenge, always challenging me, and I growl into her mouth. My little demon. My salvation and damnation wrapped in one perfect package. I break away to trail kisses down her throat, drinking in her gasps. The scent of her, sweet herbs and something uniquely Athena, fills my lungs. Her pulse races under my lips, proof of her mortality, her fragility. But there's nothing fragile about the way she pulls me back to her mouth, demanding more. I give her what she wants. I always will. My tongue slides against hers as her fingers dig into my shoulders. She's fearless in this, like everything else, meeting my passion with her own. The metal and citrus that clings to my skin mingles with her scent until I can't tell where I end. And she begins. I carry Athena to my study, kicking the door shut behind us. Her legs lock around my waist, her lips never leaving mine. She tastes like summer and sin, a combination that drives me wild. My wings rustle, snapping open to cocoon us in a haven of gray feathers. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, Looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofproththea.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Proththea.
Protheca's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 30. Athena. The sun bathes the courtyard in a warm glow, casting shadows across the stone as I bounce on my heels, waiting for Raven and Koros to arrive. My heart flutters with anticipation. The ring on my finger catches the light, and I can't stop staring at it, still in disbelief. Wings cast shadows over the ground moments before Raven and Koros land. Raven's midnight hair whips around her face as she folds her dove-grey wings, while Koros's massive form dwarfs her, his dark red hair tied back from his scarred face. I have news. The words burst from my lips before they can speak. What's got you so excited? Koros's deep voice rumbles, his mismatched eyes fixed on my face. I grin wide. Uriel asked me to be his mate. Raven's violet eyes go wide. A piercing squeal fills the air as she launches herself at me, nearly knocking me over. Her wings flutter with excitement as she crushes me in an embrace. About damn time. She pulls back, looking so happy. I've known you two were a match made in the stars for months. Koros's usually stern face breaks into an unexpected grin, transforming his intimidating features. The scar across his cheek crinkles. Congratulations, little healer. He pulls me into a gentle hug, and I squeeze him back. Though I pity you, he's insufferable enough as it is. Oh, shut it. Raven punches his arm, though she has to reach up to do it. Let her have her moment before you start in with that. Does this mean I get to skip training today? I ask hopefully. Not a chance. Raven's grin turns wicked. Now we have even more reason to make sure you can defend yourself. Can't have Uriel's mate being helpless, can we? But training doesn't last long. Soon we are sprawled on the grass, snacks and drinks around us, and I can't stop smiling. I never thought I could have something so perfect. So I was thinking black lace. Raven traces patterns in the air with her finger. Right here, along the neckline, dipping low. My sister will murder me. I pick at the grass, imagining Astrid's face if she saw me in something that revealing. Koros pulls a chunk of raw crystal from his satchel, the surface catching rainbows in the light. What about these worked into the dress? I found them in the northern caves. His massive hands cradle the delicate stone with surprising gentleness. They change colour based on emotions. Could be interesting at a wedding. Perfect. Raven's violet eyes sparkle with mischief. Everyone will know exactly how much you want Uriel to drag you away from the ceremony. Heat floods my cheeks. You're terrible. I'm practical. She shifts, stretching out her bad leg. Speaking of practical, I found this gorgeous red silk. Very traditional for demon weddings. No. Koros's mismatched eyes narrow. She needs white, pure. It'll drive him crazy. Now who's terrible? I throw a berry at him, but he catches it in his mouth, his usually stern face breaking into a grin. I could shape these into little stars. He holds up more crystals. These ones are deep blue. Scatter them through your hair, maybe work them into a crown. With those hands, Raven snorts, you'll crush them. I'm gentle. He demonstrates by creating a perfect spiral from a piece of metal he pulls from his pocket, his huge fingers moving with surprising dexterity. The decorations need to be elegant but not stuffy. Raven taps her chin. We want everyone talking about this for years. the great warrior Uriel, brought low by a tiny human who couldn't even reach his shoulder without standing on her toes. I'm not that short. But I can't help smiling, remembering how Uriel has to bend down to kiss me. You are adorable, though. Raven reaches over to ruffle my honey-blonde curls. Which is exactly why we need to make you look devastating. I'm thinking a slit up to here. Raven! But I'm laughing, and even Koros joins in, his deep chuckle mixing with the afternoon breeze. A warm breeze carries the scent of wild roses, and I lean back on my hands, letting the sun warm my face. Raven and Koros bicker about fabrics and crystals, their voices washing over me like a familiar song. My heart feels so full, like everything has finally clicked into place. This is mine, my choice. Not Astrid protecting me, not father guiding me, not the whispers of demon society telling me what a human should or shouldn't do. Just me, choosing love despite everything. What about... Raven starts, but her voice fades as memories flood through me. The first time I saw Uriel in my father's garden, golden curls catching the moonlight, wings spread wide as he grinned at me. The way he looked at me, not as a fragile human to be protected or pitied, but as someone he wanted. Even then, a part of me wanted him, even if it was just attraction. Athena. Koros's deep voice breaks through my thoughts. You're crying. I touch my cheek, finding it wet. Happy tears. I brush them away quickly, but not before catching the gleam in his mismatched eyes. Don't you dare tease me about getting soft. Wouldn't dream of it. But his scarred face splits into that rare, gentle smile that makes him look less like a warrior and more like the softy I know he is. Though I might tell Uriel. You will not. I grab another berry to throw at him, but Raven snatches it mid-air. Save your ammunition. She pops it in her mouth, violet eyes dancing. We need to focus. There's so much to plan and... She pauses, studying my face. What's got you glowing like that? I just realised this is the first time I've done something completely for myself, not for anyone else, just because I want it. Raven's sharp features soften, and even Koros stops fiddling with his crystals. They understand. In a world where humans are barely tolerated, where my sister fights tooth and nail for respect, where my father's reputation is both shield and cage, this choice is freedom. The workshop's usually pristine floor is covered in fabric swatches and crystal shards. Raven sprawls across Uriel's favourite leather couch, her bad leg propped up as she directs Koros like a general commanding troops. Astrid sits in the chair beside it, watching us all like she can't believe it. A week ago, when I first told her, she asked if I was sure about marrying a Zafan. But when I nodded, she only hugged me. We're working on finding a new way through our relationship, but I wanted her here to plan. Higher. She points to where Koros holds up a length of silk. No, your other higher. How do you survive with such poor spatial awareness? Koros's mismatched eyes narrow. I could drop this on your head. You wouldn't dare. But she shifts her leg slightly, ready to move if needed. I sit cross-legged on the floor next to Astrid, sorting through the crystals Koros brought. Each one catches the light differently, creating tiny rainbows that dance across my hands. The scent of metal and citrus fills the air as Uriel works at his forge, pretending to ignore us while stealing glances every few minutes. What do you think? I hold up a pale blue crystal. Uriel sets down his hammer, golden curls damp with sweat. His wings flex as he crosses to me, kneeling to examine the stone. Beautiful. But he's looking at me, not the crystal, his golden eyes soft in a way that makes my heart skip. Ugh, you two are disgusting. Raven throws a fabric swatch at us. Save it for the honeymoon. I think it's cute, Astrid murmurs, watching me. You're just jealous. Uriel's smile turns cruel, transforming his soft features into something darker, more demonic. When's the last time someone looked at you like that? Last night, actually. She stretches, wings rustling. Unlike some people, I don't need to wait for marriage to... Children present. Koros drops the silk on her face. I'm getting married, I remind them. I'm hardly a child. Astrid laughs. I agree with Koros. He nods to her. You'll always be our little healer. Koros ruffles my hair with his massive hand, surprisingly gentle despite his size. Uriel's eyes flash at that, possessive and heated. He pulls me closer, his wings creating a shield around us. Mine. Yours. I touch his face, tracing the perfect lines of his features. But they're still helping with the wedding. Unfortunately. But his cruel smile softens as he presses a kiss to my palm. The afternoon dissolves into laughter and bickering, with Raven and Koros arguing over every detail, Astrid trying to give actual input, while Uriel pretends to work, his attention constantly drawn back to me. It's chaotic and perfect, this strange family we've built, and my heart feels too full to contain it all. Chapter 31. Athena. I stand before the full-length mirror, morning light streaming through the stained glass windows and casting rainbow patterns across my white gown. The dress flows like water, crystals catching light at every movement. Koros's enchanted gems shift from pale blue to rose pink, betraying my joy. Stop fidgeting. Raven's deft fingers weave more crystals into my honey blonde curls. Though I must say, you're the calmest bride I've ever seen. Why would I be nervous? The reflection shows my golden green eyes bright with happiness. This is exactly what I want. Raven's violet eyes meet mine in the mirror as she adjusts the delicate lace along my neckline, a compromise between her daring tastes and my more modest preferences. Her dove-grey wings twitch with barely contained excitement. Most brides are a mess by now, crying, second-guessing, wondering if they're making a mistake. She pins another crystal into my hair. But here you are, grinning like you've already won. Because I have. I touch the fabric, marvelling at how it shimmers. For once, no one's trying to protect me or tell me what to do. This is my choice. And what a choice! Raven steps back to admire her work. The warrior's usual sharp edges have softened. You look like something out of a dream. Uriel won't know what hit him. The dress hugs my softer curves before flowing out like spun moonlight. White, as Koros suggested, but with hints of silver thread that catch the light. Simple, elegant, but with enough subtle details to make it uniquely mine. Perfect. Raven's angular face breaks into a rare, gentle smile. You look absolutely perfect. I touch one of the crystals in my hair, watching it shift from pink to a deep, joyful purple. Thank you, Raven. For everything. Don't you dare cry. She dabs at her own eyes. I spent too long on your face paint to let you ruin it now. I pull it together just in time for Astrid to come knock at the door. She's been with us all morning and just went to check on the guys. You look so beautiful, she says, and I hug her tightly. Are you ready? More than... Raven leads us downstairs and to a side entrance of the courtyard, where no one will see us. Through the glass doors, I glimpse the courtyard transformed. Blood-red roses twine with silver vines along black marble columns. Magic shimmers in the air, Koros's protective wards ensuring no uninvited guests disturb this day. The soft rays of the sun dapple across the gathered crowd, a small group of Xaphen and a few demons. Kissing my cheek, Astrid leaves to take her seat. My heart skips as I spot the rest of my family in the front row. Next to Astrid, V lounges with casual grace, his pale blue skin almost luminescent in the fading light. His eyes shift from stormy grey to electric blue as he whispers something that makes Astrid's lips twitch into an almost smile. Father sits on the other side of Astrid, his power rolling off him in waves that make the nearby flowers tremble. But there's something softer in his expression as he catches my eye. The crowd parts, and there's Uriel. My breath catches. He stands tall and proud, his light grey wings spread wide, catching the golden rays of sunset. His perfect features could be carved from marble, but his eyes, those cruel, beautiful golden eyes, are fixed on me with an intensity that makes my knees weak. The usual smirk is gone, replaced by something raw and honest that makes my heart race. Ready? Raven squeezes my hand. I nod, unable to speak. This moment, this choice, is mine. She walks down the aisle first, and then I follow her. My eyes are only on Uriel, though as he drinks me in. I almost forget about everyone else when I stop before him. The Nashai approaches, her white robes billowing in the enchanted breeze. Raven's hand tightens on mine as she steps back, taking her place as my witness. Her warrior's stance never falters despite her old injury, and pride radiates from her violet eyes. The usual sharp tongue that gives the men such grief is silent now, replaced by a rare, genuine smile. Koros towers beside Uriel, his massive frame casting long shadows across the marble floor. His mismatched eyes gleam with emotion, even the black one. The scars across his face seem softer in the dying light, and his dark red hair stirs in the magical winds. For once, the intimidating weapons dealer looks almost gentle. My heart pounds as the Nashai raises her hands. Magic crackles through the air, making my skin tingle. I can't help but stare at Uriel, my Uriel, his perfect features transformed by an expression I've never seen before. Gone is the cruel smile that first drew me to him, replaced by something raw and vulnerable that makes my breath catch. The soul bond is sacred. The Nashai's voice rings out. It binds not just bodies, but essence, two becoming one, forever intertwined in this life and the next. Golden light blooms between her palms. I've dreamed of this moment since I first learned of the Zaphan bonding ritual. To be joined so completely that we'll feel each other's presence, share each other's emotions. No more walls between us, no more doubts or fears. Just certainty, belonging, completion. The magical tether extends from the Nashai's hands, weaving between Uriel and me like liquid sunlight. His massive wings flex, the light grey feathers catching the golden glow. The tether pulses once, twice, then sinks into our chests. Warmth floods through me, and suddenly I feel him, not just his physical presence, but the essence of him. His strength, his passion, even that hint of cruelty that makes him who he is. The connection thrums between us like a living thing. A mark blooms over my heart, matching the one appearing on his chest. Unique patterns swirl and interlock, marking us as one. You may pledge to one another. The vows were a request I made, but everyone seemed so happy about it. Even Uriel. The Nashai's voice fades as Uriel steps forward, his golden eyes blazing with possession. I claim you, little demon. Your soul, your heart, everything you are belongs to me now. His voice drops lower, meant only for me. And I belong to you. My fingers tremble as I reach for him. I choose you, Uriel. Your darkness, your light, all of it. You're mine as much as I'm yours. Your two souls are bound, your two lives entwined. No one will ever part you two. The Nashai looks to us. You may claim her for all to see. His massive wings sweep forward, enveloping us in a cocoon of soft grey feathers. The world narrows to just us, the scent of citrus and metal that clings to his skin, the way his perfect features soften as he looks down at me. I trace the line of his jaw, marvelling at how someone so dangerous can feel so right. My Athena. He catches my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm that's more bite than tenderness. The bond pulses between us, new and raw and hungry. I rise on my toes as he pulls me closer. His kiss is brutal, claiming, marking me as his in front of everyone. The crystals in my hair shatter, raining dust around us as his magic flares. I match his intensity, fingers tangling in those golden curls, letting him feel through our new bond exactly how much I want this, want him. When we break apart, his cruel smile is back, but there's something else there too, a fierce joy that echoes my own. His wings spread wide again, displaying me to the cheering crowd. The mark over my heart burns pleasantly, synchronized with his heartbeat. Raven whoops loudly, while Chorus's deep laugh booms across the courtyard. Even Astrid has abandoned her vigilance to smile, actually smile, though she quickly hides it behind her usual glare. I've never felt so complete, so perfectly where I belong. No more being the fragile human who needs protection. I'm his, and he's mine, and nothing else matters.
Chapter 32. Choros. The messenger's wings flutter anxiously as I tower over him, his throat bobbing with each swallow. The parchment in his hands trembles. Smart boy. Most messengers don't last long in this business if they can't read the room. I snatch the letter from his grasp, my eyes sweeping from the wax seal on the letter to the messenger. He takes 3 steps back. The wax breaks under my thumb, and the scent of earth hits my nose. I cough. The tang of it coats my tongue. The parchment crumples in my fist as I read. Aemon has secured a marriage contract with Praxa Malachi's niece. My jaw clenches, teeth grinding. The same demon bastard who's been snatching every rare metal shipment from under my nose for the past decade. More news, sir. The messenger's voice cracks. The betrothal ceremony is to be held in New Solace at the end of the month. They say he's bringing a dowry of shadow steel and void-touched silver. A growl builds in my chest. My wings, dark as storm clouds, snap open, knocking over a vase. Water splashes across the floor, and the messenger yelps, "Get out!" He bolts, nearly tripping over his own feet. The door slams behind him, and I'm left alone with the crushed letter and my rage. The marriage means Aemon will have direct access to New Solace's trade routes. More importantly, he'll have the backing of one of the most powerful Praxa in the city. Every auction, every rare shipment, every unique material, he'll have first claim. My massive hands clench around the letter, crumpling it further. The memory of Aemon's smirking face burns behind my eyes. Last month's shadow steel shipment still haunts me. 20 bars of pure, void-touched metal that would have revolutionized my forge work. I'd spent months cultivating contacts, greasing palms, ensuring every detail was perfect. Fury courses through my veins. I can still see Aemon's guards surrounding the caravan, their weapons drawn. The carriers I'd hired, dead in the dirt, all that precious metal gone. My wings scrape against the ceiling as I pace. The workshop walls feel too close, too confining. Weapons of my own makin line the walls. Beautiful pieces, deadly and precise, but they could be so much more. That shadow steel would have given them an edge unlike anything seen in centuries. Each failure plays through my mind. The crystalline ore from the southern mines, the dragon-forged steel from the western peaks, the enchanted silver from the coastal towns. Every time, Aemon's been there first. Every time, he's left me with nothing but corpses and excuses. The letter crumbles to ash in my grip, dark flakes drifting to the floor. 10 years of being outmaneuvered, of watching my work stagnate while he grows fat on stolen goods. And now, this marriage will give him everything I've fought for. A dark chuckle escapes my throat as I brush the letter's ashes from my scarred hands. My reflection catches in the polished steel of a nearby blade, one golden eye blazing, one black as pitch. Raven likes to tease it's the two sides of my personality. I may seem like a good guy to my friends, and I can be. I have a darker side than any other Zafan I've met. A betrothal ceremony. The words roll off my tongue like honey-coated poison. My dark red hair falls over my shoulders as I tip my head back and run a hand down my face. Such a grand affair deserves an equally grand entrance. The great houses always throw these ceremonies in the same place, the Golden Spire, that gaudy monument to Zafan excess. I know every entrance, every service corridor, every hidden path. Years of dealing in rare materials have taught me the value of knowing where the servants slip in and out. I trace the route with one finger, my nail leaving slight scratches in the parchment. The main hall will be packed with nobility, all of them preening and posturing. Aemon will be at the center of it all, probably wearing that insufferable smirk while he parades his new bride-to-be around like a prize mare. Let's see how well you smirk when I'm done. My voice comes out as a growl as my anger takes root. I know now that if I looked up, both of my eyes would be solid black. My massive frame straightens to its full height, wings spreading wider until they brush the walls. Even in a town for Zafan, the houses aren't quite built for my stature. The candlelight plays across their surface, creating patterns like oil on water. Each feather holds the promise of vengeance, each shadow a weapon in my arsenal. I bare my teeth in what might pass for a smile, if smiles were made of razor blades and broken promises. I'll make sure that my wedding gift will be one they'll never forget. Besides, stealing a bride worked out so well for Uriel. I suppose I can try it. If nothing else, I'll savor liberating someone from Aemon and ruining his day. I've spent too long playing the careful merchant, the quiet giant who helps shape weapons and procures rare materials, always in control, always holding back. A laugh rumbles in my chest, deep and dangerous. Time to remind them what I was before I became a merchant. My voice carries the edge of old battles, of victories written in blood and steel. Before I traded in rare metals, I traded in death. The scars on my face weren't earned in market disputes. The thought of Aemon's face when his perfect plan crumbles sends another wicked grin across my features. He thinks he's won. The trade routes, the Pryex's backing, a beautiful bride. He's about to learn what happens when you push a predator too far.